Hey, good morning everyone and welcome to round 10 of the Club 100 Cadet and Juniors Championship here at Buckmore Park today. I am Reeve Taylor, being joined by Mr. Andrew Mather. Hello Andrew.
Good morning everybody, great to be back here at Buckmore Park, season finale, championships on the line here today. A very exciting first day of racing, 2 days of action, the lightweights today and the super lightweights tomorrow, and some pretty good track conditions out there, Reeve, for
absolutely. Yep, typical kind of Buckmore grey weather conditions, threatening rain as ever, but nothing so far. Yeah, still dry, so these karts looking good to go for qualifying. Of course, 1 kilometre circuit here at Buckmore, and here are those weather conditions for you. Nice and grey throughout the day for us. Let's hope it stays that way at least. Of course, this being round 10, we bring our championship to a close for all of our drivers for 2024. Of course, the junior lightweights are decided already, but there's still a bit of open championship battles elsewhere, isn't there, Andrew?
Yeah, absolutely. The cadet lightweight title is still very much alive. Matteo Ehrenfeuchter leading that championship at the moment. Now, I'm going to confuse everybody immediately, Reeve, because I like to do things my own way when it comes to championship scores. So I'm going to read them out, considering the best 14 scores from the 18 races we've had so far. That is subtly different to the published results on Alpha Time, which currently are taking the best 12 scores of 18. Reason why, at the end of the day, when we have 20 races complete, it'll be the best 14 scores across the whole year that count towards the championship score. So if we do it by that, at this point, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter has a 4-point lead over Matteo Harrison, and that's out of the just around about 1,787 points that Matteo's got at the moment. So those are the two drivers that we're going to be talking about in terms of championship contention for the cadet lightweight title today. Elijah Hazelwood a little bit further back is looking good for third place, but is still going to hold off the likes of Henry Greenwood, Bertie Hodgson also in the top 5, Oliver Peters, Zane Perry, Finley Strang, Ayrton Limmer Evans and Charlie Chapregui all in the top 10. We've got to get straight into the qualifying, though. The first session of cadets is out pretty much now.
Well, here we are then, qualifying underway. It's the cadet lightweight A's up first. First kart out on track in a competitive session for the days running. We have 20 karts competing in this session with just over 10 minutes to go on the clock, and now it's time to see how quick these drivers can go.
Yeah, absolutely. So, quick reminder of the formats for the cadets and for the juniors. They all start with a timed qualifying session, and the drivers have been drawn into groups A, B and C. Just a draw, random draw, nothing in terms of championship standings or known abilities for the drivers. It's purely get out there and beat whoever else is out on track. The times from these qualifying sessions will set the grids for the Pre-A, Pre-B and Pre-C finals. Obviously, all drivers want to get into that top race, that Pre-A race. To do so, they've got to be in the top 18 of the whole field. Now, we've just got about 60 drivers here today, haven't we, Reeve, for the cadets? So, by the law of averages, although we could have one group that's a good degree quicker than the other, again, with how the random draw plays into effect, but if we assume that all groups, Groups A, Group B, Group C, are going to be about the same average pace, really you need to be getting into the top 6 in one of these groups to be giving yourself a good shot at being in that top 18 and into those A-tier races straight away.
This is why you're my maths man, Andrew. Always ready with the averages and showing us what our drivers need to be targeting in this session. So far, the session being led by Ellis Cox at 50.294, his fastest lap so far, and it's looking quite close already, actually, at that top end of the field, isn't it?
It is. Good to see Ellis Cox back in Club 100 Cadet action. Has not been an ever-present this year, but when he has been here, he's been very, very quick indeed. Because he's not been here at every single round, he's not a championship contender this year, but again, for the form that we know Ellis has had, he could be a real thorn in the side of some of those drivers that we were talking about earlier. Ellis Cox has had victories this year, took a double victory at Rowra 2 rounds ago. I appreciate as well it's been a while since we've broadcast some Club 100 Cadet and Juniors. We've had rounds at Llandau, home of champions. Hello to Henry Baudet if he's watching. If he's not, there you go. I mentioned it. I did call it the home and birthplace of champions. I think there's another circuit that calls themselves the birthplace of champions that we've also been to this year. But no, Llandau, Rowra, Warden Law have all hosted rounds ahead of this season finale. Cox did take that double victory at Rowra. Keep an eye on Aaron Fleischer as well, who's just gone up to third place in this session, Reeve, and that's important for the number 6. Does have that 4-point advantage over Miles Harrison heading into today. A nice, solid qualifying will do. There is Aaron Fleischer in the red suit and the white helmet. Will do him nicely, calm the nerves a little bit, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an important phase of this session for Alex Cox as well. We saw he'd set a high 49 just a couple of laps ago, then got some traffic to contend with. He's worked his way through that traffic now and has now been able to set a 49.2. Traffic management is going to be so important in this session. It's not very long, so we've got a decent circuit length. We've got plenty of karts out on track that are all going to be leaving the pit lane at the same time. They're going to be on the same part of the circuit for most of this session. Yeah,
it's a really tricky circuit, Buckmore Park, to get your qualifying right. It's kind of a tale of two halves. You've got this top section of the circuit, almost classic karting circuit form, as Alice Cox just pulls out the way there, trying to look for a better toe, and we'll come on to why that's an important thing in a moment. So these corners here, hairpin 1, hairpin 2, the S's, all very typical flat karting circuit fare until you get to here. Syme Sweep, brilliant corner, one of the best corners in British karting. Completely different dynamic, flowing corners, bit bumpy in places, physical part of the circuit as you flow downhill. And on a day like today as well, Reeve, where it's been chilly overnight, a bit of dew, the circuit changes at different rates. The bottom end of the circuit very open, dries out a little bit quicker. Top end of the circuit, especially with the shade from the trees, typically we see grip to be at a bit of a premium for this part of the circuit for the drivers. Here's the number 16 on your screens. This is Zane Perry. Zane Perry's had a very useful qualifying session so far. He's currently running in third, going side by side with Asan Iqbal in the number 40. I just also want to shine a light on the 127 Reeve of Vinnie Cunningham on his debut in Club 100 Cadet. Is up in P6. That is a very impressive start for Vinnie Cunningham. So that is a great effort. 0.6 off the pace of Cox at the moment. Yeah, that's going to be really happy going for him. He'll be very happy with that. I'm sure that confidence he'll be able to carry on throughout the day. Actually goes up into third now. 0.4 off the lead driver in this session. A mighty effort from Mr. Cunningham in the 127 kart. Yeah, absolutely. There are quite a few new drivers today. Can often be the thing at the last round of the season as drivers have a go before winding up an effort for 2025. Registrations are open, by the way. There's been a lot of interest already, but if you're having a think, thinking, oh, maybe, shall we, get your entries in, because places are going quickly for the 2025 Cadet and Junior seasons. Changes, of course, splitting into, more growing into the Southern Championship. Very much going to be a similar fare to what we've seen this year, but obviously more based towards the south half of the country. And then the Northern Championships as well, visiting some of the circuits like we mentioned, Rowra, Warden Law, trying to give more opportunities to customers, to drivers, particularly in the north half of the country and up to Scotland, because especially driving down to a circuit like Buckmore Park, that's a bit of a trek. It is, certainly. I found that on myself last night, trekking down all the way from Liverpool, but glad to be here nonetheless. 3.5 minutes of this session to go. Still Ellis Cox at the top of the timesheets on a, what is he doing at the moment? A 49.071. That's pretty spot on. I had a little look at the qualifying times from 12 months ago and what we could typically be expecting. Pole position in this category last year was Joao Castro on a 48.993. So it looks like the track is running at a pretty similar pace to 12 months ago. That's to be expected. The tarmac's not moved and the kart spec hasn't changed if we're going by that basis, if drivers can be hitting a 49.5, that was the cut-off point last year to get straight into a pre-A final, to get into a pre-B final, 50.0.
It's Sector 2 for Alex Cox, which I think is making all of the difference here. He's looking very strong indeed. 14.2 seconds on that run through the S's and down the Symes sweep. So a mighty effort from him through that technical part of the lap. 2 minutes 20 to go. Now still leading the session. Logan Nichols makes a nice improvement as Matteo Ehrenfeuchter jumps up into the 49s, low 149s, sorry. It's a 49.1. Alex Cox, though, a 48.9, improving yet again.
Yeah, that is quicker than the pole time that we had in cadet lightweights last year. We saw Henry Greenwood a few moments ago having a bit of a wide moment out of Paddock corner and through the Damon Hill kink. That is an area where drivers are going to need to be careful. It's a hot spot for track limits. The developments here at Buckmore Park to put the tarmac runoffs in a few years ago, as there's a classic example there, the number 16 just running a little bit too deep. That could come up as a track limit warning. In fact, Henry Greenwood did get a TLW last time around. If you get too many of those, you are subject to demotions on the grid that'll be in places, not time. 90 seconds remaining. Ellis Cox on good form at the moment. Was fourth in the final last time out at Warden Law, just off of the podium. I mentioned already that, of course, he had the win at Rowrah. Also took the round win the last time we had some action on Alpha Live cameras. That was back at Wilton Mill in the summer. He also had a double win at Glanigore earlier on in the year. There is Zane Perry, third place at the moment, looking comfortable to be going through to the pre-A final as things stand. Should also give a shout out to Ben Beresford. Another good performance from someone who's new. Ben Beresford on debut, P13 at the moment. What's the lap time? Out of 49.9. Well, that might be good for pre-B final based on last year's times. He's looking pretty good, but again, we could see some faster times in Groups B and Groups C, Reeve.
Yes, indeed. We had a chat with Ben Beresford actually in our Paddock show, which you will see later on after qualifying. And yeah, exactly what he was hoping to achieve, really. He feels confident at Buckmore. He was hoping to get a bit of a foot in the door with Club 100 at this round, so that seems to be going well for him so far. Absolutely.
One more lap to go for these drivers. That's why you can see a little bit of squabbling, because everyone wants the best track position for this last lap. Actually, no, I don't think they are going to get another lap in here, because the timer ticks over to 0. Checkered flag is out.
Drop. Yep.
Cox goes no quicker. Who's going to boost themselves right at the end? Jacob Chapregi's gone up to 8th place. That's going to be on the cusp of whether it's into pre-A final or not. The number 40 of Asan Iqbal, not too happy there, is P15. Anybody else? No, I don't think anyone's really improving. I think they've all slightly gone in each other's way right at the end there, Reeve.
Yeah, traffic management, unfortunately, they're determining the end of that qualifying session. Yeah, no improvements as we all come across the line and get ready to bring an end to this session. Up next, it will be the Junior Group A qualifying. And here we are then, already in quick succession, our juniors out on track to get ready for this qualifying session. Our Group A lightweights out on track as the revs begin to rise as they climb their way up the hill. Just over 10 minutes to go now. And let's have a look at some of our drivers we've got in this session. We've got the likes of Dan Treadwell, Max Chapman, Ashley Hainson, Quinton as they get ready to start their session.
Good morning to Dave, who's watching us both here at Buckmore Park and the Race of Remembrance up at Anglesey. Great to know that that's on again. Brilliant event. Fortunately, can't be there this year myself because I'm here. But yeah, really good work. Of particular interest to myself, there's a Jaguar XF race car. Well, it wasn't a race car first. It's been worked on by the JLR Classic team. Up at, I forget where they're at, Oxford Road, I think they're based up in Coventry. I might be wrong though. And they've prepped an XF.
Very
all the ones
cool.
I used to work on back in there. And are racing it in the Race of Remembrance. And it's got a brilliant paint scheme on it by Pop Bang Colour.
Oh, I'll have to check that out then. That
colour.
sounds...
And it's hand painted as well. It's
Oh.
not a graphically done and vinyled on. It's literally been painted. Do go check it out. All the racing up there at Anglesey. We should note as well, we're giving you plenty of other things to watch, but do keep it here with the Club 100. Best of luck to everybody at the British Indoor Karting Championships today. Their national finals are taking place today and tomorrow. And the reason why we care about that at Club 100 is that the winners of those finals will get a full entry, fully paid, free entry into next year's Club 100 Championships. And the winner of this championship in the juniors did that 12 months ago. Bobby McGurr went on to win the title, has already got the title sewn up, isn't here today. I haven't checked my entry list, that's on me, commentator fail, but I think Bobby actually might be back at the BIKC. Apologies if I've completely made that up, trying to defend his title, but best of luck to all drivers competing in the British Indoor Karting Championships today and tomorrow up at Warrington.
Yeah, it's great to see those two championships partnering up. Obviously, BIKC an important part of that karting pathway. I was actually there myself a fortnight ago at the semi-finals at Leicester, and it was a brilliant event. Great racing, and it was a fantastically run event as well. So all the best for those racing at Warrington. But we've got another brilliant event in front of us here at Buckmore. As we've got a car pointing the wrong direction, actually, as that is not an ideal position you want to be in the middle of qualifying. Luckily, the rest of the fleet of karts working their way around it with relative ease.
Still early stages of this one. Subtle difference for the juniors, of course. We talked about top 18 for the cadets. It's top 22 for the juniors once all three qualifying groups are combined. Little bit of data from last year. What are we expecting? Well, last year's pole time, Rory O'Regan's pole time was a 45.799. A 46.5 got you through to a pre-A final. A 46.8 got you into the pre-B. Mighty close, typically in that middle part of the pack. Only 0.3 the difference between being in the top tier race and the bottom tier race. At the moment, well, we'll wait and see, because we've still got 7 minutes of this session to go, and I still think it's that time, Reeve, where everyone's kind of jostling for position. I think the track for the juniors is running a little bit slower, so maybe not quite breaking down into the 45s today.
Yeah, that looks to be the case as we head through towards the end of this lap. Just seeing three of the cars there running through the Syme sweep. The car's looking actually a little bit oversteery there potentially, so maybe grip conditions not at the best. We might see that improve though throughout the day. As we are currently leading this session, it is Archie Bullard, a 46.216, a couple of tenths ahead of his nearest rivals. Although you say that it's not running quite as quick. Our top 10 still covered by less than a second.
Please ignore what I just said there about the track not looking quite as quick for the juniors. Your best lap time from the practice earlier on today was a 45.996.
Oh, right, okay.
So maybe a tenth or two off what we saw in 2023. But again, if you're running in the low 46s, that's looking good for straight into the pre-A final. Mid 46s probably for a pre-B final. Yeah, well, as I say, mid 46s for pre-A, and I would say that 47.0 cut-off for pre-B, based on what we've seen in previous years. There's Jacob Eckwell in the number 75. He's had a useful session so far. Reeves up in 5th place.
He is indeed half a second off the lead of this session so far. He's got a bit of pressure from Ben Richardson, just a couple of hundredths of seconds down on him. We're on board at the moment with the number 52 kart of Jack Philpott. You saw him wrestling with the kart on a couple of laps now, trying his best to get close to that Archie Bullard. Number 110 out on track. He's actually just in front of him there as well. So track position certainly, I think, playing a major part in these drivers' sessions so far as we head into the final 5 minutes already. It is really quick fire in these qualifying runs. Yeah, it is indeed. I just want to give a quick shout out whilst we're halfway through this session. I always like to give shout outs to the new drivers. The 160 out there, Finley Jessup, is on debut in Club 100. I'm just going to try and use the tools of
the Alpha timing system to try and find out where he is on track. I'll come back to me on that one, but 160 Finley Jessup currently in 23rd place, and also in terms of not a first time in Club 100 Juniors, but I think a first time in front of Alpha Live cameras for Archie Bullard in the 110. So best of luck to them in the qualifying session, which has 4 minutes and 15 seconds remaining.
It does. We're having a look here at Zach Parkhouse, these two have actually closed up. Zach and Max Chapman closing right up to the back of the number 110 car, who's currently got provisional pole in this session. Zach Parkhouse running less than a tenth behind the driver in P1, so getting very close here in the top three now.
That would be quite a result then for Archie Bullard. It's only his second appearance of the year. Bullard was present at Ella Park earlier in the year, got a couple of sixth places in the B tier races, the pre-B and the Trophy B final. So what a way this would be to qualify into an A tier race for the first time. In terms of championship picture, as I say, the champion already decided. That is Bobby McGurr. But second place still up for grabs, and other places in the top 10. Remember, for any drivers here in the junior lightweights who are sticking around for 2025 in this category, if you finish in the top 10 in the championship, similar to what we have in the British Kart Championships, you earn the right to run that position next year. So in terms of drivers competing and looking for that, keep an eye out. How's Thomas Hughes getting on in the 51? Well, he's in 5th place at the moment. Thomas Hughes at the moment is looking at holding on to at least the number 7 plate for next year. And Jacob Eckwell as well, we mentioned, right on the cusp now well, I think with that kind of time, currently 7th in this session, should be fine, should be getting through to the pre-A final, but Eckwell trying to hold on to the number 8 plate.
We're on board at the moment with Archie Bullard, and he has been trading blows with Zach Parkhouse over the past couple of laps. Just 0.004 of a second separate those two drivers at the front end of the running, but just a moment ago it was Zach only a few thousandths ahead as well. They are looking so competitive, and it seems to be in different parts of the lap here. Sector 1 looking strong for Zach Parkhouse, as he does actually just receive a contact warning there, so he needs to be careful that he doesn't raise the eyes of the stewards too much early on in the day, as we have just over 2 minutes to go in this session now.
Indeed, so Bullard's still fastest. Penalty, unfortunately, for Maxim Muskis. RWY on the timing system. That's going to mean racing under yellow, so speeding under yellow for Muskis and also for Alex Catlow. So they'll be taking place demotions on the qualifying classification once all three, in fact, a flurry of racing under yellow penalties. Now, should explain why are we seeing so many of these. This will be sector times. So whenever a waved yellow is out, race control have told the drivers again this morning they are going to be eagle-eyed on those sector times, and if one of the observers out there on track radios to race control to say, race control, please check those sector times, it feels like drivers aren't slowing under yellow, and particularly if they run a personal best. That's how it's defined. If it's a yellow sector and you go and put a personal best in, you are very much bringing the attention to yourself that was a little bit of speeding under yellow.
Yeah, something that the stewards, as you say, noted after the first practice runs this morning, something they are going to be keeping a keen eye on throughout the day. At the moment with the number 52 kart of Jack Phil possibly run through. God, a fabulous couple of right-handers at the bottom of this very topsy-turvy up and down circuit here at Buckmore Park.
Absolutely, it's why it's a driver's favourite for many. Drivers crossing the line now will be starting their final laps. Thomas Hughes has just picked up a track limits penalty, so that'll be running wide, gaining time too many times, has burnt through the warnings, and now will take a place deduction of, I want to say, 2 places on the grid. And the worry for Hughes at the moment is, by the law of averages, he's right on the bubble. His 7th place right now. If groups B and C are of equal speed, he's going to be in that region of top 22 for... as Max Chapman's just put in a new provisional pole. Max Chapman has timed that brilliantly right at the end and put a 45.951 in. Beaten Bullard by 3.5 hundredths of a second. That is still a brilliant effort from Archie Bullard on only his second appearance of 2024. Will be through to the pre-A final. Zach Parkhouse and Harry Clark, you would imagine, will be through as well. Thomas Hughes, Jack Philpott, Ben Richardson and Jacob Eckwell and others will have to wait because there is a bit of a gap there, but that was a brilliant lap time by Chapman right at the end there. That sees the end of the Junior Group A. Next up, Cadet Group B.
And here we are then, in quick succession we have the Cadet Lightweight Group B qualifying session underway. An electric end there to the Junior Group A's, with the track looking like it was starting to get a bit racy at the very end of that session. So let's see what these cadets can do as they settle into a bit of a rhythm, bit of a groove, try to get some temperature into these karts and settle in, find some clear parts of the track to do some good running in. We head down the Symes sweep. Now we've got a big gaggle of karts here as they look to start one of their first fast laps of the session in just a moment. 20 karts in this Cadet Lightweight B session. We've got the likes of Jack Horton, Charlie Chisbregi and then Harley Whitmore as well coming across the line now to start 10 minutes worth of qualifying running. Got a cone warning coming in already there, so want to make sure that drivers are staying within those track limits, not needing to push too hard early on in this qualifying session. Of course, we saw in Group A, we're looking for around about a 49-second lap is what we were seeing from our cadets about 15 minutes ago. Let's see what we can get from our Group B qualifiers now.
Yeah, indeed. The benchmark of 48.862 from Ellis Cox in the first group. Vinnie Cunningham was 6th fastest, so again by the law of averages we'd expect the top 6 from each group to go through, but again one group could be a little bit quicker than the other, or not necessarily quicker, but just have a bit of a greater concentration of quicker drivers within it. But yeah, 49.4, pretty much par for the course. 49.5 last year would have got you through to the pre-A final without any major worries. James Wall was 12th fastest in the first group, so arguably you're looking again at a 50.0 to a 50.2 to be the kind of time that will get you through, hopefully, directly into at least the pre-B final. There are repecharges, of course. Each of the pre-C, pre-B, Trophy C and Trophy B finals, the top 2 in each of those races will repecharge to the back of the next grid. C to B, B to A, you get the picture across the course of the day. Ayrton Lima Evans there, looking for a good day today. Lots of experience for Ayrton round this circuit. He's won their summer championship here at Buckmore Park and is currently doing very well in the winter championship as well. Bertie Hodgson currently fastest out there. Reeve on, what was it,
49.8.
49.8.
Yeah, our first driver into the 49s, couple of minutes into the session. Now Joseph East making a very nice improvement there, as does Joey Bates as well, all within half a second of our front runner in this session so far.
Welcome to the Club 100 family for quite a few drivers in this one. Josh Taylor in the 109 is out there, currently in 15th place. The 115 as well of Essa Rashid, and Essa currently in 13th place. Lucas Homewood in the 118, circulating in 20th position at the moment, and Joey Bates in the 125 is running very nicely indeed up in the top 10. I think the aim for all of those drivers today, if you can get through to a B final, that'd be really good on your first day, because this has been a very competitive group once again in cadet lightweights. In terms of championship protagonists, we've already seen Aaron Feuchter out there in Group A, so work for Matteo Aaron Feuchter is done. Miles Harrison, I believe, is in Group C, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll wait to see what's happening with Miles Harrison. There's a little bit of jostling for position out there on track. So Your highest ranked driver in the standings at the moment is Elijah Hazelwood. Job for Elijah today is to at least hold on to the number 3 plate. Same story as we were talking about with the juniors. Any driver who races in the cadet lightweights, finishes in the top 10 of the final standings, and races in cadet lightweights again next year will hold one of those plates like Hazelwood has done all year, with the number 3 having finished in that position in the 2023 championship.
I am loving how competitive some of these sessions are looking already. Bertie Hodgson leads with a 39.504, and then just 0.02 of a second behind, we have Ethan Guest and Thomas Welsford both posting the exact same time on that previous fast lap attempt. It is serious running now in the meat of this qualifying session when we're going to start to see some of these fast laps tumble in.
Yeah, absolutely. The drivers have got to be careful that they don't trip over themselves too much and leave themselves with too much to do late on, because with no changes to the track conditions, the most likely way of forming the grid today will be a cumulative positioning of the grids. When we do have a significant amount of rain come down, and it's to the discretion of the clerk of the course as to whether that decision is made, you can see top 6 from Group A, top 6 from Group B, top 6 from Group C taken, but I don't think that's going to be the case here today with track conditions being stable. It's going to be everybody combined together, put all those times in one big order, take the top 18. Spinner down through Pullman's, or I think just a replacement of one of the padded barriers here. Here is the number 73 of Ethan Guest, doing a very nice job at the moment here. Reeve is up in 3rd place.
He is. He's just had a track limits warning, but otherwise is running very nicely indeed. Still posting that identical lap time to Thomas Welsford as their fastest lap. That lap should be a little bit slower, obviously, with that yellow flag. Drivers obviously wanting to heed the warning of the stewards there that we do need to be careful through these slower sectors. We don't want to see any improvements, of course, through those sectors, as that will raise the attention of our stewards and marshals today.
Just over 4 minutes of this session to go. Lap time starting to come down. Oh, there's a spinner there. I think that might have been Harley Whitmore in the number 71 that has got going again. Yes, it was. As a bit of a wide moment for the number 63, Leo Ryan. See going round the far side of that blue bollard. The reason why that's there is it's quite a big curb for the carts to go over there. Well, we don't want the carts going over there because that risks damage to them. Not necessarily for the driver in the cart at the moment, but whoever's going to have that particular cart next. We want to keep the carts good for following sessions, so that's why that bollard there is to remind the drivers, yep, you're going to exceed track limits, but please go around the far side of the curb to protect the machinery.
And it is fantastic to watch this machinery head through the paddock right-hander there, because the drivers are trying to use the drain cover as a bit of a reference there, so they cut as close to the curb as possible. And especially in these cadet carts, you can see them bouncing around so much because there's so little weight in the cart. They look so full of energy. It is brilliant.
Yeah, and downhill braking as well. The weight goes forward even in these cadets. As we have a look at Elijah Hazelwood, what a season Elijah Hazelwood has had. He's had some scholarship success as well. This is a driver I'm fully expecting to see moving into owner racing, and that's a big part of what this Club 100 Cadet Championship is about. The ladder within Club 100 racing of the cadets into the juniors into the seniors, but also offering drivers that opportunity of developing their racecraft before they then go into owner racing. And I do want to highlight, because I have been away a little bit this season with other series, I want to highlight one of my favourite performances of karting across all the things that I've had the pleasure of calling in 2024, which is in the British Kart Championships in Honda Cadet. I don't know if the family's watching. I just want to take the opportunity to say well done to Margaris Kvetskis, who this time last year was racing here in Club 100 Cadets, building experience, having some success as part of a very competitive grid. Has now gone on to owner racing, and took a very dominant victory in Three Sisters in Honda Cadet. It showed what CLUB100 Cadet can do for drivers to give them that first step in their racing journeys to some really good success. So well done to Margaret, because Margaret has kind of been one of the early pace setters of showing what drivers from this championship can do in a relatively short amount of time.
Absolutely, yeah. We're just watching here, Thomas Welsford trying to work his way through some traffic here. Is absolutely desperate, I think, to try and get a last bit of clean running in this session now as we head towards the end of things. And he's just got clear of the number 24 kart of Mr. Kashpregi. But it's going to be, I think, trading blows here, because they're both looking quite similar in terms of their pace at the moment.
They are indeed. At the moment, Welsford on a 49.2. That should be fine. That should be through to the Pre-A final. Kashpregi on a 49.5. This is actually not a bad position for Charlie Kashpregi, because Welsford has clearly got some pace. Can now punch a bit of a hole ahead for Kashpregi. Kashpregi could potentially gain a bit of a slipstream, but it's noted earlier how tricky qualifyings can be here at Buckmore Park. If you're going for that strategy of I want to sit behind someone, you have got to be so precise with your timing of where you get the slipstream, because if you're too close to them, for example, through a downside sweep, you can actually lose out. You want to be hitting the slipstream here through the centre chicane. It's technically not a chicane, but we'll move on from that one. Through Cafe into the line. Checkered flag is out. Is there going to be an improvement from Kashpregi? Yes, there is. Doesn't improve position, but does improve time, and that could be crucial. Bertie Hodgson, though, fastest. Brilliant performance from Bertie Hodgson. He's had a real upturn in form from the start of the season. Was 5th last time out at Warden Law, and is not going to be on pole position. That still stands with Ellis Cox from Group A, but will be a good way up the grid and in the Pre-A final. Joseph East has just put in a good lap time there to move to a 49.3. So it's Hodgson, Welsford, East, Guest, Hazelwood, Kashpregi, your top 6. And that top 6, well, Kashpregi a 49.482 compared to Cunningham 6th in Group A, 49.484. So the indications there is that was a pretty similarly paced group on average, Group B to Group A.
Indeed, we saw some nice progression through the session as well, as we do bring an end to our cadets running, and now it's time for some juniors. Okay, and here we are then. It is the Junior Lightweight B qualifying out on track now. We saw some lovely progression, as I was saying, between both sessions in the Junior Group A as well as that Cadet Group B then. So let's see if we're going to see the same here as we run through 10 minutes worth of qualifying. Got our cart getting, drivers getting into the carts, and getting those tyres warmed up, getting a bit of a feel for the track and how things are running. Of course, they were out on track getting some practice in a little while ago, but conditions change, carts change. Obviously, you're in different carts between each session, so let's see how these drivers are feeling as we run into this qualifying session now. On board at the moment with the number 29 kart, just one of many karts in this session. We've got 26 karts for our junior groups in qualifying for today. We're on board at the moment with Yassine Ali Khan as we have a look now running down to the Garda right-hander. No, sorry, that's not at all where we're looking, is it?
Big hellos. We've not got any drivers who are on their debut, but we have got a few drivers who I don't think we've seen on an Alpha Live broadcast before. The 183 of Owen Price, if I've got my information correct, should be in this group, and is in 19th place at the moment, so welcome to some broadcast coverage for Owen. Same for Harry Power, 3rd in the C final last time out at Warden Law, so keep an eye out for Harry's progress in the 175. Is currently P14 in the early stages of this one. I don't believe we've seen James Groves on a broadcast before on the in the 107. Is currently running in 10th place. I also don't think we've seen Hudson Barker Dix in the 125 as well. It's had a good number of races, but it's just so happened There's not been on a live stream one, or at least one that I've been paying full attention to. So welcome to all of those drivers, and welcome back as well for Charlie Bevendick in the number 57. We've not seen Charlie since round 1, the very start of the season, so looking to potentially get into the B finals again, as Charlie did back at Rye House.
Charlie will be bookending this season then, just like myself, really. Round 1,
Pretty
obviously.
much, yeah.
At the very start of things. And then here we are then, the season finale. What a venue for it as well.
Absolutely. In terms of championship and seeded plates, keep an eye on Samuel Masters in this group, who was your winner last time out at Warden Law. So the number 3 plate holder from the 2023 championship, currently 4th in the point standings if you go by best 14 counting scores from the 18 races completed so far. So yeah, looking good. At least 4th place, maybe 3rd, maybe 2nd still, because I think Sam can overhaul Rory O'Regan.
In terms of our running in this session so far, then, we've got Samuel Masters at 46.5 out on track so far, so consistent and competitive times once again with all of our other junior sessions we've seen so far, and of course what we've had on stream today with qualifying Group A. Jack Whitehouse, though, very close behind indeed, just 1,000th of a second. His best time is only slow by that margin. And then as well, we've got Charlie Wainwright, only 100th of a second behind those guys. In fact, the top 5 covered by just 1/10 of a second overall. It is looking oh so close here in qualifying. I think it's going to make for some fantastic racing later on today.
Do you know what I said about confusing people?
Yes.
I just confused myself. Apologies. Samuel Masters is 4th in the standings if you go by best 12 results from 18, i.e. you count 3 rounds worth of drops as things stand today. But as I say, I don't like doing that. I like doing things differently. Best 14, he's actually sat in 3rd.
Okay.
Sorry about that. He's very much still in competition for that number 3 plate. If he has a really good day, he could overhaul Rory O'Regan for the number 2 plate. And if he doesn't have a good day, he could be overhauled by... No, he couldn't actually, because Leo Jackson's not here today. So he's at least got the number 3 secured. That's the most important bit of news there. So it's a question of can Masters go from number 3 to number 2 for this year.
A new leader for this session. Then we're on board with him at the moment. Hudson Barker Dix there with a 46.5. Very nice lap there indeed. 6 laps into the session, we were seeing about 12, 13, 14 laps, what we'd expect to see in these qualifying stints. Already near enough makes no difference at the halfway mark for this one already, so we should start to see those quick times really tumble in if drivers have tried to get as much clean air as possible, or things might bunch up again towards the end of the session.
Whilst I'm on my drop scores nerd rant.
It wouldn't be a commentary with Andrew Mather without some drop scores nerd rant.
Nerd rant. This is why I like counting best 14 instead of best 12 at this stage of the season, because Leo Jackson's not here today, which means all of his 0 scores today are drops. It means a few of his drops that are a few of his scores that are currently noted as drops on the best 12 scores become live again.
Right, yes.
I only like counting something as a drop once I know it absolutely, definitely is a drop. If that makes sense, ladies and gentlemen. Shall we talk about some qualifying instead of drop scores? Because it's very close out there. Jack Whitehouse at the moment has gone to the top of the timesheets with a 46.413. That's pretty useful. That should be the kind of time that gets Whitehouse into a pre-A final. Ooh. The question is, how far up the order? There is Salvador Newman. I think I saw a comment saying this is Salvador's last day in Club 100. So Salvador Newman looking to have a good, strong finish. And at the moment, 2nd place in this session will do. 46.265. That's good pace. That is good pace. We'll see whether it's good enough to hold in 2nd in this group, but I think it's at least going to be in the top 18, going by typical trends around this place. Who else is improving out there? Liam Martin Bradley has nicely put himself into 5th place in this group on a 46.433. This one's ramping up, I feel, Reeve. Lots of blue lap times as Masters goes fastest. 46.238, but as soon as we say that, he loses it. Salvador Newman, 46.121. This can happen sometimes around Buckmore Park, Reeve, that all of a sudden, we've gone into the afternoon now, 12:37 local time. It feels to me like the track has just switched on that little bit.
It has. We were seeing threats of it earlier on in the previous qualifying session, but it was happening too late. Now we've got a good few minutes to get some decent laps in, and we are seeing, as you say, fastest laps tumbling towards us. We've got Samuel Masters just improved, Jack Whitehouse, Salvador Newman, Charlie Wainwright, 46.1 at the moment, and he's looking like he's on another good one. We're on board at the moment with the number 40 of Hudson Gordon Huntley at the moment. He's just gone a 19.3 through the first, a 13.7 through the second sector, but it's actually Dan Shaw who leapfrogs in front of him to take 5th in this session so far.
Very good. So, best part of 3 minutes to go. As you mentioned, Dan Shaw has shot up the order, 46.411. That's quicker than what we saw anyone lower than 7th place did in the first session, i.e. that's a good indicator of going through to the Brie A final directly. Wainwright still fastest, 46.101. Remember, the benchmark is Max Chapman's 45.951, which was right at the end of the first group, and we've still got 2.25 minutes of this one to go. Newman comes over the line. It's another 46.4. Goes no quicker than the lap time that we've seen from the number 12 driver so far. Track limit warning for the number 22 of Charlie Foster. Looks to me, Reeve, as if Newman and Masters are just trying to get into a bit of a rhythm to help each other towards the end of this session. They have got time to play with 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing that as well from Charlie Wainwright, our current leader in this session. He had some traffic to negotiate with, has got ahead of that traffic now, so should be able to get another fast lap in, and it looks to be the case so far. A 19.2 through that first sector, being matched by some of his rivals there, though it is still speeding up as we head towards the end of that session. I think the 45.9 is going to be very likely indeed. An unfortunate penalty there for Max Andrews, though, racing under yellows once again. The stewards are going to be keeping a keen eye on that all day, so we don't want to see too many more of those if we can avoid it. On board with Salvador Newman at the moment. That last lap doesn't improve, but is looking consistent. It's a 46.2 on that last lap, and sometimes now as we start to think about moving on towards the racing part of the day, that consistency is going to be more important if you've already put on a good show here in qualifying.
Oh, absolutely, particularly on a day where we know it's going to be tight. So many of these drivers know this place well. Likely we will see a track limit warning coming in for Samuel Masters very soon. Charlie Foster goes to P3 in this group, 46.220, and Newman goes fastest in group, 46.072. Good work there by Salvador Newman, who's had the majority of his appearances this year be in the A races. Had a bit of a dip in form in the mid-season at Ella Park, where he was into the B races, but particularly the last 2 rounds, 3 out of 4 races in the top 8, including a podium at Rowra in the trophy final. This is looking good for Salvador Newman. The question is, can he find that another tenth and a half to take pole position overall?
I think he might be able to. It's a 19.1 through that first sector, matches his previous lap through the second. What can he do now on that last part of the lap? He does not improve, but misses out only by 400ths of a second. Still a mighty effort there. And a penalty coming in there for
Sam Masters.
Sam Masters there. P4 at the moment will drop as a result of that. It is Charlie Wainwright coming home in second. Jack Whitehouse improves late on to take third in this session with a 46.1. Looking very close indeed. Charlie Foster then with the track limits warning. Sam Masters obviously with that penalty. Hudson Gordon Huntley then coming home at P6. That's our top 6 from this session. That does bring an end to the Junior Group B qualifying for this session. Up next we've got some cadets again. And here we are, the cadets out on track now. It's our lightweight Group C competitors who are hoping to fight for a decent result here in qualifying our final cadet qualifying of the, I was about to say morning then, but we have crossed into the afternoon, as you say just a moment ago, Andrew. So here we are then, a big group of karts, 20 karts for our cadets, of course. As we get underway here, big group of karts that will be wanting to separate out. They've got the hairpins where they can try and build up a little bit of a gap before realistically it's going to be quite a quick run down to the start-finish straight. Once again, you don't want to be costing yourself a little bit of time by backing off on the throttle before we run to the start-finish straight, because that momentum is going to cost you big time. So the drivers have pretty much got now to try and separate themselves out, as we have just over 10 minutes to go in this session.
So the news from the sessions so far, if you're just joining us, we've got the aspects of the round and then the aspects of the championship to note through. Pace has been very even statistically across the first two groups. Fastest driver in Group A and overall at the moment is Ellis Cox on a 48.862. The top six in both groups that we've seen so far have all set something below a 49.5. Sixth place in Group A was a 49.484 for Cunningham. In Group B, 49.482 for Cipregi. And it's similarly even at the next cut-off point for a pre-B final. James Wall was 12th fastest in the first group on a 49.831. Harvey Dowler, 49.827 for 12th place in Group B. So those kind of times are what we're looking at the cut-offs for pre-A and pre-B. The other time that we need to keep in our heads in this particular session, Reeve, was a 49.110. That was the time set by Matteo Ehrenfeuchter in Group A. That is the time that Miles Harrison in this group, Group C, will be looking to beat.
Yep.
Because those are the two drivers fighting for the title. We should also remind the folks, shouldn't we, Reeve, of with drop scores very much in play, what is the minimum result that these drivers need to further improve their score? Because if they get like a 15th place in an A final, it's effectively like they may as well have not gone out, because it's going to be a drop score for them. For Matteo, anything that's 6th place or higher in either the pre or the trophy final will see an improvement in the score that we were talking about earlier of the best 14. For Miles, it's 8th place or higher will result in top 14 scores improving from what they currently stand at.
We're in the 49s now then as drivers start to set the faster laps. We're looking for those low 49s though, of course, currently being led by Jackson Burge in the 103 kart. Leo Edgar very close behind, actually just dipping into the 49s, but only just with the 49.999 on that previous lap. I do like a good number when it comes to a lap time. I'm a bit of a sucker for it, really.
It's like the fuel pumps. It's effectively 50 seconds, but it looks quicker because it still reads 49. Who have we got out there who are on the first ever run? Hello to Charlie Gelb. Charlie Gelb joins the CLUB100 family this weekend. Leon Canellas as well, who we had a chat to in the Paddock show, which you'll be able to see at the lunch break, or part 1 of the Paddock show. We'll have part 2 as well, which will quickly run out to,
we get to record
after these qualifying sessions are done. And Milo Stewart as well, out for a first run. So those are karts numbers 117, 121 and 122 respectively out there. Gelb currently 14th, Stewart 16th, and Canellas up in 9th.
Just over 6 minutes to go in this session already. It's absolutely flown by. Seen a couple of contact warnings coming in for a couple of drivers here, so it looks like a few drivers haven't been able to find that clear air that they're going to need in this session, really, to try and get a really competitive time in. I think with how competitive CLUB100 has been this season and so far this morning, is it possible that if we don't see some clean running, we might see the Group B and the Group A's actually setting identical, if not slightly quicker times, if we're not able to get a bit of clean running in?
Yeah, I think those cut-offs around for the pre-A and the pre-B finals. Remember, it's the top 18 who go into. There's a bit of a moment there for the 117 of Charlie Gelb. Top 18 combined go into the Pre-A. The next 18 go into Pre-B, and then everybody else goes into the Pre-C final. It's going to be really, really tight, this. I am also just noting Miles Harrison's progress is in 4th place. It's currently set to 49.7. That's not too much of a worry right now because we're still in that phase where the lap times are coming in. That's more like it for Miles Harrison at 49.6. Job one's got to be just getting that Pre-A final. If Harrison misses out on that top 18 cutoff, which is possible when things are on the line, bit of pressure and all the rest of it, that's not good. So Harrison needs a bit more time to be comfortable, albeit being 3rd fastest at the moment in this group, but still 5 minutes of it to go. Penalty for Charlie Gelb for multiple track limits. That's just come in on our board in the commentary box. 5 minutes to go, Reeve. Finley Strang here in the number 60 doing a marvellous job.
Yeah, he is 49.5, but he has just been usurped there by Thomas Baker, a 49.556, and that was with a quite an impressive middle sector there, and in fact that first sector as well, a 20.0. That is class of the field in terms of Sector 1 so far in this session. So once again, I think we're getting to that point where the track just lights up for the drivers here in qualifying.
Important thing here, Miles Harrison is in this group that are on your screens at the moment. There's Finley Strang in the number 60, who's clearly got some pace here today. There is Miles Harrison in number 22, the blue and white helmet with the black and grey suit. Brilliant performance last time out at Warden Law from Miles Harrison. Won the Pre-A final and then followed it up with the Trophy A final to gain a maximum 260 points from the day at Warden Law. He will be targeting that similar kind of performance to throw the challenge over to Matteo Ehrenfeuchter to see if Ehrenfeuchter can follow home in P2 and hold on to that championship lead. It's only 4 points between Harrison and Ehrenfeuchter at this point. My concern, though, my slight worry, Reeve, is we've both been here at Buckmore Park enough times to know that it can change very quickly. If I was in the boots of these drivers right now, I just want to get my lap time in. I wouldn't want to leave it right to the end because one yellow flag, one slight bit of traffic going wrong. There's an urgency here to get on with this and get the lap time in.
Absolutely. I think the only worry with that comes when you've got 19 other karters who are also thinking, I need to get my lap in now. What we need is perhaps a little bit of working together almost out on track, just having that mental aptitude to think, here we go, let's all work together, get a bit of clean air in, we'll all get some decent time out on track and make the most of the 10 minutes that they have out there. Finley Strang certainly is, at the moment, leads the session by 0.3 of a second. All the time seems to have dropped away a little bit, as we say. Maybe we've just come back into that phase of qualifying now, which we saw earlier on actually in some of our qualifying sessions where everyone's closing up once again. The track is looking good, but unfortunately there just isn't enough room on this marvellous circuit. The
good thing for drivers, if they've got to remember as well, you can overtake round here.
Yeah.
There's some circuits that you go to where you've got to be a bit more patient. There's like a Rye House, for example, qualifying is probably a little bit more important than it is here. But it's again, you've got to be in the race. You've got to be in the race first to make it count. Harrison goes down the inside of the number 30 of Faraz Adra. That's fine. That's a good bit of urgency to get on with it and get up the road and get a bit of track position. 2 minutes to go in this session. Jackson Burgess just got a track limit warning, the number 103. Finley Strang. The thing is, no one's setting blue lap times at the moment, Reeve. The traffic's all getting. It's a bit of almost like a vicious cycle of the track of giveth and taketh away, and then giveth and taketh away again. Nobody's really improving. That's a second contact warning as well for Miles Harrison out there that I've seen on the board. It's a bit scrappy out there at the moment.
It absolutely is. Speaking of scrapping, it looks like Finley Strang has been able to fight his way through some of that pack, though. He's got a bit of pressure from behind. Miles Harrison, though, with that fantastic lap, as you say, a blistering performance through that second sector, 14.3, improves with the personal best through the final as well, 49.1.
It's not pole, but it's a ball game. That's what Miles Harrison needed. 49.110 is what Matteo Ehrenfeuchter did in Group A. 49.124, yes, it's a deficit, but they're in that same region. Harrison will now know that he can put the title leader, the championship standings leader, under a bit of pressure. This is a key stage of the session now as well. 50 seconds to go. There's a little bit of traffic for Finlay Strang and Miles Harrison to deal with here. It's the 1:17 of Charlie Gelb. This could be their last opportunity. What are the lap times? They're not quicker. Leo Edge has gone up to 3rd place. Adi Manu's put in a good lap there as well, P4. Thomas Barker in 5th. These are where the lap times are coming in. They're starting to get into that 49.5 region that we've been talking about in terms of getting through into the Pre-A final. Was Harrison held up a little bit there? This is the last lap. This is the last opportunity for these drivers in what could be a key qualifying session in the story of this year's Club 100 Cadet Lightweight Championship. Still 10 seconds remaining on the clock. But for all of these drivers, this will be it. They're not going to get round to Cafe Corner and across the line before the checkered flag comes out. Who else can improve? Matthew Lederer has just gone up to P10. That might be good to get through to a Pre-B final for Matthew Lederer on his return. Checkered flag is out. Harrison goes no quicker. That's not a surprise. Mason Turner puts it into 3rd place. A 49.329. That's a decent effort from the driver in the number 59. Is anybody else going to improve out there? What can Lewis Tracy do? What can Jackson Burge do? They're 7th and 8th at the moment. There across the line is Edison Polhill, who stays 18th. Bobby Peters is still out there as well. Burge goes no quicker, stays P7. Lewis Tracy still to come across the line as Cooper West stays P14. Lewis Tracy there stays 8th. So not many changes right at the end, but the crucial thing in terms of championship, it is game on between Aaron Feuchter and Harrison. We've got one more session to go in these qualifyings. Cadets lightweights are done. Junior lightweights are next.
So here we are then. We saw some fabulous competitive stuff from the Cadet Group C. Let's see what the Junior Lightweight Group C competitors can do now. Just over 10 minutes in this session. The final qualifying running that we will have for you all today as we have a look at a fence post. There is a very nice fence post. There's plenty of lovely bits of...
high quality fence posts.
There's plenty of lovely high quality infrastructure here at Buckmore Park, and of course they're getting some more.
And there's more coming. No,
yeah.
I love that segue. Yeah, I really like the look of the new clubhouse, and look forward to seeing the work on that. If you missed out on it, Instagram, go have a look at the video on the Instagram on the Buckmore Park account. Very exciting times, and from a commentary perspective, hello to John Ratcliffe if he's watching. I saw his comment. Will the new clubhouse have a commentary box?
Oh,
I'm going to second that question. Phil Ling, if you're listening. I will say, it's not that this place is bad for commentary.
No, it's
we
a
have
great
a beautiful
box.
view in the John Button suite here of the carts coming up round Cafe Corner, and there is decidedly worse commentary positions in the country. And this is the difficult thing with Buckmore Park because of the 2 levels.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty much nigh on impossible to get a spot unless we built a tree house.
Yeah, we had like
at Symes Sweep.
We had a remote commentator
Yeah.
who we could jump to every now and again.
It'd be a bit cold though.
Yeah, it would.
It's just commentators being divas as usual. I don't want a box. I want a proper thing where I've got an aircon unit.
Yeah, that clubhouse does look brilliant though, especially if we get to commentate next to a historic Formula 1 car. I'll be very happy with that.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
I was at a circuit a couple of weeks ago that had Fernando Alonso's 2005.
Ooh.
Well, I don't know if it was real, because I'm a cynical old man. Whenever I see a clean Formula 1 car in a museum, I always have to ask the question, is it real or is it a show car? I can't get excited about a show car, I'm sorry. It's got no history.
Yeah, if you're particularly anarchy, you can tell. But I'm just not going to make the comment I was going to make about the age of Fernando Alonso's car compared to the age of some of the drivers here today.
Don't do it. Make me feel very old. Here's your driver looking to hold on to that number 2 plate. Rory O'Regan. When I say hold on to the number 2 plate, I reckon we'll see Rory in a full senior campaign next year. He's already had a dabble. He's already created a bit of history of winning, because he's at that crossover point where he's eligible for both, of winning both junior and senior races this year. So, yeah, the rest of the seniors, watch out, because this is a driver who has got a lot of pace. It's got a lot of experience in Club 100 machinery. And it's one of the aspects of Club 100 going into 2025 that I'm really looking forward to. You know, the start of the initiative with the juniors was back in 2021 with the Young Drivers Championship, as it was called back then. And we're now starting to see that crossover of drivers who've come up through that, done 2 or 3 years in the junior ranks, now be too old for the junior ranks and are going into seniors. It's changed how the seniors, particularly in the lightweight sprints, and we will have coverage of the lightweight sprints and the heavyweight sprints finale for the seniors back here at Buckmore Park in 2 weeks' time here on Alpha Live. It's changed how it's racing. It's a bit more feisty than it used to be, and we've seen Daniel Munro, the winner of this championship 12 months ago, have some good results in there. We've already seen Rory O'Regan do likewise. I'm very, very intrigued to see who else makes the crossover into seniors for next year. Meanwhile, though, Reeve, in this qualifying session, Rory O'Regan trying to repeat what he did this morning, was fastest in free practice, took pole position here last year with, let me remind myself what the lap time was, 49.799, and right now he's looking pretty good to repeat that.
He is, yeah, 46.22, his best lap that he's just posted on the previous go around. He's actually just improved once again as well with a purple sector 1, 19.2. Has some pressure though. Ben Yangu looking very good out there. Baxter Rawlings and Anthony Roberts all in the mix fighting for that P2. That is actually Baxter's first properly quick lap in this session. Makes up 11 positions in the standings over that previous lap there. So hopefully he continues that momentum later on into this session. We're at that point now where we're in your ideal sweet spot in qualifying. It's not towards the end when you might be bunching up again, but the track should be feeling pretty good and you might have a bit of clean air to run as well. Zach Watson, a nice improvement for Zach there. Beaten though by Ewan Thomas with a 46.4. We're going to see some really quick times tumbling in now, I suspect.
Hello to everybody in the chat. Sorry, we've had some busy qualifying sessions going on here. Hello to Mr. Bullet Dodger. Come on, Cora. I think that's Cora Moore. BN Racing are watching. Hello to Josh Gelb, who's cheering on Charlie Gelb in the previous session. Lee Ripley, Sandra Lopez, TJR, who's I think been doing some of the racing out there today. Has just finished qualifying, and that was a while ago. Andrew McWilliam, hello Andrew. Good to hear from you, mate. Cheering on. I think that might be the number 73 of Ethan Guest. Apologies if I've got that wrong. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. Let us know where you're wearing, what you're watching from. What you're wearing.
Where are you wearing?
Don't do
no,
that.
Yeah,
That's
please, no.
No. Where are you watching
That'll
from?
be something for the 24-hour, perhaps.
Can you tell we were watching Airplane last night?
Oh, don't. I was waiting for someone to mention Airplane.
4 minutes and 45 seconds of this session to go. Rory O'Regan is fastest. Not quite on overall pole yet, but he's getting closer. 46.022. That last lap time. I think at the moment that's good for second place on the grid. So just that 45.951 of Max Chapman to overhaul with just over 4 minutes of the session to go.
So Rory O'Regan still leading that 46.1. Does have some pressure though from Ben and Max Kilby behind. Let's see though, as Rory does go another purple sector once again. He's still carrying that momentum into the session. He's running very nicely. He's actually got an amazing bit of clean air as well. He's heading through the Garda, the double right-hander there, and has no karts anywhere near him at all. He's in a really ideal position in this session.
Is indeed. We'll keep an eye on that lap time as we have a little look at some of the other drivers coming through. 45.957. O'Regan improves 6 thousandths behind Max Chapman's benchmark pace at the moment. Here is the fastest driver in this session. Triple-double winner so far this year in the Junior Championship. What do I mean by that? Has taken Pre and Trophy A finals at the same round 3 times this year. Rye House at the start of the season, Ella Park round 5, and then a few weeks ago up at Rowra, the first ever visit for Club 100 competitions to Cumbria Kart Racing Club. I couldn't be there. I was elsewhere that weekend, but the pictures looked lovely. From Chris Simpson that weekend, who was standing in for our regular photographer Johnny P 5000, John Patterson, he's in the paddock again this weekend. So big thanks to Chris Simpson for pictures from Rowra and Warden-Law. And before the older members of you in the Club 100 family think, no, not that Chris Simpson. He's too old and his knees don't work to get round a paddock and take beautiful pictures. This is the younger Chris Simpson, who's done some very good work this year in the British Kart Championships, and is also a bit of a handy racer himself as part of Commentary's BUKC team. Hello, Chris Senior, if you're watching. Love you. 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
Is it a prerequisite of being part of the BUKC commentary team to not have working knees? Because I'm doing quite well on that front.
That's how you end up in here.
Yeah.
2 minutes of the session to go. Ben Yango, second place at the moment in this group. This is a useful bit of work. And a 46.139. That's going to be comfortable. Yeah, that's going to be definitely into a Pre-A final straight away for Ben Yango. Ben Yango's season has been a bit up and down moving into this year. But was good last time we saw Ben in action. Wasn't at Warden-Law, was at Rowra, 6th and 5th in the A-tier races. So Ben Yango looking to get that again. Maybe break onto the podium today. Hasn't quite had a podium in an A-tier race so far this year. Has visited the podium, but it was for a B final at Ella Park.
Nice improvement there for Rory O'Regan. Goes 45.8 on that last lap. Now still our only driver in the 45s. He's got a bit of traffic to contend with now for the first time in a few minutes, but I don't think that's going to phase him all that much. We've got a bit of a train of karts here as we run up towards the start-finish straight once again. Ben Yango leading this pack.
New pole time has just gone in. Rory O'Regan, 45.817. That is more than a tenth clear of what we saw from Max Chapman in Group A. Right, next challenge for you, Mr. O'Regan. Go and beat your pole time from last year, because you're not quick enough at the moment. 45.799 was the pole time from Rory O'Regan. The last time we saw cadets and juniors at Buckmore Park, it seems remarkable to say that they've only been here in a racing capacity once this year, this weekend. Bollards have been displaced.
Oh.
Harrison Chapman on the move. Displaced is putting it lightly. As
this is at a really pivotal time in the session, actually, as well. These drivers do have to slow down through there.
Yes, absolutely, Reeve. Sorry for cutting across you there. That is going to ruin a lot of people's laps here. Checkered flag is out. Well, that's going to be Rory's excuse for why he was slower.
Oh, so slow there.
There was a Mr. Chapman in the road replacing some bollards, and that will be that. Other key positions. Who's on that cut-off for Pre-A? I think Zach Watson might be in. This is quite a quick group, actually. A number of 46.3s and 46.4s a little bit lower down the order. Harry Law up in the top 10. Rest of the drivers coming over the line. There's Baxter Rawlings over the line. Good to see Baxter back in action. Finishes this session in P12. Rest of the drivers coming. No one improving, which is good to see, because there were yellow flags out through sector number 2.
Potentially stealing a little bit of a last-minute qualifying push here.
Good afternoon to Tim Penny, who says, I thought Buckmore in November was meant to be wet and covered in leaves. The wet bit is optional. It's always got some leafage around, but, we can have... It's not as cold as it usually is. I've had some days down here in a racing capacity where it's effectively like a wet day because the track is so cold. But it's not too bad here today for the cadets and juniors. It won't be for you, Tim, in 2 weeks' time. You will have a deluge because we'll be that little bit later into the winter. A hush falls across the circuit, Reeve, because that is the completion of all the time qualifying. Great pole position there for Rory O'Regan.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a bit of a break now, but next time you see us in the comments box, we'll be ready for some racing action. And
we'll have the paddock shows in between there as well. So yeah, bit of a break now at the circuit. We have finished ahead of schedule. great work from the team. So I suspect we're going to be back in around 45 minutes time, 50 minutes time. Keep it locked here for more racing action, and of course the paddock shows here from Buckmore Park for round 10 of the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round 10 of the Club 100 Cadet and Juniors Championship for 2024. We're here at the wonderful Buckmore Park circuit for this, the final round of the season. I am Reeve Taylor and I am joined by Mr. Andrew Mather. How are you, Andrew?
Good. Yeah, it's going to be a good day today. As you're watching this, ladies and gentlemen, we've just seen the qualifying practices on the live broadcast brought to you by Alpha Live. So we've seen some of the interesting bits already, but we've not seen any of the races yet. That's all to come. And if you're watching this back on YouTube as well for this first part of 2 parts of the Paddock Show,
okay, so
welcome to Buckmore Park. We'll come away from the loudspeaker.
Yeah, let's move away from
and have a chat with some drivers. So as we're standing right now, earlier on Saturday morning, the first of the practice sessions for the cadets is about to go out. Let's have a look and see who we can find and see how they're feeling. And I also, Reeve, today, I always want to catch up with it's the end of the season. How have drivers felt about their seasons, how they feel they've gone, because that's always a good thing to reflect on. We'll have a little chat with Tom Justice as Tom's getting ready for practice session. Tom, last round of the season, all ready to go, feeling good for it?
Yeah, very good. I've come off the back of a few really good rounds now, so I'm hoping for another one today to finish off the season strong.
What are you most proud about with what you've achieved this year?
I mean, my best one was at PFI when won the B final and then came from last to second in the A. That was nice. I've got an A final in pretty much every one, so it's been pretty good. I've had the pace, so I'm enjoying it.
And Buckmore in the autumn, it's not as cold as it can be at this place at this time of year, but have you been out in the earlier practice session, or is this your first time? You think the track's going to be a bit slippy?
I've been out. It's cold, of course. It's quite slippy as well, and I think it'll warm up throughout the day, so that's good. So yeah.
Good stuff. Well, I'll let you get ready. I don't want you to get in trouble with Jimbo. Have a good one, Tom. Thanks for talking to us. Who have you got?
I found another driver to pick on here. We are joined now by Mr. Ben Beresford. How are you feeling in the car today, Ben?
Very nice, yeah. So I haven't been out this morning testing, so this is my first session, but yeah, it should be good.
In fact, I'm led to believe this is your first time out this season, isn't it?
Yeah, I did an evaluation at the start of this year. We moved on to some other things, but we want to get doing this now, so we'll give it a go.
And this is, of course, useful preparation for next season. So what are your thoughts kind of heading into that? Have you got much experience here at Buckmore in particular? Or?
Yeah, I did the Buckmore rental championship last year and did rather well in that. But today is one big practice day for next year, so we'll see how it goes.
Awesome stuff. Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I've had some testing in 2-stroke karts, and obviously these are very similar, so we'll give it a go.
Brilliant stuff. Well, we do hope you enjoy yourself out there, and best luck to you.
Down here with Asan Iqbal in the number 40. Asan, good to see you again. All set to go here at Buckmore?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. Yep.
Is this a track you've driven before? Do you like it?
Yeah, this is my home track basically. I've driven this track a lot before, so yeah.
So as someone who's a bit of a local here, what's important today to get right? Because this track can be very changeable, can't it?
Yeah, you just need to keep your head down, keep focused. It's not good to look behind because then you could easily get distracted and spin out. So it's not. Yeah.
And stepping into Club 100 this year, how have you found it? What have you enjoyed about it?
I've obviously enjoyed the speed, the different tracks, and I feeling very confident and improving a lot. So it's really helped me in my career.
And looking to be back for next year?
Yep.
Which tracks are you looking forward to for next year?
Shennington, Missington, those are the tracks I haven't been to before, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Fantastic stuff. Well, thanks for talking to us, Asan, and best of luck for the rest of the day. I'm very conscious that these guys might be about to go, Reeve, for their practice session.
It's okay.
So let's try and grab a parent. Let's pick on a parent, a random parent of the session.
There we go. Yeah, our first parent.
Because we do like to get their impressions of of what's going on, or a junior. A junior would be good to pick on as well. I think, yeah, the parents are clear in the field. Let's dive in. Let's dive in and see who we can find. Because the other side of the things with it being the end of the season is obviously people will start looking towards 2025. They'll start looking towards next year and what they're looking to do. Let's just pick on a random parent and embarrass them. I'm going to pick on this gentleman here. Sir, how are we doing today?
Yeah, good, thank you, good.
Who are we supporting here today?
This is Callum here, is a junior lightweight. So
Callum, how many laps have you done up to now?
Did the pre-event test, was okay, just getting back used to the track and ready for practice and quali.
And the track as well, enjoying it so far?
Yeah, it's one of my favourites. So yeah, it's just I'm enjoying it.
And back to your dad. As a parent, CLUB100 for you, what's the appeal?
I think it's the ability to access the sport without having to sell a kidney, basically. It makes it cost effective, and we can try it out. We can try different tracks. We can compete at a high level. But I'm able to access it. That's the key thing, really.
And looking to maybe have another go next year?
Yeah, we booked him already for next year. So Callum's just turned 16, so we're going to try some of the senior stuff next year as well. But the Junior Southern Championships, the main effort next year.
Good stuff. Well, thanks guys for talking to us. I've lost my. Oh, there you are.
I just vanished. And
you vanished from behind me.
And
we've not talked to a junior yet today, so I'm thinking we pick on one of them now. There's a gaggle of them right ahead of us.
They were quite eager for an interview. So I think.
Well, if they were very eager, crack on, Reeve. We'll see who you can talk to.
Here we go. Then you were asking for an interview, and now you'll get an interview. So here we are. You've just had qualifying in our continuity. Who would like to go first? Okay, we're just waiting for a couple more, so it seems. So who have we got here then?
Jack, Ollie, Sal, Dan, Max, Harry.
And how have you found the season so far?
Really good in some races, not so good in the others.
Which ones in particular do you think you'd rather forget about?
Well, I've got to think now. Ella Park. I'm gonna forget about Ella Park.
Never happened then, you watched it here.
Yeah, never happened.
So what are the feelings going into Buckmore Park then?
I'm confident, but not super confident. So hopefully I'll get a final today.
Fantastic stuff. How about everyone else? How are we all feeling?
All right, I guess. Not had a great season. I made too many mistakes.
So maybe building on into 2025 then?
Yeah, definitely. Doing the same again, doing junior again. Oh, the whistle's just gone.
Fantastic stuff. Well, we've just got a few cars getting away now as our cadets are making their way out onto track. The group has grown, but if we're going to run out of time, I think we tried to grab everyone out on track. So it looks like Andrew is being hidden by some of those.
That's the biggest group of juniors I've ever seen keen to be on camera. It's like, it shows you they're built a little bit different here in CLUB100. Let's have a chat with Leon, who's one of our debutants here today. Leon, great to have you here, Leon Canals. What's brought you to CLUB100?
I just wanted to, go in a faster kart really, and yeah, it's been really good. And I'm enjoying it so far.
What experience have you had before? A bit of indoor, perhaps?
Yeah, indoor, outdoor, really, just rentals. But yeah, this has been really good. It's a step up, definitely, and it's been good.
As your first time, what would be the aim today? What are you hoping to achieve? Maybe getting up into the A final?
Yeah, hopefully that would be the plan. But see how it goes. Not too bad in practice, but hopefully I'll get quicker throughout the day.
And what's it like racing? I say this is a very high quality field. It's a championship decider today as well. Do you reckon you can get in amongst it and maybe make it a bit difficult for some of those drivers pushing for championship today?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, if I'm on the pace, then I definitely would want to make a challenge. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Are you hoping to be on the grid for 2025 as well?
Yeah, we'll see. Not too sure yet, but if this goes well today, then maybe we'll make a start in 2025.
Fantastic. Thanks for talking to us, Leon. Appreciate time. I think we're going to go back to the big gaggle of
I've been drawn once
juniors
to the big, massive group of juniors here, mainly because of these magnificent sunglasses. Is there a story behind them?
Basically, went Turkey once, £5 just from like a random corner shop, and then brought them to, I think, Landau, and I've just kind of brought them to every round since, and everyone loves them. So I've got like 50 pictures already of everyone wearing them. So
Oh, fantastic. Bit of a good luck charm then.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, some people don't do well with them, but, you know, it's just not my fault, so.
I don't think you're going to be needing them too much today, though, if I'm honest. This is going out just after we've had qualifying, and I can already feel a couple of spits of rain, so wet Buckmore qualifying, how would you be feeling about that?
All right. Like, I'm not I've like driven Buckmore in the wet once, and it wasn't the best, but, you know, I'll be better this time, that's for sure. I'll do better than him, so.
Well, he's busy tucking into his breakfast there. What are you eating for breakfast today?
Bacon and egg butty.
Bacon and egg butty. I'm not going to disturb him too much while he's trying to finish his meal, but thank you very much, gents. Enjoy your time karting today. Right, we've lost Andrew. He's over there.
Hello, Reeve. I'll get my microphone on. We've got some of our cadets, and we've got Ethan. Guys, how are we feeling? Ethan, starting with yourself. Good today?
Yeah, really confident. Yeah, it's a good track to race at, and this is where I started, so yeah.
So another local.
Local. It was the academy. It's my first time in one of these karts, but yeah, it'll be a good race today.
But you're definitely a driver who knows this track well. That's going to be a thing for quite a few drivers today, I suspect.
Yeah, I mean, been practicing on kart sim for quite a long time, so yeah, looking forward to it and hopefully have some pace.
Good stuff. Yourself?
Yeah, local here, home track, started Bambino's here, so hopefully really looking forward to it. Third in testing, only a 10th off Miles Howson, who's one of the top 3 in the championship at the moment, so I'm really happy with it. So hopefully in qualifying and practice I can still be up there, maybe qualify top 10 in the A's, maybe get a trophy. You never know.
And you've been having some good results here at Buckmore Park in...
Summer Championship, just won it a few weeks ago, finished first, and in the final round it was raining like hell. I finished first by like 8 seconds, and then win the championship by 20 points after the first round last week. So really hoping I can win the winter as well. Since I won the summer, maybe I can win both and be the first one in a long time to win them.
Fantastic. In the absence of Howard Mitchell, I've got a very important question to ask. It's a bit cold here today, isn't it? What's our favourite food or drink to warm ourselves up on a cold day at Buckmore Park?
Hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate?
Hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate?
Hot chocolate.
Hot chocolate?
Hot chocolate.
4 rounds of hot chocolate. Thank you very much. The cafe will be very happy with that. Hot chocolate shares go through the roof. Thank you, guys. We'll move back in. I want to have a chat with some more juniors before we wrap up this first part of the Paddock show. I want to try and catch a thought with some of our. We had a chat there with Ayrton and Ethan Guest. I want to chat with some of our championship contenders because it is a big day for them. Obviously some of them are out on circuit right now for their test session. Junior lightweights decided. Big congratulations to Bobby McGurr, which I'm sure we'll have mentioned already. He wrapped the championship up at the last round at Warden Law. Bit of a curious situation in that it was actually similar to what we saw 12 months ago with Daniel Monroe. A bit of a difficult day for Rory O'Regan at Warden Law meant that the points just slipped away from him a little bit, meant that Bobby McGurr sealed the title. And we should also say as well, if we've not had a chance to, because of course Bobby qualified for the junior lightweights, having won the British Indoor Karting Championship last year. Their national finals are this weekend at Warrington. They've got a broadcast going for that as well. Now, of course, we're a little bit biased. We'll say lock it in here with us at CLUB100, but do go and have the watch of the BIKC Nationals as well. The links for that are on the CLUB100 Facebook page.
Absolutely, yeah. Of course, victors in that championship find themselves
get an entry into this for the whole season next year. Who else can we find?
We've got that big group of junior karters
they keep
once
following
again
us
who
around
follow us around, yeah.
They're being too attentive. I think we want to talk to somebody else down the front. I want to try and catch Rory O'Regan because I'd say he's unfortunately missed out on having a chance of winning the title again, but he has still got the job of securing second place in the championship. I saw him hanging around earlier, but I'm not sure he's still here. I want to try and get some more thoughts of. I'm going to give you your first opportunity of asking a random parent what they think of CLUB100, Reeve.
Ah, fantastic.
There's a gentleman there in a lovely Aston Martin coat that I think you should talk to.
Good choice. Designated random parent here.
Good morning.
How have you found Buckmore so far today?
Love it. Love Buckmore. It's a great track.
Fantastic. Come here often then?
I don't. The boys do. Yeah. They love it. I think it's got every kind of aspect. It's got the bends, it's got the undulations. It's a good track.
Yeah, certainly a favourite of mine as well. Who are you here today supporting?
I've got my eldest son, Max, behind us here.
Fantastic. We might see if we can have a chat with him in just a moment, but how's it been from your point of things then over this season?
It's been a great season for us. It's our first outdoor karting experience. We were recommended CLUB100 as an entry, which has been brilliant for us. And to come from just mid-pack to now fighting at the front, they've had a brilliant season and learnt a lot from it too.
Yeah, the amount of progression and building you see early on in a Carter's career is fantastic. Yeah, so it looks like we'll be seeing you back in 2025 then?
Yes, yeah, we've already signed for the seniors, as Max is 19 next year, so we have to move up category, but yeah, we're already signed in.
Brilliant stuff. Well, best of luck in your future endeavours. Thank you. And, yeah, I can feel a couple of spots of rain now. Obviously, this has just taken place after qualifying, so this means that we could be having a wet qualifying up in just a moment, and we've got a quick chat with Andrew here.
Yeah, with Dan Treadwell. Dan, difficult position for you here. You're at the front of the queue for the qualifying practice session, which means, and I know you've had a bit of a run out already this morning, but you're the first to sample any of the conditions out there, and it can be a little bit slippery at this time of year.
Yeah.
Well, the glasses are coming in again.
Glasses are coming in.
Do these make you go quicker?
Of course they do. Give me a couple tenths more. But yeah, going out first, it'll always be more difficult because you've got everyone else behind you. But you've got to kind of hold the pace, trying to understand the track better, and just try and just use my experience to it. I came here at the start of the year when it was wet, but it's a lot different today because it's more dry. But also just got to watch out, really.
How would you summarise your 2024 season?
Ups and downs. I've been in the A final a couple times, B final. I've made my way up from the back of the Bs up to the top. Had some unlucky bits as well, but yeah, it's been good all round.
What would you say you've learnt the most along the way?
This is my second year, so 100% I would say the lines and learning off better people, I would say. But probably the most I've learned is just the new tracks and just in general, because there's been so many new tracks this year, so it's been good.
I love your lid as well. We always love a good lid design on the commentary. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, it's from it says on the back, I forgot the name.
Triple C Paintwork.
Yeah, him. He's really good. He's one of the cheaper ones as well. He's just come back. He does cars and helmets, and he's just really wanting to do more helmets more than cars now. So he's really good. I would recommend him.
Good stuff. We'll let you get ready for your session. We always love a good lid of the day. That's a definite contender for lid of the day.
I'm going to say, I assume you've started.
Yeah. How many minutes have we got? We got a few minutes left, I think.
I think so. Yeah. I can feel some rain starting to come down.
This is what Buckmore does at this time of year.
Microclimate.
It's a proper microclimate, and even to the point of the halves of the two circuits. And I mean, long-term viewers of CLUB100 will go, "Oh goodness me, Andrew's going to start talking about the split circuit again." But particularly on a day like today, down here through Paddock, through the Damon Hill, Little King, Garda, this part of the circuit dries out. And there'll be a fair amount of grip down here, but sometimes, particularly if we have had a bit of rain, this week it's not been too bad. The top end of the circuit on the plateau, because of the trees, they provide shade, but also they hold a lot of the moisture up there. So that's why I was, to a degree, asking Dan about the challenge of going out first, because you're the first person to see the top end of the circuit. I know from being in that position myself back a few years ago, it's very, very easy to get things wrong. We're thinking, oh, there's loads of grip down here. You then get to the top where the track's just that little bit cooler, and that's where you can see the track bite.
Yeah, it will be interesting to watch as it develops throughout the day. I do believe, though, we are ready to get back and get to some racing now for this afternoon.
We're going to see the end of part one and then part two of the Paddock show. You're going to see in a few moments' time here on the Alpha Live broadcast, and then
I've got the
we'll go back to racing.
side by side. Who's going to be the bigger man? Oh, big off! Straight in the gravel trap, both cars out.
Is it going to work for Sean? He slides up the inside, it's getting very close, he's not made it.
Have you ever seen a championship decided like that?
Welcome back, part two of the Paddock show. We've got another huge group of juniors who are waiting that we'll have a chat with. I'm going to pull Baxter Rawlins in first. Baxter, how did your qualifying go?
Got disqualified.
Why?
Wait.
What was the cause of being underweight in Saturday family-friendly language?
I might have went to the toilet before qualifying, so it made me underweight.
It's easy to do. I've done it myself. It's terrible, but you're going to have to race from the back now.
I am. I'm going to push through, though. C final should be pretty easy, seeing where I was qualified.
So last to first challenge is underway. Well done, guys. We'll catch you in a bit. I want to try and catch some of our championship protagonists.
Yes, I've had a quick hunt for them and I can't see them. I think everyone's hiding because it's lunchtime.
Or they're just eating. They're just getting up to
yeah, but who'd want to eat the lunch when they could have a chat to us?
I know. It's how rude. Yeah, for some of the drivers out there, I think it's been some good qualifying sessions. Very close once again.
Yeah.
In terms of those times, Reeve.
Yeah, competitive is the word I'd use really for all 6 of those sessions then. They were all within tenths of each other, or hundredths rather.
I want to try and find a driver who's not been disqualified from qualifying. Who have we got here?
Leo Edger.
Leo, good session. So third place?
Third in my quali, yeah.
So that should have you put comfortably into the pre-A final. What are we thinking?
I think I'm starting 11th, which is good, because once you're in the A final, you can't really go back down. So.
And this is a circuit where you can overtake as well. Are you comfortable into those braking zones?
Yeah, I like this circuit. It's probably my home circuit for CLUB100, so yeah, I race here a lot.
When did you first race here?
Can't remember. For about 3 years ago, in Club 100, I think.
And what is it about the Club 100 karts and the Club 100 family that you particularly like?
I don't know, it's just very welcoming, and like you're surrounded by good drivers, so there's no like people shoving you off. It's just competitive.
And what are you thinking of doing next year? Another year of Club 100, or are you maybe moving into other things?
Moving up to super lightweight juniors, so that should be good. A bit more powerful karts.
Indeed. So I say the junior super lightweights back here later, well, at the start of next year. Best of luck, Leo, and best of luck for today.
Thank you.
Good stuff there. Good to talk to a driver who's had a good qualifying, has been legal,
has had a meaningful qualifying. I've still been trying to look for a few others. The issue is I'm very conscious I've got a hot mic and I don't just want to run towards someone and then you just hear the panic screams.
They might tell us about their toilet activities again. So let's head on in to see if there's anyone hanging around in the paddock. There's a child on the floor. Well done, Darren, for dodging around
those sessions were very thoroughly enjoyable. I think the big takeaway for me was it's all well and good setting a good lap once you've got some clean air, but track management and racecraft is going to be really important this afternoon, I think.
Yeah, it's a very, very tricky circuit to get it right. I want to see if we can have a chat with Ollie White, if that's okay. I'll leave you to do the honours on this one, Reeve. If you want to go and chase him.
I don't want to run on camera, that's all.
Are you a bit of a James May? Don't run on
I'm
camera.
James May in many ways. Let's see. Ollie White.
Ollie White, come over here.
Have you got a moment to have a chat with Alf Live? Got a moment to have a chat with Alf Live?
Oh, no.
No, he's having his hat stolen instead. This is going very well. So, how are things in qualifying then?
Close sub into the A final, P2 and B. Not too bad. Wish those last laps didn't have yellows, but you know, not too sad. First one start.
Yeah, we did see towards the end of the Group A final then the Group A qualifying, it didn't quite work out for some of those drivers on those fast laps. Was the track feeling good though?
Yeah, the kart felt amazing as well. Just a lot of straight line speed, engine was on point. That's it really. Came together almost.
Fantastic stuff. So feeling confident then heading into the racing, what are your hopes?
Just to make the A final. Haven't done it all season, been close quite a few times, but P2 and the B's got to hold it on the outside, work with the guy in front, get in the A final.
Sounds simple, but I'm sure it's much harder than that. Wish you the best luck for the racing this afternoon.
I'm going to say we continue on and see if we can.
It's your turn to run.
Yeah, well, I'm not running. I'm not running because I'm like James May. I'm not running because I'm too old and large. I want to try and get thoughts of drivers who clearly having a little bit of a track walk. This is something that I always quite like about the Cadet and Junior break. It just gives us a bit of an opportunity to go out and circuit. And I want to know what the track's driving like. Come on in. How's track looking? What have you learnt from your track walk?
It's good.
How did qualifying go?
All right. 18th in B.
So have some good fun from 18th in the B, basically.
Send it hopefully.
What would be your target? Top 10?
I mean, like, I'd like to win, but yeah, top 10 probably from 18th would be good.
Is there quite a bit of nervous energy when you've done your qualifying and you've now got the weight before the race?
I mean, kind of, I guess.
And the season as a whole, how would you rate the season?
Good. Yeah, aiming for a win. Very close.
And who's helped you to get down here today? Who'd you like to thank?
My parents.
Good stuff. Right, well,
there have
hang
been
on a
some
minute.
developments.
Reeve's got a donut.
There have been some developments. We have got a birthday boy here who's very kindly gifted me a donut. I'm not going to eat it because that would be very unprofessional. The rain is starting to come down on us now as well.
Little bit.
No. How was it feeling after qualifying then, birthday boy?
I feel rather good. I've had a nice donut, so I feel energised, quite relaxed. You know, I'm looking forward for the pre-final. Started 7th in B. So better than expected. Hopefully, we will P1 and B, pre-final, P1, and then we'll move on to the A final, and then I'll get P1 in A final because I'm just that good. There you go.
I like the confidence. So how's the track feeling?
Track is feeling sublime. I really like this corner as well when you're coming down the hill.
Sime sweep.
Sime sweep, yeah. And then it's very grippy, even in these cold conditions. But I really like it. It's really good. Yeah.
Fantastic stuff. What are your hopes for the afternoon then?
Just to do well. Try not to mess anything up. Because if I do, we're very sad. It's a very sad birthday.
That's not what we want, is it? I've gained a donut.
I don't think I've ever heard a driver describe the track as sublime before. That's one of my favourite interviews I've seen in 2024.
Would you like a donut?
Would I like a donut? Is the Pope Catholic? Of course I'd like a donut. Are there any left?
I would get one for you.
Bribery.
Excellent.
We do accept bribes, as it turns out.
I say 80% of the time a bribe to the commentary box prevents the commentary curse, particularly at this circuit. Let's walk the wrong way up the track. That feels like a sensible thing to do.
Yeah, definitely some rain coming down now.
It's a little bit of mist, little bit of mist in the air for the drivers that'll just... It's almost that uncertainty rain. I don't think it's heavy enough that it'll actually affect the track surface, especially once we get running around. I think it could make the run down here through Symes and into Pullman's a bit tricky, because we've talked a bit about track limits so far today. We've not talked too much about track limits in terms of this part of the track, though, because you can pick up a track limits warning for running a little bit too far to drivers left. The white line as standard is where you need to have at least 2 wheels inside. There is a fair amount of grip down, though, which will be helping the drivers to just hold the line, to straddle through, not quite touching the end of the barrier there. But you do want to get as close as you can to that part of the circuit to hold yourself to drivers left, open up Paddock corner for the right-hander, because it's such an important corner to set yourself up for Garda.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot of overtaking, I believe, into Garda today, because there's a good amount of grip down the inside.
Yeah, we were seeing drivers were quite confident in being able to just kind of throw the cart in late on the brakes, and it seemed to stick. So
it's one of those. We had a BUKC test here last week, and we were doing a bit of tuition with the drivers to say that actually, especially in these low grip conditions, you can attack this part of the circuit too much. If you carry too much speed into say right here, you then can't get the run into Paddock right on the left-hander and get that nice straight line braking. So yeah, lots for the drivers to think about. You can see one of our seniors there, Mr. Ed Barrs, doing a bit of driver tuition. Here's a man I want to speak to, as a donut has been provided to me. Thank you very much. Miles, that was a bit tense for us in the box, that qualifying session. What was it like for you in the kart?
It was right, so it could have been better. So I was just losing a bit time on the straights. Getting to the corners could have been better. It was all right for quali.
And championship campaign, third 2 years ago, second last year. Can you take that big step and take the P1?
I hope that's what I'm aiming for. For example, I've had my ups and downs, but right now, there's only 2 competitors for the championship win, and I am one of them.
And you're coming off a good result at Warden Law last time, the first time the cadets and juniors had been to Warden Law. What was that like as a circuit, and how do you deal with that as a driver, a new track?
I love the track, to be honest. It was amazing with all the tight corners, the sweeping lefts and rights. Just amazing track.
Well, best of luck, Miles. We do wish you the best of luck for this afternoon. We'll have a chat with Zane Perry. Zane, really good qualifying there. You must be pleased with that.
Yeah, I think I could have done better, but I want to aim for a podium in the final.
Do you know where you'll be starting from for the Pre-A?
Yeah, I'm starting P8.
P8, so you can do something from there. You know, even if you get into the top 5 in this race and then move forward for the trophy.
Yeah, like, I'm hoping to keep my line at turn 1 since I'm on the outside.
It can be a bit tricky on that outside line. You've got to have a lot of patience, particularly on that first lap round here.
Yep.
And season, as I've been asking the few drivers, this season as a whole, you happy with it?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I'm aiming for a better one next season.
Sticking with cadets?
Yeah.
So looking to build on that experience. And what do you think of the calendar for next year as well?
I think it's pretty good.
Good stuff. Reeve, any other questions for our cadets? You've not tucked into your donut yet.
I have not. No, I've tried to hold away from the donut. I am conscious of time. I think we've got to get ready to get back to some racing following a quick short break. We've got some donuts to eat as well.
Donuts.
So thank you very much for watching, everyone. And welcome back to the action, ladies and gentlemen. And we did have some donuts. They were very nice donuts
They were very
indeed.
good.
Yes, they were. They were sprung upon us pretty much, but
yeah. And guaranteed victories now.
Oh,
we don't specify what race the victory will be in. It could be a C final, but a win's a win. We've had a bit of time before we get into the racing. A quick preview, really, of the schedule for the rest of this afternoon. So everyone gets 2 races at least, starting with the pre-C final for the Cadet Lightweights. We'll run Cadet Junior back and forth all the way through the afternoon. So pre-C finals, then the pre-Bs, the pre-As. Remember, the top 2 in those repechaging races, the C-level races and the B-level races, top 2 go up to the next grid. And then, of course, we then have the repeat of that this afternoon as well for the trophy finals. I can hear John Patterson in my ears down at turn 1, who'll be capturing resplendent colours round the circuit this afternoon, Reeve. Not just of the drivers, but the beautiful trees here, which are holding onto their leaves.
Yes.
There's not as many of them as there were last week. I think last week was peak autumnal photography conditions. But there he is, John Patterson on the left. Probably can't realise that we're talking about him, but one of the best karting photographers in the land.
He's looking very autumnal, as you say. I haven't really looked up from a screen, really, until just about now. But yeah, it's that crossover point in the year when we're not quite at freezing temperatures and constant rain. We had some spits again, just like we did in part 1 of the Paddock Walk. We had some spits again when we were chatting to some of the drivers post-qualifying, but nothing wants to be hitting too heavily, which is good.
Yeah, so it's like very light mist in the air. Nothing, as we said in the Paddock Walk and a little bit of the track walk as well. Nothing that would concern the drivers at all, I think, once they get up to speed. A bit of parish notices. Of course, all the races here this afternoon. We've also got action in 2 weeks' time back here at Buckmore Park for the seniors' last round of the Sprints Championship. We're ready for some racing. Cadet Lightweight Pre-C Final is up next. So let's have a look at the grid then for this Cadet Lightweights Pre-C Final. Top 2 go through to the Pre-B Final. Benjamin Beresford and Harley Whitmore, start on the front row. Tom Goulois and Charlie Gelb on row number 2. Tim Shahini down 4 places, unfortunately, after a post-qualifying penalty, starts 5th on the grid alongside Leon Canelas, that's row 3. Josh Taylor and Asan Iqbal go from row 4. Theo Brown and Leo Ryan start on row 5. Essa Rashid and Milo Stewart, 2 debutants on the 6th row of the grid, are ahead of Peter Lee and Edison Polehill. That is your 7th row. Bobby Peters and Oliver Renshaw, 15th and 16th on the grid, row 8. Row 9, Bailey Collins and Ben Rydquist. Thomas Hudson and Oscar Blakeman are next up, completing the top 20 there on row 10. Cora Moore and Lucas Homewood start on row 11. 22 strong field.
Yep, 22 casters getting ready to get away for our first racing of the day. Still behind this pace cart for now, we're trying to get everyone grouped up and ready to go in their right position to make sure that everyone is safe and ready to go racing.
Results so far this season. Well, for Ben Beresford, this is a debut, so no racing data to suggest any form there. For Harley Whitmore, it's pretty much the same situation. So the drivers out there for... Apologies, I know why their numbers weren't popping up on screen because I was looking at completely the wrong tab of notes. Apologies, folks. Let's try that one again. Ben Beresford, I was correct. Yes, debut, of course. Harley Whitmore looking to be back in the B finals.
And that is the pace car away. We go down the tram lines. Everyone has to stay in order as we are racing here for the first time today at Buckmore Park. It is a good getaway for everyone. Everyone seems to have made it through relatively cleanly there, as we do have Benjamin Beresford in the lead of this race. Sorry, no, we do not at all.
Yeah, it's a bit tight in the middle of the pack there. 3-4 wide. This is the number 25 of Timmy Shahini who's come through. And there's a bit of a coming together at hairpin number 2 on the first lap. Numerous drivers involved in that one. But Timmy Shahini, who started 5th on the grid, was faster than those ahead in time to qualify, but had a 4-place deduction for an incident, so for something that happened out there during timed qualifying. So on pure pace, it's not a massive surprise to see Shahini through to the lead of this race. 11 minutes for all of these races this afternoon. No +1 lap. Lap 1 complete. Shahini leads. Taylor P2. Canellas on debut P3. Beresford, the pole sitter, down to 4th place. Moved down the inside. Canellas goes for 2nd place and gets it.
And this is an ideal race start for our top 4 here. Because of that incident that happened at the second hairpin just a lap ago, the field's been spread out ever so slightly. They've been able to break away.
Penalty, and it's one for the driver going for the race lead. Leon Canellas, I thought this was the case, broke formation. You called it absolutely spot on there, Reeve, that the drivers have got to stay in the tram lines all the way to the start line. It's a subtle difference in, say, owner racing, where as soon as the lights go out, you can move out of the tram lines. And of course, as in series that have got, you know, more CCTV cameras, things of that description, that is not present here. You have to stay in the tram lines all the way to over and through the start-finish line. Canellas did not, so that is going to be a 2-place penalty, if I'm not mistaken, for Canellas. So even if Canellas was to win this race on the road, P3 is the best that Canellas can hope for now, which would be pole position for the Trophy C final. Canellas having a little look down the inside there of Shahini through Symes and into Pullman's. Shahini wise to it though, good line, holds onto the race lead.
Yeah, takes that defensive line and into the first part of Garda. Lose it though, gets forced out wide through the second part. We go back onto the start-finish straight, and it is Leon Canellas in the lead on the road of this race, of course. He cannot win this race on paper, but Timmy Shahini is not aware of that fact, or is unlikely to be aware of that at this moment in time, so he's still going to be trying to fight for it as hard as he can. Now, let's not forget Josh Taylor in the mix here as well. These 4 are really gunning for it now. Milo Stewart, fastest lap of the race so far. He's got a bit of clean running, but we're having a look at the battle for the P1 here. It's 4 drivers competing for it at the moment. Leon Canellas leads from Josh Taylor. Timmy Shahini drops down to 3rd. Under pressure from Benjamin Beresford here, potentially, as we run down the Symes sweep. They all go through in quick formation. Now, this battling has allowed the likes of Peter Lee and Theo Brown to catch up just behind as we head into the final sector of the lap. This battle for the first position has just got even bigger.
Has indeed, plenty to play for with 7.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Who's making some nice progress through the field? I can see that Ben Rydquist is up quite a number of positions in the early stages of this race. So, yeah, Rydquist up to P9 now. Here's a look at the number 51 of Theo Brown and the 122 of Milo Stewart. There's the 89 of Peter Lee down the inside. Quite good to see these drivers willing to work together there. You know, not just turning in on one another and having a little bit of silly contact at hairpin 2, recognising there's a long way to go in this race and you've got to keep yourself part of the battle. And the best way of doing that is giving each other space on track.
Yeah, absolutely. These might only be 10, 11-minute races, but there is still a good amount of racecraft that comes into play here, as we saw even from qualifying, really. So good to see that those drivers are demonstrating that. I want to give a shout out to Charlie Gelb there, obviously new to competing with us here at Buckmore, and he's just posted fastest lap of this race so far. He's further down the order, but might be able to make some good progress in the remaining time in this race.
Indeed. Unfortunately, there's been a penalty for Peter Lee out there for loading, it would seem. Oh, round there. Was that the number 51? Didn't quite catch that. I think if it was the 51, that'll be Theo Brown, who was up in 5th place. And yet, Theo Brown has not come through the first sector. Is going to tumble down the order. That is what can happen on a day like today at Buckmore Park. It is dry out there, but the grip level is what I would describe as peaky.
Yes,
you get to the limit very, very quickly, and if you step over the edge of it, you have a bit of a fall.
Especially with how it changes throughout the lap as well. It is really quite tricky there, and it's so heartbreaking when you're in that position of the kart. You're facing the wrong direction. You have to wait for all of those karts to come through until it is safe to rejoin back onto the racing line. No one else did collect them, luckily, and we are able to continue on. Just over 5 minutes to go in this race now. Leon Canellas still leading, expanding his lead actually to just over half a second now from Josh Taylor and Timmy Shahini, our top 3 so far.
Story further down the order, Tom Goulois, Charlie Gelb, Hassan Iqbal and Leo Ryan were all drivers who lost out in the early stages of this first race. There is the number 25 of Timmy Shahini. So right now it would be Josh Taylor and Timmy Shahini going through and onto the back of the grid for the pre-B final. Can they work together as a three to break away? They've got about 6/10 over Benjamin Beresford in 4th place on the road. And of course, are they aware of the situation? Are they aware that the race leader has a penalty for breaking formation at the very start of the race? Sounds easy, but when you're in the midst of a race, no numbers on the back of the carts, be quite tricky sometimes to remember, yes, the 121 is that cart that overtook me a few laps ago and has got a penalty. Track limit warning for the number 72 of Cora Moore. Good to see as well.
Sorry, continue on.
As Leo Ryan, maybe at the back of the field now, but has got some good pace. His fastest driver out there on circuit.
We do have a penalty that's coming in on the timing system for Leon Canellas for track limits. We saw a couple of warnings come in, and there we have confirmation on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That is a penalty. So, of course, already carrying that penalty for breaking formation early on in the race. He picks up another now and will lose a couple more positions at the end.
Will indeed. Milo Stewart's just set the fastest lap of the race so far. That's some useful pace, 49.741. Contact warning as well for number 19 of Bobby Peters. And it'll be frustrating for Leon Canellas, but there'll be a little bit of learning, I think, here. You sometimes see it when drivers come into the championship, maybe a slightly different rule set to what they're used to, and there's almost like a calibration period to make sure, okay, right, that's what I can do, that's what I can get away with, so, as I suppose, and other things are, of course, stepping over the line. Down the inside, that's a brave one for Beresford. Wise there was Shahini to just hold the outside line. And Leon Canellas, interesting to see, Reeve, what Canellas does here. Because on one hand, there's a thought of don't defend too much because that'll bring other drivers into the battle. But at the same time, if you can keep things close and keep your track position, the penalty's not going to be too bad for you. Yeah, you're going to fall out of that top two, but you're going to still keep yourself higher up the order for the grid when we get to the Trophy C final later on this afternoon. Yeah, it's damage limitation here for Leon Canellas at this moment in time. Milo Stewart, though, as you say, pushing along very nicely indeed. He's caught right back up into this pack here now. I suspect we're going to have a great little battle, a great tussle between a few of these carts here. As you see, Josh Taylor trying to see if there's a way around the outside potentially. He's going to go for it again as we head into that first hairpin. Switches back, though, because, of course, the second hairpin follows immediately afterwards. Nowhere to go there, as we see Benjamin Beresford as well, trying to see if there was a way down the inside there, but Timmy Shahini making that number 25 cart as wide as he physically can, thereby keeping both Benjamin and Milo Stewart at bay for now, although as we head into the second part of the lap, there's a few more overtaking opportunities coming up just now. Slightly wide. Bit wide there for Shahini. That might be an opportunity for Beresford at the inside, but Shahini again defends it really well. You see Beresford getting a little bit frustrated there, but for me, Shahini's racing on the apex is fine. He's almost nipping his opponent to the apex, restricting the amount of speed that the 82 has off the corner. Milo Stewart's read that situation well. Stewart's been able to get through into P4 on the road. Again, Milo might not be aware of the situation, that if he can find a way through, Milo Stewart will be into the pre-B final. But Timmy Shahini has a good level of experience in this category. Remember, Timmy being one of the very first drivers that we had. He was a little bit shorter back in 2022 when we first interviewed him, racing there in the Fernando Alonso helmet. Knows how to get around, knows how to hold his position. As I say, it's a circuit you can overtake on, but it's also a circuit where you can defend and defend properly. Some circuits, defensive driving results in a lot of rude driving. Rude, yeah. There's one. Well, there's one way of putting it. I'd say going very defensive and to the white lines. I know we've had some discussions about that in owner racing in 2024, but here you can genuinely defend your line without doing something that is in a anti-racing spirit, shall we say.
And it has been a great defensive drive here from Timmy Shaheen. He's really put in a mighty effort. Still going to have to defend right until the end, though, because he's got so much pressure from behind. Milo Stewart has been absolutely flying for quite some time now, 49.7, holding the fastest lap of this race so far. And then, as we say, not too far behind as well is Benjamin Beresford, getting a little bit frustrated potentially, but has put on a great performance here nonetheless. And the timer does hit 0 now, so that is the clock coming to an end. This will be the final lap of this race. Now with Leon Canales leading on the road, but of course the real fight for the victory is what we're on board with at the moment. Timmy Shaheen doing his best to keep Milo Stewart and Benjamin Beresford at bay, side by side for Timmy Shaheen and sorry, that is Milo Stewart. Yes, it is on the outside there as we head through the S's. And now got that big drop down the side sweep. These drivers saying in that post-qualifying discussion that they absolutely love the way this part of the circuit in particular is feeling. So let's see as we head through. God, for one last time, you look at Timmy Shaheen leading this race on paper for the moment. It will be Leon Canales who comes across the line in just a second to take victory on the road at least, so congratulations to him for still a good result in this race. Josh Taylor comes home P2, Timmy Shaheen comes home P3, Milo Stewart P4 and Benjamin Beresford P5. Should add, of course, these results are all provisional. Typical Club 100 line there, as we have a fastest lap on the last lap actually for Peter Lee, a 49.711, so eclipsing Milo Stewart by only 1,000th of a second to take fastest lap. Bailey College P7, Oscar Blakeman P8, Thomas Hudson P9, Issa Rashid are top 10 at the end of this, the first race of the afternoon.
Very good. Josh Taylor on debut straight through to a pre-B final. Timmy Shaheen should be there as well. Next up, Juniors. Pre-C final is next.
Well, here we are, our junior lightweight pre-C final competitors out on track now, ready for their first race of the afternoon. As we head down the time sweep in just a moment, let's have a look at our starting grid then for this race. On the first row, it's Tom Smith and Cameron McDonald. Second row, Zach Whelan and Callum Costley. Row 3 featuring Harry Jones and Sebastian Soresco. Moving on to row 4 then, we have got Cian Haynes and Marcus Allen. The fifth row, Callum Booth and Flynn Perry, as we go the short layout to get these drivers all formed up. Row 6, James Taylor and Jacob Lee. Moving on to row 7 then, we have Dan Treadwell and Leo Custon. It's Ashley Haynes, St Quintin and Lennon Rawding on row 8, and then we have Finley Bennett and Jake Carr on row 9. 10th row then, it's Owen Price and Toby Mitchinson. Row 11 is Edgar Armandiras Bocanegra, and then Spencer Wild. Row 12, Alex Catlow and Stanley Wilson. Moving on to row 13, Elliot Goddard, Christopher Sibthorne. Row 14, Finley Jessup and Alfie Swain. Row 15, Baxter Rawlings and Charlie Bevan Dick. And then we have row 16, Oliver Armiger for our 31 cars competing in this field.
Biggest grid of the day. Few drivers underweight in qualifying, which is why you see the likes of Rawlings, Bevan and Armiger all at the back of the field. Bit of a surprise to see Tom Smith in this race as well. Has made at least the B final on every appearance he's made so far this season. Has got a good opportunity here from pole position. Top two go through into the pre-B final. 11 minutes underway here once again at Buckmore Park. First race of the weekend for the juniors. This is where it's going to get tight into hairpin one. Can they all make their way through? And as I say, is the biggest field of the day. Oh, the 77 getting involved there, and there was another spinner not too far behind. The number 53 is right in the middle of that. That's James Taylor having a bit of a hop on the front axle there on the approach to the S's. Bit boisterous, bit rough out there, as you may expect with 31 drivers trying to battle their way through, but Tom Smith at the front of the field, that looked to be a decent start from the pole sitter.
Yeah, it was very elbows out there heading through the couple of hairpins at the start of the lap. Of course, they are definite pinch points on this circuit. You see leaves tumbling across the track. Penalty coming in for Leo Custon, as we did have quite a lot of contact heading through those first couple of corners. We seem to have mostly got sorted out though, as we see the number 96 car having a bit of a look at a move heading into the first corner. Decides better of it, I think, as we head through to the hairpins now with our front runners. And it's the number 79 of Cameron McDonald leading this race from Tom Smith and Cian Haynes as we head into the second part of the lap.
Penalty for Toby Mitchinson as well in the number 81 ABC bump and pass. And that's going to be a +4 penalty at the end of the race for the number 81. Dan Treadwell down the inside. Had a chat to him earlier, trying to make a way through there, and it's going to be nearly 3 wide coming up and round Cafe Corner. Treadwell can keep it in there. There's going to be a good opportunity into turn 1, but it's good defence from Cian Haynes. This is very good news for Cameron McDonald and Callum Boots. Callum Boots got through on that lap. He's up into second place now. So Cian Haynes fighting in there to hold this spot in third place. I'm just wondering, where has Tom Smith gone in all of this? Tom Smith has shot down the order. Well, this is not good news at all. This is going to be the first time that Tom Smith does not make at least the pre-B final in appearances this season. Has been in A-tier races most of the time as well this year. So that is going to be a bit of a disappointment for Tom Smith, that from pole position he's not been able to convert through into the pre-B final. Treadwell down the inside, nice move there. Finally has got third place. Good defence, good try there from Cian Haynes.
This is a brilliant start of race running for Cameron McDonald and Callum Booth. I know we're not on board with them at the moment, but just want to give a shout out to them because they are absolutely breaking away with it at the moment. In the 47-second region in terms of their best laps so far, they've been able to get a good bit of clean air though. We are on board with the likes of Dan Treadwell and Cian Haynes as they go side by side through the second hairpin. Have to go the long way around is Dan Treadwell. Get a nose out in front before we head through the S's. Of course, the corner does potentially come back to you through the Symes sweep as you've got the inside, that left hand that we had a look at in the Paddock show. And we're on board with Cameron McDonald and Callum Booth as they go to start their next lap. They're already in pretty much a different league in this race so far, and they've still got 7.5 minutes to go.
ABC bump and pass penalty for Baxter Rawlings. Callum Booth is on here for a run into the B final. It's actually the first time we've seen Callum Booth on our cameras, and takes the lead there. Done the last 3 rounds at Landau, Rowra and Warden Law, and has made at least the pre-B final and races there from there on in every single appearance so far this year. But this is what can happen sometimes at a place like Buckmore Park. The big difference between those 3 aforementioned circuits, Landau, maybe go there once every couple of years. Rowra and Warden Law will be going to next year, of course, but this year it's the first time we've ever seen Cadet and Junior racing at those particular 2 circuits. Buckmore Park, lots of drivers, particularly those who've done more than 1 year, lots of experience around here. You have to bring your A game to keep your run of results going, so it's good to see that for Callum Booth working through this pre-C final. That looks to be the case. Cameron McDonald at the moment would be the other driver going through. 5 seconds is the advantage that they've got. I've got to say, I don't think there's really any hope, unless Boots or McDonald do something silly out there. I don't think there's really much hope for Dan Treadwell, Marcus Allen and others of getting through into the B-tier races on this occasion. So they'll be focusing at keeping their track position strong, Reeve, and hoping to go again in the Trophy C final.
Yeah, exactly. This is nice, clean running for these guys out of front. Cian Haynes isn't up on your screen yet, but we can see it on the timing that he does have an incoming cone penalty as Callum Booth posts a 46.9 there. That's a very nice lap indeed, matching top-end qualifying results, of course, in race trim as well. As we have a look at this battle, this gaggle of karts that are occupying P3 all the way down, realistically, until the back end of the running. It's a big field that we got this in this race at least, and certainly it takes a while for it to head through some of these mini sectors here. In fact, we've got wave yellows actually towards the end of Sector 2, so drivers do need to make sure they're not performing any overtaking, not going at full race pace. Make sure that they are being careful with that one.
Yeah, I think that may have been for some track furniture replacement on the inside of Symes Sweet. Here's your battle for third place on the road. What's at stake here? Well, pole position in the Trophy C final for a start, and championship points, of course. Championship points are rewarded equally between a pre-final and a trophy final. Obviously, if you win the trophy final, you get the nice piece of silverware to go home with at the end of your racing day. For lots of drivers, I know we talk a lot about those at the top of the title standings. Of course, we do, with it being the final day of the season. But to reiterate, Marcus Allen tries to go around the outside, no grip. That's the problem through Garda. If you get off the racing line, it's not wet, but in some ways the track drives as if it's wet in places, because you get off the racing line like Marcus Allen did there. You try and push the tyres and they just say, nope, not happy with that, and that's when you get a bit of a slide, as Allen did there. Allen did very well to hold on to 4th place.
Absolutely, yeah. That racing line then, it spends all its time getting rubbered in by the tyres and the cars that are running and taking a very similar course through those corners. So jumping off that, it means that there's just no grip. Of course, the opposite is true when it's wet, but yeah, we're hoping for complete dry running this for the remainder of this race day.
But no, just to go back to that point, every single driver on the grid who's done, let's say, 7 or 8 rounds will have a target today. It'll be like, I want to get in the top 10. I want to get in the top 20. I want to get my first A final this year. Full credit to all of the drivers out there racing today. Here's the battle for 6th place on the road, and Sebastian Sorescu, another first timer in Club 100 action here today. He's having a decent race with Harry Jones and Cian Haynes as well. Cian Haynes does have that cone penalty from before.
Yeah, we're seeing Cian actually dealing with a lot of oversteer in his car. He's really running it to the ragged edge at this point. Of course, again, not entirely certain that the drivers are going to be aware that they've got a cone penalty. We do have a digi-flag out on track, but it's so easy to miss it when you're in the mix of battle and focusing on your race.
Yeah, indeed. It's very easy to, particularly if you've got someone over your shoulder that you're trying to see where they are and trying to get a defensive position into turn 1. Stanley Wilson has had as a cone warning, not a cone penalty. You basically get 1 track furniture hit for free, and then if you hit a second one, that's when you're going to start incurring place penalties, and it's 1 place per cone penalty. The fastest lap of this pre-C final, Reeve, Sebastian Sorescu, a 46.841.
Yep, running along very nicely indeed, that 112 kart there as we go side by side through Garda. That is Jacob Lee ahead now of Harry Jones for P7. That was a nice move there. So Garda giving those drivers the overtaking opportunities as Marcus Allen goes new fastest lap of this race, a 46.670. Some very nice times coming into play here as we head towards the end of this session, because these shorter 10-minute sprint races, it's very similar to how we had in qualifying. There's still going to be a phase of kind of warm-up and getting into a rhythm. And we're going to see that ramp-up that we saw in qualifying, because we're at a similar race distance.
Well, particularly as well with things like tyres. From a process point of view, the drivers will bring the karts in, and then they will sit there for the best part of 15 to 20 minutes whilst the cadets go out. So by the time the next group of juniors get in, which will be for the pre-B final, the karts are cold again. There's maybe a little bit of latent heat in the Rotax Evo power units, but especially tyres, they are back to track temperature as opposed to elevated race temperature. The drivers have to deal with. This is a good scrap. Marcus Allen still trying to find a way past Dan Treadwell. Treadwell's got good pace off of the corners. Good use of the power there. Oh, big slide for Marcus Allen. That is a huge save. I cannot reiterate how big a slide that was for Marcus Allen. I wonder if he caught the wall on driver's right going through the second part of the S's there. That, lesser drivers would have had a really, really big off there, Reeve, into a wall that comes up to you pretty quick. Yes, I think he's lost a position. Yes, he has, to Sorescu, but that's, in the circumstances, that's a very, very good piece of driving.
Yeah, he'll be glad to be able to carry on in the top 5. Marcus Allen will. It is very difficult to catch these cars because, of course, there's such a short wheelbase. The centre of mass as well is not conducive to. It's not like trying to catch a road car that might be a little bit slippy on ice. It's very different to that indeed. This is the final lap of this race now. There's less than 10 seconds to go on the clock. Callum Boot is heading around the Garda, but it is going to be very close indeed. He's not going to make it around for another lap. And here is Callum Boot. He had a great start, was able to build away from his rivals with Cameron McDonald, breaks away from Cameron McDonald as well, celebrates as he crosses the line there, and it is a well-deserved celebration. Cameron McDonald comes home P2, and then we've got Dan Treadwell coming home in P3 ahead of Sebastian Sorescu and Marcus Allen with that great save just a moment ago ahead of Cian Haynes, who does have a couple of penalties impending. Harry Jones, Zach Whelan, Jacob Lee and Leo Custon are provisional top 10.
Very good performance from Callum Boot, back into the B tier races as Callum achieved last time out at Warden Law and at Llandau as well. The bigger question, a race through to the A-tier races be on the cards for Boots. We'll see whether they can repeat the performance from Brouwer. For now, though, let's move on. Cadet Lightweight Pre-B final is next.
Here we are then, it's our cadets back out on track for the lightweight pre-B final this afternoon. On the first row, it's Thomas Barker and Jackson Burge. On the second row, we have Jacob Chusbregi and then Tom Justice. Row 3, it's Ayrton Lima Evans and Lewis Tracy. Moving on to that fourth row then, it's Matthew Lederer and Luke Collins with Jack Orton and Dan Griffin on row 5. Row 6 has Leonidas Giorgio and Oliver Sanderson on row 6. Moving on then to row 7, it's Aaron Hewood and Charlie Murray. Row 8, Cooper Campbell, Lees and Joey Bates. Row 9, Harvey Dowler and James Wall. Our 10th row then is Fowers Adra and Cooper West. Row 11, our final row, Josh Taylor and Tibby Shahini for this 22-car grid. Decidedly smaller than the race we've just had.
Indeed. So back to 22 drivers. Taylor and Shahini, of course, have already raced through from the pre-C final. They use the advantage of a little bit of extra track knowledge versus the rest of the field. Green lights illuminated. We're away for 11 minutes of pre-B final racing here at Buckmore Park. Looks like all 22 have made their way through the first couple of corners. Down the inside. Great start for Jacob Chusbregi there in the replica Lewis Hamilton helmet. Oh, there's a bit of a slide there. I think that's Luke Collins in the green helmet, the number 23. Yes, it is. So Luke Collins, who started P8, is going to cascade down the order. It's Chusbregi from Thomas Barker. Remember, again, it's the top 2 from this race who raced through to the pre-A final. That looked like a touch on a cone, possibly by the 1:03 of Jackson Burge, but admittedly I stood at that spot last weekend for Club 100 experience. There's a lot coming at you if you're an observer down that part of the course. We could see it, but we've got the benefit of a nice HD screen in our commentary box for that one. 10 minutes to go. Chusbregi, P1. Ayrton Lima Evans through to P2, using all the experience that Ayrton has at this circuit. Down the inside goes Lewis Tracy. Like that move, Reeve, from Lewis Tracy. He's going to hold on there and take third place.
Yes, he does, up into P3 ahead of Thomas Barker. Thomas Barker saw losing a couple of positions at the start of the race. It was a great move by Jacob Chusbregi, though, who saw just about carts with gap down the inside and decided to go for it then. Thomas Barker running wide there. So just playing it cautious, which is often sensible at the very start of a race. No need to get involved too much in any major scraps. We have got a penalty coming in for Tom Justice there.
Breaking formation.
Yeah, formation again. So drivers do need to be cautious of those tram lines at the start of the race. As we got a fastest lap coming in from Lewis Tracy at 50.2. He's trying to close up to the likes of Ayrton Lima Evans and has done so. As we can see, Ayrton just looking over the shoulder, trying to size up his rival, see where he's going to try and look to make a move as we run through that second hairpin now. Drivers using as much of the track as physically possible. And then some there, we've got carts going 4 or 5 wide at some point in the exit of that hairpin.
Jacob Chusbregi, I like a bit of pattern and symmetry and whatever you want to call it. Jacob Chusbregi has, Ayrton Lima Evans has a little bit of an attack there. Lewis Tracy not too far behind. The pattern for Chusbregi this season has had 7 appearances so far this year. First appearance, B finals. Second appearance, A finals. Third appearance, B finals. Fourth appearance, A finals. He's continued that all the way through, so if he can get through this race, he'll continue that run of even-numbered appearances. of getting through into A-finals. He's going to have to work hard, though, because Ayrton Lima Evans is all over the back of the number 11 like a bad rash at the moment. Down the hill through Symes' sweep. Tracy still in there. Tom Justice also there. Remember, the number 57 has a braking formation penalty from the start of the race. Jackson Burge having a good race as well there, Reeve. Good to see the number 103 up in the top 5.
Yes, absolutely, as Jacob Cipregi still leading this race from Ayrton Lima Evans. But as you say, Ayrton really putting that pressure on now. He's going to have a look down the inside into turn 1. I suspect he gets covered off by Jacob there. Jacob runs a little bit wide, though. Is that going to open the corner up to Ayrton? I think he's going to try and have a look for it. No, he goes for the outside into that first hairpin. That does give him the second hairpin's inside line, though. So let's see if he is able to make that move. Stick, there's contact between the two. The nose goes just about halfway alongside Jacob's kart. It's still Jacob Cipregi in the lead for now, but this battle is going to continue on.
It is indeed. Contact warnings for Lima Evans and for Tracy. New fastest lap of the race for Joey Bates, who's at the back of the field. Is this the opportunity now for Lima Evans? Is alongside into Garda. Surely will have the position now. Brave defence from Cipregi, but Cipregi's going to have to work hard because here comes Jackson Burge. Burge down the inside, through into Cafe Corner, and I think Burge has made it through. Look at the battle here for second place. Great opportunity now for Ayrton Lima Evans to break off the pack here, get away, leave everybody else fighting for second place. Back down the inside goes Lewis Tracy in the number 12 for third place. The number 32 is in there, Dan Griffin in the bright green helmet. Where has Dan Griffin all of a sudden come from? Started this race in 10th place. Cipregi's back down the inside. Oh, I said it now, haven't I? That pattern of B to A to B to A races looks like it could be ending here because Cipregi's starting to go backwards. Oh, there's a spin there for Matthew Lederer. That looked to be all on their own. Just a very, very tricky corner to break for is Paddock Corner. That takes Matthew Lederer out of this fight. Keep an eye on Thomas Barker as well. Thomas Barker's still part of this group, and the back of that pack is now in 8th place.
Our real winners from that scrap on that lap really are Jackson Burge and Dan Griffin as well. He has absolutely climbed his way through the ranks there just by keeping the nose clean and has found his way up into P4. Commiserations, though, to Matthew Lederer there. Oh, we got 2 karts off at the second hairpin. That is Jacob Cipregi, and that is a disastrous way to start the lap. That is Cooper Campbell-Lees as well there in the mix, and they're going to tumble down the order result because we're all so close, packed up together at this part of the race.
Yeah, the lead has been caught as well. Jackson Burge has put in a really good last couple of laps to close down the gap to Ayrton Lima Evans, so it's less than 3.5 tenths now at the end of the 7th lap. 5 minutes to go. This has been a very pre-B final as Lewis Tracy sticks it down the inside and takes the lead. Bit wide for Lima Evans. Through goes Lewis Tracy. Down the inside goes Burge as well for P2. What a brave move from Lewis Tracy there. Not easy to do through Conways, but got the grip, got the inside line, and now will look to break away from the rest of the field. A driver who's been a regular in A-tier races so far this year, was 7th last time out in the Trophy A final at Warden Law, looking to fight through here at Buckmore Park. This is also going to be good for Dan Griffin if these top 3 keep fighting here, Reeve. That could be the perfect tonic for Griffin to get part of this battle for those 2 repechage spots.
Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't one of Dan Griffin's strongest laps just a moment ago, but he is still close enough to certainly make a difference. It was an unfortunate bit of oversteer at this corner here for Lima Evans, which cost him that battle side-by-side with Jackson Burge. Jackson up into P2 now, trying to put as much pressure as he can on Lewis Tracy. Lewis looking over his shoulder, kneeling down in the car to try and get any advantage he possibly can as we run through the S's now down the Symes sweep. And there's still only a tenth separating these cars. A bit of a gap down to P4 and P5, but I'm sure they're going to close up in the final few moments of this race. Head through Garda now, as we've got Lewis Tracy just defending, taking a nice defensive line there. And Ayrton Lima Evans trying his best to get ahead of Jackson Burge, or at least put a bit more pressure on him as we head into that first corner.
Yeah, a good bit of patience I think is needed from this top 3 at the moment. Lewis Tracy has a little thing to defend to the inside. Lima Evans down the inside for P2. Can Jackson Burge hold in? No, can't do. Change for P2 then. Ayrton Lima Evans back through into that second and final spot. Has the hand gesture there to say, come on, let's work forward, let's try and keep Lewis Tracy under a bit of pressure. Dan Griffin and Tom Justice are looking very good in terms of pace, Reeve, for me, through the first part of the circuit. They are quicker than those ahead through sector number 1. What can they do about it now? Good point there from Tom Justice to Dan Griffin to say, keep focused, keep pushing on. He's not going to attack. Good tactics at play here amongst these Cadet lightweights. 2.5 minutes to go. 10 laps completed. Lewis Tracy looking all right at the moment, looking composed. This is a big chance in the race now for Tracy and Limmer Evans to break away. Big lap, I've got to feel, here for Jackson Burge.
Yeah, absolutely. He now has to focus on that defensive drive he needs to put on instead of fighting for those 2 top spots on the podium. Still obviously an important battle for P3 nonetheless, but now we're going to see Dan Griffin really putting in a decent charge here, matching Jackson Burge through Sector 1. Is going to be attached to him through the second sector here before we have that run through Paddock and Garda in just a moment. Having a look down the inside, potentially no, he's actually going to stay rather cool, calm and collected, backs away from it, takes the outside line there, is going to wait for his moment to come to him, I think.
For a younger driver or drivers just not with as much experience of, say, like a junior or a senior, this is a really difficult situation for Ayrton Limmer Evans. The natural racer in the helmet will be going, come on, I want to take the lead, but right now there's the bigger picture of getting through to the pre-A final. I think there's almost a little bit of indecision almost there for Ayrton Limmer Evans. Also doesn't want to go for anything too rash, because any kind of racing jurisdiction or penalty would mean, even if a driver is P1, they're not going to be going through to the pre-A final with that kind of results. And there's nothing at the moment for any of these top 5, well, apart from apologies for Tom Justice, because Tom Justice does have a braking formation penalty from the very start of the race. But you've got to do it clean, to the point. You know, the point being, you've got to do it clean out there if you're going to take that inherent risk of going for a move. 50 seconds to go. Going to be very tight to see if there's going to be this lap or one more. 3 wide through Henry's Bend. Limmer Evans opens the door. Burge is back down the inside. Burge takes the lead. Burge takes the lead away from Tracy. Limmer Evans is on the inside now for P2. Here comes Dan Griffin. Dan Griffin's trying to get involved for P3. And I think that was all kind of started by Ayrton Limmer Evans going down the inside. He's going to have a go into the side sweep. That's very brave. And Ayrton Limmer Evans has made it work. Has now got to get it stopped down into Paddock corner. Tracy's back up to P2. What a brilliant pre-B final we're having here in the Cadet Lightweights. We're not sure whether this is going to be final lap or not. 6 seconds remaining on the clock. Will they see the checkered flag of the final lap board? No, we're going to get one more in. One more in then for Ayrton Limmer Evans to hold on to the race victory.
It was a fantastic charge by Jackson Burge to work his way up with a great fastest lap just a couple of laps ago. But Ayrton Limmer Evans saw him going too deep in the corner and takes that move back. It's Dan Griffin now up into second position, side by side with Jackson Burge. Lewis Tracy also in the mix there as well. We head through the S's now. It's still Jackson Burge ahead of Dan Griffin for the time being. Meanwhile, Ayrton Limmer Evans is looking like he's got a bit of an easier time towards the end of this lap.
Ayrton Limmer Evans looks to have timed this well to hit the front in this pre-B final and go through to the pre-A. Who's going to be joining Ayrton Limmer Evans on that last row of the grid? Who's going to be taking second place? It's a win for Ayrton Limmer Evans here at Buckmore Park, and a dab over the line. Jackson Burge takes P2. Dan Griffin will have pole position for the Trophy B final later on this afternoon. Lewis Tracy will be alongside on the front row. Tom Justice there in 5th place with a good run. Jacob Cipregi, what a fight back from Cipregi after that spin. Fights back to P6. Similar story for Matthew Lederer in P7. Jack Horton, Luke Collins and Faraz Adra in the top 10. Well, there we go. That's the end of the pre-B final for the cadets. Now it's the turn of the junior lightweights.
And here we are then. Time for our juniors, our lightweight pre-B final for our bigger, older karters. As we have the starter grid then, it is Hudson Barker-Dix and Ollie White on the front row of the grid. Then it's Ben Richardson and Jacob Eckwall on row 2. And then we have Jude Kellier and Anthony Roberts on row 3. Moving on to row 4, it is Yassine Ali Khan and Toby Edelston. Row 5 is Jake Renshaw and Aidan Marsh. Row 6, Harry Law and James Edwards. Moving on to row 7, it is Maxim Muskis and Henry Lopez-Gracie. Row 8, Yusuf Yakub and Harry Collins, with row 9, Harry Power and Max Andrews. Moving on to row 10, Christopher Wilkinson and Matthew Cooper. Row 11, Kwam Calmadine and Max Hoosley. And then row 12, it is going to be row 13 now, Callum Boot and... as we are away, in fact, for this race for the Junior Pre-B finalists there. A little bit elbows out at the start of things through the first corner, and that is actually a false start. We are going to restart this race. The marshals, stewards, not quite happy with how things got underway that time round.
Yeah, restarts flag is out. To confirm, it's Callum Boot and Cameron McDonald who have made it through from the Pre-C final to complete the 26 runners here in the Pre-B. Once again, 2 places available for all of these drivers to get through to the Pre-A final, championship points as well, of course. That all looked to be a little bit eager coming through Henry's Bend turn 2. So we'll go round again. Ollie White there on the front row. We had a chat to him during the second part of the Paddock show earlier on this afternoon. Good opportunity here for White to come through. Hudson Barker-Dix so far this season, bit up and down, has been in A finals, has been in B finals, and even an appearance in a C final earlier on in the season. But the aim very much here to be back in the A finals, as we saw from Hudson Barker-Dix. The trip to Cumbria about a month or so ago for round 8 of this championship. Ollie White, by comparison, results so far this season, hasn't made an A-tier race so far this year, has Ollie White. So this is a great opportunity for one of those, targets for the last day of the season that we were talking about. Can Ollie White make it through to an A-tier race for the first time in 2024? It's a good position there from grid 2. Are we going round again? Yes, we are. Race time reduced. Good pickup there on the cameras. 9 minutes for the drivers. Now, that's good news if you are those at the front. Less time to have to defend. For those maybe a bit out of position, they're going to have to get on with things if they're going to make their way up into the top 2. But again, they've got to do it cleanly. Yeah, absolutely. And having that shorter, reduced race time, it can pressure the drivers a bit more to maybe gun for it and try moves that they wouldn't otherwise think about. But we do need to make sure that that isn't the case, because, as you say, we just want some nice clean running. Penalties are to be avoided in the Club 100 because they are so harsh, and it's the right way to do it, really, isn't it? There's no point having just a time penalty, because also say you can't overtake someone and build that time back up. It does look like they are going to be going round again, actually, as we see still 9 minutes on the clock there, but the stewards, marshals, not quite happy with how everything is formed up. They've checked the track, make sure we're ready to go again, but we just need everyone to be in the correct position and ready to go racing. Yeah, I think we've got one kart missing. Maybe someone's just having a bit of a kart change in pit lane. Yes, I just heard one kart go past the commentary box all on its lonesome. It might be Cameron McDonald, scheduled to be at the back of the field, and indeed it is. Yeah, so that's why we've just been holding for a while. Oh, now off there is the number 38. That's Yusuf Yakub. But we are going underway anyway. Yeah, I'd say that Yusuf Yakub has fallen out of formation, was in formation and is no longer. So we get this race underway, and at the front of the field it's a fairly even start between Hudson Barker-Dix and Ollie White. Here we go then, a lot cleaner than what we had last time around through the second hairpin now, with Hudson Barker-Dix leading but losing out to Ben Richardson there, actually, who works his way up from P3 into the lead of this race. Now a big shunt on the exit of the second hairpin there by the looks of things, and that was Maxim Muskis involved in that one. Yeah, other karts also alongside Maxim Muskis. Full course yellow. And it's the number 60 of Kwam Kamaldeen who's also had problems there. So full course yellow is called. There is Yusuf Yacoub going back through. This is a bit of a stroke of good luck for Yusuf Yacoub. Yes, he's going to be at the back of the field, but at least he's now part of the field. So time will continue to tick on down. 8 minutes remaining in this race. Full course yellow for that incident at hairpin 2.
Certainly a chaotic start to the Junior Pre-B final. As we head through the hairpins once again, drivers weaving around to try and keep some of that heat in the tyres, because of course, while they cool down quite rapidly in the pit lane, but when we're not at full pelt as well, we do lose quite a lot of temperature in these tyres as well, these slicks.
Yeah, they do. I think the drivers have enjoyed driving on this Dunlop Kart Sport tyre this year, which for my sins I still haven't tried. I'm doing too much commentary this year. But it's a tyre that I just think gives a little bit more grip than what we used to have in Club 100. So it does at least give them that good initial bite, particularly in conditions where grip is, as we've mentioned earlier, and at length at a premium. Who's had a good start out of all of that? Christopher Wilkinson's not had a bad start. Reeve up 12 places into the top 10.
Yeah, a few others as well. Harry Power, Duke, and of course Ben Richardson as well with that race start. Saw the opportunity and is now leading the race. Now he has all the pressure on him at this restart. The restart which could go very well for him, but it could also go very well for his rivals if they just about get the edge on him heading through on the green flag there. Hello to some of the karters waving at the camera there, getting the 5 seconds of fame as we head around that first corner. Very eagle-eyed drivers in the field today, clearly.
I think race control is just trying to see if Maxim Muskis can join back to the main pack here. Maxim Muskis is just about to come through Cafe Corner. Is the one single kart off the back of the field. And of course, if Maxim Muskis isn't able to get back onto the pack, I think we will be going, yes, and we are now ending. The full course yellow is going to be ending, so this will be the last lap under full course yellow. And Reeve, we will have the best part of 6 minutes, maybe 5.5 minutes remaining in this race.
It is a proper sprint race now to the end here, as we see now Ben Richardson controlling this pack. He controls the pace right up until the start-finish line when we go back to full race conditions.
Ben Richardson also hasn't made an A-tier race so far this season, so this is a great opportunity for the number 94. Make sure to not jump the start too early. Oh, that's all getting a little bit rough in the middle there. That's going to be interesting over the line. Yeah. We are back to green. Ben Richardson leads. Ollie White trying to go round the outside of Jude Kelleher there for third place. 3 wide for second into the first hairpin. Hudson Barker-Dix has held onto that right now. Down the inside. I think that's Anthony Roberts. It is indeed, in the black and orange suit, gaining a position. Overtaking under yellow. I thought that might be the call. Number 76, Jude Kelleher, little bit too eager as the full course yellow was ending there. Reeve overtook whilst the track was still yellow. The track only becomes green once they cross the start-finish line. It's a bit like a braking formation penalty in a way. The trouble is, because they were under yellow, it's going to be a more severe one. That's going to be more positions fallen there for the number 76.
Yeah, it will be, and it's a pretty cut and dry penalty to get as well. Those types of overtake under yellow or braking formation, they are, it's pretty obvious whether it's happened or not. So unfortunately, no kind of wiggle room there, not open to interpretation at all. Ben Richardson, though, setting a fastest lap as he continues on to lead this race. So that slightly chaotic race start might have played into his favour ever so slightly. Is under pressure still, though, from Hudson Barker-Dix. Anthony Roberts makes up a couple of positions on the last lap, looking over his shoulder. Then Ben Richardson goes to the inside into the first park guarder to defend. The track comes back to him as we head back onto the start-finish straight, so he's able to use that to his advantage in defending. We've got a big train of karts heading up onto the start-finish straight with less than 4 minutes to go. We're all still bunched up. This is going to be exciting stuff. Jude Kelleher sets a new fastest lap of this race despite carrying that penalty, 47.3. Not quite sure if we'll get into the 46s that we saw from our pre-C junior finalists because of all of the slower running that we've had in this session.
Indeed, 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Some changes further down the order. Henry Lopez Gracie and Max Andrews have got past Christopher Wilkinson for 10th and 11th places respectively. Callum Boots having a decent race up to P19. Move there down the inside. Roberts going for P2. Got to be brave around the outside through the centre turn there, and it looks like Anthony Roberts has got it done. Really nice stuff there from Anthony Roberts up into P2. Barker Dix holds on to 3rd. Eckwell there in 4th. That's a mighty impressive move as Eckwell down the inside for P3. Can there be the overlap still for Barker Dix into hairpin 2? Yes, there is. Does this open the opportunity for Ollie White to step through? No, not on this occasion. Good race this. Once again in a pre-B final. Anthony Roberts now all over the back of Ben Richardson for the race, leading with 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Ben Richardson, I think, is doing a really good defensive job here as down the inside goes Eckwell on Barker Dix for 3rd. He's defending but not over-defending here, Reeve. Very nice particular lines down the middle of the circuit. Doesn't need to, on that occasion, into turn 1. And he's keeping the Wolves at bay, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a very calculated race from him so far. Saw that opportunity right at the start of running when we had that false start, of course. As we get fastest laps from a few drivers out of position further down the order there. But as we say, yeah, very calculated race for Ben Richardson so far. Seems to be, while he's not got the nice, easy drive home that I'm sure he would like, he seems to be in control of things for the time being, as we've got such a huge fleet of karts occupying the final sector of the lap at the moment. Change for position though as we head into Garda. It's Anthony Roberts it's Jacob Equal into the first position in this race now as we go back onto the start-finish straight there. Just about saw a kart's width open to him and takes the move.
Brilliant stuff from Jacob Equal there to go through into the lead of this race with 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Ben Richardson is still there in P2. Anthony Roberts has made an A final so far this year on his single previous appearance in this championship. That was back at Rowra 2 rounds ago and did quite well actually. Was up in the top 10 in the pre-A final for round number 8, but making that pre-A final here at Buckmore Park is looking a little bit tricky with 45 seconds on the clock to go. Eckrell holds the lead. Ben Richardson with a bit of a marker there ahead of him to brake, turn in, get on the power at the right time. Ben Richardson trying to make it through to an A-tier race for the first time this year. He's been one of the big improvers from the very start of the season when he had a run in the C races. Apologies, no, it'll be the first time into a pre-A final. He did make the A final earlier in the season at Ella Park. That's been his sole appearance in an A-tier race in 2024. This is going to be the last lap. Looking good, Reeve, for Jacob Eckwall.
It is indeed that one crucial move when we thought this wasn't going to be a race full of overtaking opportunities just owing to its short nature. And instead, though, it is going to be Jacob who leads as we head back onto that start-finish straight. Ben Richardson comes home in second position as Jacob comes across the line, and it's Anthony Roberts actually who just about pips Ben Richardson to second position right at the very last second. That was a great run through that final sector for Anthony Roberts there, and Ben Richardson unfortunately loses out. Big change in our top 3 there.
Oh, what a shame for Ben Richardson, but fair play to Anthony Roberts, not giving that one up to the line. Got it by 0.068 of a second. Eckwell and Roberts go through. We'll see them in the pre-A final later on this afternoon. Talking of pre-A finals, the Cadet pre-A final is next. So, now we turn our attentions to something a little bit more important. No disrespect to the pre-C and the pre-B finals. This is where we start to talk about championship contenders here, Reeve. There will be a little bit of a warm-up for these drivers. Well, a short one just as they come round. Let's take you through the grid for this one if we can. 130 points available for this one. Ellis Cox is on pole position. Championship leader Matteo Ehrenfeuchter alongside on the front row. Bertie Hodgson on the inside of row 2. Miles Harrison, the other championship contender, is on grid 4. Thomas Welsford and Henry Greenwood form up row 3. Finlay Strang and Zane Perry row 4. Oliver Yango and Mason Turner row 5. Rest of the field, Edger and East on the 6th row of the grid. Guest and Hazelwood row 7. Chapregi and Cunningham row 8. Nichols, Limmer Evans and Griffin through to the 20 runners in this one. Lights are green, 11 laps underway. First big race of the day in this championship battle. As round goes Aaron Foister. Championship leader round at turn 1. What happened there for Matteo Aaron Foister? That was a very, very quick moment. Where is Miles Harrison in all of this as well? Penalty for Miles Harrison. ABC takeout. I wonder, well, I wonder if we could get a replay there. Have we had a bit of championship drama immediately in this race? Now, to be clear, let's have a look at it again. This is into turn 1. Keep an eye on the cart number 22 on the number 6. Round goes the... now, was there a move on the inside? Will Miles Harrison argue that a little bit, that there may have been something on the inside? Either way, both of them now, unless something dramatically changes in this race, Reeve, this is going to be drop score territory for both of them. This is why we count the top, well, I like to, count the top 14 scores and not disregard any scores until they are fully dropped, because weaker scores that the drivers would have been hoping to drop with good results here today, they come back into play. In a way, this is good for Aaron Foister, because if both of them have drops, the 4-point lead that Aaron Foister had at the start of this race remains 4 points.
This is not exactly what you want, though, when you're trying to head into a race weekend. And just think about a nice cruise home to your championship charge. To have a very unfortunate race start with your championship rival as well, heading into that first corner. This is dramatic stuff here at Buckmore Park, though. In the lead of this race is Ellis Cox. Got a bit of pressure from Thomas Welsford and Bertie Hodgson, both putting in a mighty effort in practice and qualifying from what we saw earlier on. As we see Ellis Cox there, who pretty much led that qualifying session, actually with a pretty dominant showing, is doing his best to do that in this race.
We should also be clear, we only have one camera angle here in the box.
Yes.
There's a good number of observers down there through the first part of the course who would be able to see better on the inside who was the cause of the incident there for Matteo Aaron Foister on the first lap. 8.5 minutes to go. Let's talk about Ellis Cox. What a run that Ellis Cox is having here. Isn't a championship contender. Hasn't been to all the rounds, but when he has been here, he's been quick as ever. As we saw last year, had a really unfortunate end to his 2023 season here at Buckmore Park and missed out on some championship placings. How special would it be for Ellis Cox to come back here and take a race win? He'd love to get a double of pre and trophy A final, but the first job is win the pre A final and all of that. There is Miles Harrison. Miles Harrison out wide. Remember, Miles Harrison needs to finish at least 8th to further increase his championship tally. That's at the moment not happening. Harrison is down in 9th and
penalty,
and has the penalty to be applied as well.
I think we would have been seeing quite an interesting battle between those two drivers, though. Miles Harrison with a very fast lap last time around, and then Matteo Ehrenfeuchter also with the fastest lap. Elijah Hazelwood now taking that accolade, as we do actually have another penalty coming in for Miles Harrison. A second advantage by contact ABC penalty. It will come up on your screens in just a moment, I imagine, ladies and gentlemen, but that is disaster for Miles in this race, isn't it?
It is. That's definite now, that irrespective of where Miles Harrison finishes on the road in this race, this is going to be a drop. There is another impact, though, here, Reeve. This result from this race sets the grid for the Trophy A final. It is quite possible that both of our championship contenders are going to be starting this one from pretty much the back of the field, and it's going to be difficult for them to race through and get a counting score in that race as well. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Ellis Cox leads from Thomas Welsford. What a race Thomas Welsford is having here as well in the 1:04. Was brilliant in qualifying
earlier today. Strongest result so far this year for Thomas Welsford was back at Ella Park, round number 5 of the championship, 2nd and 3rd. I think there's yellow flags out through the S's for a little bit of barrier replacement there. Ellis Cox has backed the field up big time here. That could be actually a bit of good news, you know, for Aaron Feuchter. Aaron Feuchter's back up to P14. Again, it's not a counting score at the moment, but it's an improvement on where Aaron Feuchter would start the Trophy A final from. 6 minutes to go. This is what can happen in a season finale. This is not how I thought this race would go here, Reeve. Ellis Cox leads at the end of lap 6.
Yeah, what this backing up has also done, it's brought Elijah Hazelwood right into contention as well. He's been on great form for the past few laps and is now attached to the rear axle of the cart up in front of him. Ellis Cox is begging Thomas Welsford, let's work together, but Thomas just wants to go for that race win. As we go side by side now, Ellis Cox and Elijah Hazelwood briefly looking like it was going to be a change in position there. Elijah has to back out of it, and now we got Thomas once again in second and trying to put a charge on for the lead of this race.
My goodness me, that was one that Elijah Hazelwood sent from Rochester Airport. As Hazelwood now runs wide, down the inside, there's Zane Perry, who has a go at Bertie Hodgson for P4. It's all breaking down a little bit here as it's nearly 5 wide coming up through to Cafe.
As we see Ethan Guest just running a little bit wide there as well, but Elijah Hazelwood got caught up by Zane Perry, was in his own battle. The back end goes out in his car, he scrubs a bit of pace off, and then Elijah has to back down and slow down in order to avoid any major contact there. So a disastrous end of the lap for Elijah Hazelwood, though, as we do continue on. In the grand scheme of things, of course, it's not actually that much time has been lost. There's still only 2 seconds between P1 and P5.
The DDMM spreadsheet of doom, we should say, is coming into play. I just had a thought in my mind, which I'm going to reverse. I'll come back to that one.
Okay. As we do have a penalty coming in for Bertie Hodgson, running in P4 at the start of this lap. Bump and pass, advantage by contact. ABC penalty there. That's not ideal. We're starting to see drivers really pushing on as much as they can. A bit of despair between the drivers there, actually, as we see Bertie Hodgson disagreeing with Elijah Hazelwood out on track potentially.
I was about to say that the championship would be decided by this race. The championship will not be decided by this race. Even if Miles Harrison is classified last in this A final, he would still have a route to exceeding the championship score that Matteo Ehrenfeuchter is currently on, mainly because Matteo Ehrenfeuchter is also having a drop score out there as well. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Still Ellis Cox and Thomas Welsford at the front of this field. Zane Perry has had 3rd places so far this year, had one in a pre-final, both at Glannygores and Wilton Mill. Would be his 5th of the year. There is Miles Harrison trying to race through, 9th on the road, still with a bag of penalties to be awarded. Look at this right in the middle of hairpin number 1.
Carries on through to that second hairpin, but we go about 5 cars wide, in fact, as we enter that second hairpin. Penalty coming in for Zane Perry, track limits violation, running in P3 here at the moment. I think what we're seeing is a lot of karters really pushing on the exit of Garda, actually, but as we mentioned, running off that racing line, you lose a lot of performance, a lot of grip in the kart, and you've just basically you run at risk of having contact with another kart or potentially even or coming foul of track limit here, like we might have seen. We go back on to the start-finish straight. A new fastest lap for Elijah Hazelwood, though, as we are seeing our race leaders now. This is Ellis Cox ahead of, that is the number 16 car of Zane Perry, who goes down the inside into the first hairpin. A great move there. Saw an opportunity and absolutely jumped on it. Elijah Hazelwood then into second position. He looked to be dropping back just a few laps ago, but has quickly recovered from that.
This is a pre-A final that just keeps on giving. What a move from Zane Perry. Forget 3rd places, this could be his strongest result of the year for the driver in kart number 16. Elijah Hazelwood, to be clear, is not a factor in the championship. Hazelwood can draw level on points with Ehrenfeuchter, but Ehrenfeuchter's number of race wins so far this year cannot be exceeded by Elijah Hazelwood. And as I say, to equal those results, Hazelwood need to win both the pre and the trophy A races. That's not out the question, though.
It's certainly not.
Down the inside goes Hazelwood for the race lead on Zane Perry. Zane Perry's going to be out wide there, out of hairpin number 2.
Great defence from Zane Perry, of course. Zane does have a track limits penalty that he is carrying at the moment. So while on the road he might be leading, it is on paper Elijah Hazelwood who currently leads this race. So he's doing everything he needs to. Another penalty coming in potentially for Zane Perry as well. Track limits advantage this time around.
I did wonder there. Zane Perry ran out wide beyond track limits out of hairpin number 2. And I think has been adjudged to have held on to the position ahead of Hazelwood. As a result of that, Hazelwood steps down the inside again for the move, for the lead on the road. Has got it done. Zane Perry down to P2. Wellsford is down the inside of Cox for 3rd place on the road. Henry Greenwood has now set the fastest lap of the race. You've also got a really intriguing situation further down the road here, Reeve. Harrison and Aaron Foister, your 2 championship contenders. Harrison is effectively keeping himself in play in terms of the championship by being the Gandalf, by holding Aaron Foister there in 9th. Yes, Aaron Foister will get 8th place back once penalties are applied, but 8th place is a drop. This racing between Harrison and Aaron Foister means Aaron Foister can't improve his championship score here. It's still going to be a drop. The title will still be alive going towards the Trophy A final. This has been a remarkable pre-A final for the cadet lightweights. We're on to the last lap. Can Elijah Hazelwood hold on for a 3rd A-tier race victory of the year?
Let's see, it's Thomas Wellsford in P3 at the moment. But that battle, as you say, between Miles Harrison and Matteo Ehrenfeuchter is looking a little bit better for Miles now as he jumps up into P7, has a bit of an air gap between him and his championship rival, so it could be looking good here as we head now through Garda for one last time in this race. Elijah Hazelwood fought very hard for it, in fact, now leading this race ahead of Zane Perry. Penalties being carried by Zane, but it's going to be Elijah who crosses the line first to take race victory. Jubilant in victory as well. Zane Perry comes home P2 on the road, Thomas Wellsford P3, Charlie Kspreggy and then Ellis Cox are top 5. Oliver Yangwao and then Miles Harrison, Bertie Hodgson, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter and Henry Greenwood are provisional top 10 in this race.
Wow, what a pre-A final. Elijah Hazelwood takes his first A-tier victory since the pre-final at Wilton Mill. That is a big result in terms of championship. We will update you on it in due course. Next out on track, though, it's the pre-A final for the junior lightweights.
Here we are then, we've just seen our cadet pre-A final, now it's time for the juniors heading out on track now, so we'll have a look at that grid in just a moment as they all get formed up and ready to go. It is Rory O'Regan and Max Chapman on the first row, Archie Bullard and Salvador Numa on the second row, Charlie Wainwright and Ben Yango on the third, Jack Whitehouse and Nathan James Boyle on the fourth, Zach Parkhouse, Harry Clark on row 5, Jacob Lemus and Charlie Foster row 6. Moving on to row 7, it's Ewan Thomas and Samuel Masters. Row 8 is Max Kilby and Zach Watson. Row 9, Hudson Gordon Hudley and Dan Shaw. Moving on to the next row, which is Charlie Walmsley Ride and Thomas Hughes. Row 11, Liam Martin Bradley and Jack Philpott. Row 12, Jacob Eckwall and Anthony Roberts. And then we are at the end of our grid, actually, for this 24 kart pre-A final. We head on to the start-finish straight, as it looks like we are going to be going around again. Or no, we're not. We are good to go for this race here as we very slowly make our way on to the tram lines for one last time at the pre-A final. No, we are going around again, actually, as the karts begin to form up.
So, no championship permutations for the title in this one. Bobby McGurn, not present here today, has already got the title sewn up. Rory O'Regan, your pole sitter, is looking to secure second place and kind of do a repeat of what he did here last year, bouncing back from the disappointment of losing out in the 2023 championship and finish the season.
Oh, really, I think that's why we're heading round again.
Okay, that's why we're heading round again. One driver's having a bit of assistance.
Dan Shaw there in the number 101 kart.
Let's say Rory took a double here last year to finish off the 2023 season. really dominant performance ahead of the likes of Daniel Munro and Samuel Masters, and if he can do so again, he'll take the runners-up spot for 2 years in a row. Driver who's done the double 3 times already this year at Rye House, Ella Park and Rowra, and has had victories in senior Club 100 races as well, if my memory serves me correctly, down at Llandau earlier on in the year. It was a shame, in a way. P24 and P21 at Warden Law just took things away from Rory O'Regan. You've got to give credit to Bobby McGurr, his consistency across the course of the season. When he's not been able to win, he's been taking seconds, been taking thirds. That's what's made the difference here. There is the reason why we have had a short delay. It's Dan Shaw in the 101. Where's Dan meant to be starting? P18, so he's not got too far up the grid to find once he gets to the back row. But other drivers in this race, Reeve, thinking of the likes of Salvador Newman, potentially their last runs in Club 100 competition.
Yeah.
Good opportunities to finish on a high.
Yeah, absolutely, and they had a great run of things in qualifying. It was actually a brilliant little qualifying session it was for our pre-A group. It really kind of G'd us all up and ready for the racing this afternoon. So let's see if we get the same type of action. Rory O'Regan, of course, putting in a dominant display in that session.
Max Chapman alongside on the front row. Best result so far this year for Max Chapman, a couple of thirds back at Llandau. Could there be a best result of the year so far for the number 91? We are green. We are racing for 11 minutes in the pre-A final for the junior lightweights. Rory O'Regan will lead into turn 1. Can they all get through? Not a good start for those on the anti-pole side of the grid. Chapman going backwards already to around 10th place. Through the first hairpin they all go. That was absolutely spot on there from Rory O'Regan for me. Reeve, as one of the blocks has gone for a bit of Saturday night fever spinning round at hairpin 2. That showed experience. Yeah. The experience of starting from the front of the grid. Rory O'Regan nailed it. Unfortunately for Max Chapman, a lot of work to do now. I think Max Chapman has fallen all the way to the back of the field.
Yep, absolutely nothing more that Rory O'Regan needed to do at the start of this race. As he breaks away with a nice little air gap to the carts behind. We got Archie Bullard, who is also in the mix in qualifying there. Jack Whitehouse comes up into P3. A good start as well for Zach Parkhouse, who moves up into 4th position from 7th on the grid. As we head into the first couple of hairpins there.
It's Charlie Foster in the number 22 coming through the order. Good start. Has gained 4 places. As that's looking a bit tight through the S's. Normally, well, the drivers are told it's single file through the S's. It's the juniors, of course. They're going to go for a bit of 2x2 through that part of the course. Good defence from the 100 of Zach Parkhouse. That's for 4th place, just ahead of Salvador Newman in the number 12. Best results so far. I would say this has been a cracking start for Zach Parkhouse. We have seen Zach in A finals earlier on this season. Thinking back to the last round at Warden Lawn, I think back at Wilton Mill as well. We haven't seen Zach Parkhouse this high up the order in a A-tier race. Newman steps down the inside, takes 4th place, and it looks like Nathan James Boyle is also on the scene to nip past the inside. That's going to get a little bit tight for Zach Parkhouse. Needs to hold it in there. This is what it's like racing at the front of one of these races. You lose 1 position, you suddenly have to really, really fight to get yourself back in the rhythm.
Yeah, it was tight. It was tight quarters anyway on the previous lap. Got a track limits warning for his run through the S's last time around, and this time there was even more cars trying to occupy the same part of the tarmac, so it wasn't ideal there. In the meantime, Rory O'Regan briefly holds the fastest lap of this race. That's now been taken by Jack Whitehouse as they look to break away from the rest of the pack. 3 wide though as we head into the first hairpin. The number 22 car that has the inside line. Good on the defence though, as we see. That is Charlie Foster. Track limits warning to his name.
Really like that from Charlie. He just held back a little bit into turn 1. Held the inside line for 2. It's again, at this time of year, it's very easy to overcommit through Conway's corner through turn 1, and he just had, now was that a cone hit for Salvador Newman? That may be me going 2 and 2 and getting 5, but there was a spinning cone, and the number 12 was the kart in the nearest vicinity to it.
Looks like that was. As we see Jack Whitehouse still flying along at the moment. P3 at the moment. 46.2 is his fastest lap.
As long as I don't think I've seen Salvador's name come up in terms of any warning, so he might get away with that one if he just uses his warning and no position penalties yet. I do like that rule. It used to be you hit one cone, you got a one-place penalty, and that was it. Your race, in terms of race victory chances, it was done. And in my opinion, it was a little bit harsh. So I do like that they've got a little bit of leeway now. Here's a battle for, I think this is the battle for second place between Archie Bullard. What a day Archie Bullard is having. He's definitely had his Weetabix this morning. It's only his second appearance of the season. The one earlier on in the year was at Ella Park, where a decent run, a couple of sixth places in the Pre-B and the Trophy B finals, but running second place in one of these races is a different story. Yes, confirmed.
Yeah.
Cone warning for Salvador Newman, not a penalty, but that's effectively on the old track furniture front. That's a yellow card. No more touching of the white and blue blocks, please.
Yeah, I did panic then, as you mentioned, the older rule where it was straight up penalty, as there we have the number 39 car running a little bit wide. Sorry, it's a 99 car, they're running a little bit wide. I did panic, I saw that and I thought, oh no, immediate penalty, but no,
nope,
just a warning for now.
That was Jack Whitehouse running wide out of Paddock corner. Rory O'Regan, is just in Rory O'Regan mode. 46.111, new fastest lap of the race, 2.6 seconds clear of Archie Bullard, who's on for a best result of the season. Obviously a very short season in terms of the schedule for Archie Bullard, but a second place would be a fantastic result nonetheless. Further down the order, Jacob Lamas has made a move on Zachary Watson for 14th place. Liam Martin Bradley has got past Jack Philpott for P18, and Charlie Walmsley Ride had a decent season, has got past one of the Pre-B finalists, Anthony Roberts, so Charlie Walmsley Ride up to P22.
Salvador Newman pushing on very nicely indeed at the moment, closing right up to Jack Whitehouse, and Archie Bullard out in front. Has picked up another cone warning by the looks of things, but still clear of any penalties just yet. Now he needs to get his head down, try and find a way past these carts out in front. This will be an important position, of course, for the podium in this Pre-A final. As we do have a penalty coming in there for Max Chapman. Track limits. Then I'm not quite sure where that was, but let's take a guess. It seems to be the S's. Seems to be a fairly common part of the lap today for a bit of track limits action.
Yeah, maybe just running wide, drivers left as you approach time sweep. Oh, now that's Nathan James Boyle, I think.
That's a shame.
Who was up in 5th place, who did not look happy about that at all.
He was having a great run up until that point. He's made a nice few positions. Unfortunately finds himself tumbling down the order.
There's a move down the inside. Zach Parkhouse fighting back ahead. Gets ahead of Ben Yango. Samuel Masters now has a go. Samuel Masters, the odds for securing second place in the championship and turning the points deficit to Rory O'Regan probably disappearing in this race. Because Rory O'Regan is going to improve his championship score by probably 12 points, as yes indeed, ABC takeout penalty for Charlie Foster. I'm going to try and deduce this correctly here. Reeve, I reckon that might have been for the move on Nathan James Boyle. Aggressive defence there from Archie Bullard. Jack Whitehouse didn't like that too much. Holds on to second place does Archie Bullard. Salvador Newman still there in 4th.
Yes, they run through the second hairpin now. The S's come up next, one of the higher parts of the circuit before you tumble all the way down that elevation change towards Paddock and Garda as well. Back end of the car stepping out there towards the end of the Symes sweep. Must be so satisfying to absolutely get right. You see Jack Whitehouse gets very close to that cone there, opens up the inside to Salvador Newman. They go side by side. Not sure if he's been able to make that position move stick. Rather, he hasn't. Well defended by Jack Whitehouse to claw it back onto the start-finish straight. as we head on through to the hairpins once again. Now Jack Whitehouse on the defence against Salvador Newman. Salvador putting in a mighty charge a few laps to go to close up to Jack Whitehouse, and now we see it is of course one thing to catch up, but it's another thing to overtake, and Salvador's not been able to do so just yet. We do have just under 3 minutes to go in this race.
Quite a few top 10 plates, ranking plates, I think are being secured in this race. The number 1 we already know, going to Bobby McGurk. The number 2 is going to be secured, I reckon, here by the number 2, Rory O'Regan. Samuel Masters is going to be securing his number 3 plate in this one. He's currently running 5th on the road. Leo Jackson, despite not racing here today, is going to take the number 4 because Ben Yango's just going to drop out of range of being able to overhaul Jackson's 1,753 points. It's down the inside. Newman steps for 3rd place, has a tap on the head saying let's think about this. 2 minutes to go. Nice move there from Salvador Newman into 3rd. The good news for Ben Yango though is I think Yango's going to secure the number 5 plate. He's got a good advantage over Nathan James Boyle, Thomas Hughes and Jacob Aquil, especially now Nathan James Boyle is down in 11th place. But just to finish off this roundup of drivers securing plates for the end of the season, I reckon Nathan James Boyle is also going to secure the number 6 plate with the score that he's got. Thomas Hughes is the closest competitor. Thomas Hughes is currently down in P23.
So here we go then. It's Salvador Newman up into P3, but then Archie Bullard loses a bit of confidence on the brakes, I think, heading in to the second part of the hairpin complex. Loses a position, but is actually able to claw it back in the end. A great run through into that second hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. 65 seconds of this race to go. Penalty for track limits abuse by Ben Yango. Archie Bullard takes that defensive line down the inside. Just by a cart width into Garda. Nicely positioned there indeed. Not quite on the last lap yet. There is confirmation of the penalty for Ben Yango. Back comes Whitehouse on Newman. This is for 3rd. And that's a nice move from Jack Whitehouse. Will immediately get over. Oh no, there's a gap down there at the inside for Salvador Newman. It is a very enticing, because the corner entry is so wide. Good fight back there from Whitehouse to hold on to 3rd place. Very wide entry into hairpin 2. Nicky Richardson, Club 100 tester, of course. I remember when I used to buy his track guides because my goodness, I needed them. I needed every bit of help I could get.
They're
I
still
used
going.
to say that hairpin 2 here at Buckmore is the easiest place to overtake in the whole country because it's such a slow corner and a wide entry. You could basically just park yourself on the inside and there's nothing that the driver on the outside can really do about it.
We do start the final lap of this race, and Rory O'Regan out in front. We haven't talked about him too much for the past little while.
Masters steps, and I think he knew that one was probably a little bit too rough and lets Newman back through.
Great sportsmanship there from Samuel Masters to recognise that, but we go on board with Rory O'Regan, who has had a great showing here in the Junior Pre-A final. Got a great launch, got a great start, and has just been able to walk away with it ever since. It really comes across the line to take race victory. Congratulations, Rory. Fantastic drive out there.
And that is 2nd place in the championship secured for Rory O'Regan, because Samuel Masters comes home in 5th place. That means the max possible score that Masters can achieve with a race win in the Trophy A final would still leave his best 14 scores from 20 races as lower than what Rory O'Regan has already achieved with his best 14 from 19 races. Well done to Rory O'Regan. Secures the runner-up spot in this championship for the 2nd year in a row. Well, what a flurry of pre-finals we have had so far this afternoon. Keep your comments coming in. It's just coming up to 3:15 here local time. If you're in the area and you want to come down and support the drivers, tomorrow we're back for the super lightweights. Really tight championship pictures, particularly in the cadet super lightweights tomorrow. And of course, if you can't make it down here to Buckmore Park, you can take us with us on your Alpha Live broadcasts. If you've not subscribed as well already for future contents here on Alpha Live, do make sure that you click that big red subscribe button if you're on the YouTubes. We'll get ready for the next set of races, Reeve, where you switch back to the C finals, trophy finals coming up, but Buckmore Park delivering some good racing as always.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been some really competitive stuff. The drivers overall having some brilliant battles, it must be said. There's been no kind of moment where I think they've had a moment to breathe.
So again, it'll be the Trophy C final for the cadets up first, then for the juniors, and then that running order again back and forth for the B finals and the A finals. Let's also, whilst we're just having a little bit of a pause, update you on the final results for the pre-A final, because this will have an impact, of course, on championship scores. So Matteo Ehrenfeuchter was classified 7th. That is a drop. That is no improvement in points for Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, but crucially, he's a good way ahead of Miles Harrison, who, when I thought this might be coming in, was excluded from the A final for multiple advantage by contacts. Now, to be clear, that is an exclusion from the race. That is not an exclusion from the meeting. Does still actually score championship points. It's a dropped amount of championship points anyway. But it's not a zero. It's not a has to carry zero like in other series. The more important thing though is when we've still got a championship on the line here between Ehrenfeuchter and Harrison. The critical information though is Ehrenfeuchter starts the Trophy A final 7th and with a 4-point advantage over Miles Harrison. Miles Harrison will start the Trophy A final in cadets 20th.
Big gap there.
That is a big gap, and it's not done, of course, but for Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, pressure off a little bit in that he's got the championship position in terms of those points, and he's got track position. Yeah, that delta just starts. It looks like the odds are slightly leaning more now into Matteo's favour, but as we've seen, anything can happen, and we're going to see more action here as we get into our full trophy finals this afternoon. Here we go then, our first trophy final coming up in just a moment. It's the Cadet Lightweight C final that we've got for you all watching at home now. Of course, you might be watching at the track as well. Let's see our starting grid though. On the front row of the grid, it is Milo Stewart and Benjamin Beresford. Row 2, Leon Canellas and Oscar Blakeman. Row 3, Thomas Hudson and Essa Rashid. And then moving on to row 4, it's Asan Iqbal and Peter Lee. Row 5, Oliver Renshaw and Ben Ridqvist. And then moving on to row 6, it's Bailey Collins and Cora Moore. Row 7 is Theo Brown and Charlie Gelb. Row 8, Leo Ryan and Tom Groulois. Row 9 is Edison Polhill and then Lucas Homewood. Moving on to row 10 is Bobby Peters and Harley Whitmore, rounding out our 20-kart field for this lightweight cadet C final. So, trophies up for grabs. 2 places in the Trophy B final also up for grabs, and away we go for 11 minutes plus 1 lap here in the Cadet Lightweight C final. Can they all make it through the first couple of corners? Looking pretty good so far, and it's Milo Stewart who's going to lead this one in the early stages. Braking formation, Pendleton thought there might be one coming in, and it was the 115 of Essa Rashid, who is unfortunately not going to be going through to the Trophy B final with that one. Will be demoted 2 places at the end of the result. Apart from that, all looking pretty good so far. Reeve, leader is Milo Stewart.
Yeah, absolutely. A nice, calm start for the most part for our cadets here as we head on towards the end of the first lap. Milo Stewart, of course, starting fairly high up. We've got a spin on the exit of Garda there. The long wait to restart, and look at the frustration of the car there. He knows that it is not the way you want to start a relatively short sprint race as we see him tumble down the order. And that looks to be Oscar Blakeman, I believe, potentially. No, we'll see who that is in just a second. Penalty coming in, though, for Leo Ryan for loading at the end of that lap there. So not sure if that had a part to play. Milo Stewart still leads this race from Asan Iqbal. Nice 1 second delta being built up at the start of this race.
Yeah, I think it might have been Oliver Renshaw who had the problem there down at Garda, because Renshaw has got going and is still running in this race, but is some 3 seconds behind the main pack. So, Milo Stewart on debut here at Buckmore Park. 1 second is the lead. Asan Iqbal, spoke to Asan before we got racing here today. Had a good little chat before free practice. Results so far in the season for Ashan. Probably wouldn't have expected to be in the C final today. It's just missed this one single round, which was round 3, but apart from that, has always made it to at least the Trophy B final. So I think that's going to be the aim now for Ashan. And this is a nice position to be in if you're perhaps a little bit out of position in terms of form book. Bit of space ahead, get into a rhythm, bit of space behind, don't need to defend too much. Can hopefully just have a very calm 9 remaining minutes in this race and go through to probably where on balance Ashan should be.
It's where he'd like to be, as we see, I think, a bit of a cone penalty potentially incoming for a driver there, or at least a cone warning, but it's where he'd like to be. But he has got Leon Canellis and Peter Lee behind, who are closing up and setting some decent laps as well, putting that pressure on Ashan in the number 40 car there. Peter Lee gets ahead of Leon Canellis as we're on board at the moment with Ashan heading through that first couple of corners. And that is Milo Stewart. He's right attached to the rear axle of now.
Is indeed. You can see a little action camera on there for Ashan. We'll be capturing the rear view of Milo Stewart's 122.
Nice, never really seen one mounted down there.
Yeah, it's obviously there's no big NASA panel for the cadets like the normal, the standard size Club 100 kart used for the juniors and of course the seniors. Remember, we've got coverage of their season finale in the sprints 2 weeks time back here at Buckmore Park. But it gives a really good perspective for the drivers. A lot of them will be using that to help with development and where they can further improve. Good. Oh, there's a line open there. Bit of a squirrely moment for Ashan Iqbal, and here comes Peter Lee. Peter Lee down the inside for the race lead in this C final. Can Peter Lee get it done on the switchback? No, back through comes Milo Stewart. So after all of that, no, not quite done. Milo Stewart is going to hold on to the lead here. Ashan Iqbal's going to try and go around the outside. That's going to be a brave one through the S's. Really good racing. I think the yellow flags might be out down the hill. Yes, they are. Just neutralise things for a few moments. It's really good racing there between Stewart, Iqbal and Lee. But that has brought the likes of Canellis back into play. Iqbal goes back down the inside for the race lead. Has it worked? Out wide a little bit there for Peter Lee. He's going to be side by side as they go around Cafe Corner. This is why we love Buckmore Park. This is why Club 100 comes here year after year. Great racing, proper racers circuit here in Kent. And for now, Ashan Iqbal has the lead.
He does. We saw he put the work in to get the move, overtaking opportunity to open up to it, and then Peter Lee was able to just get a nice clean run through a couple of corners on the previous lap and found himself in a decent position here. Actually gets ahead of Ashan Iqbal now as we run through that second hairpin. As we alluded to earlier, that second hairpin, so many overtaking opportunities to be had running through that corner as Peter Lee now takes the lead of this race. A strong previous lap for him as well. Ahead of Ashan Iqbal, and as well, that is Leo Ryan, who's worked his way up through the mix here and up into third on the road at the moment. Well, let's see what he can do in this race as now he tries to put on a bit of a charge.
Last time we saw Peter Lee in an A final was back at Llandau, a P11 on that day in South Wales. Did sit out one of the rounds in between then and now. Oh, Iqbal has a little look into hairpin 1. Might have been better waiting for the second hairpin. Leo Ryan on the scene there as well in the number 63. Has a good chance here in this one. Well, in terms of track position does. I should note that Leo Ryan has had an ABC bump and pass penalty. So even if Leo Ryan was to finish in first position on the road in this race, the best that Leo Ryan could hope for in the final classification is 5th. That would not be enough to go through into the Trophy B final.
These drivers racing him around him won't know that though, of course, because they can't see his number plate and might not be paying attention to the DigiSign if it's not got their number on it.
Remember.
Yeah, that is a very good point as well. There's so much going on. The last thing you're really thinking about is how is everyone else doing in their race? So we head through to the hairpins once again. Now Ashan Iqbal, nice move down the inside there, but Peter Lee's going to have a great run of it through the second hairpin. No, it's going to be Ashan Iqbal on the defence here, but on the exit, Peter Lee once again has a kart there, but it's the S coming up next, and that would have been particularly brave to try and stick a nose in there.
Yeah, good drive off of the corner there for Ashan Iqbal. Peter Lee holding there in second place, but it's a tricky situation in one of these promotion races, repechage races, whatever you may want to call them, when you're in P2 and it's a close pack, because you've got no natural defence. You know, you've not got that gap. You are just one of the drivers' big send away from being out of the race, and it may not even be the driver who's trying to send it on you that takes the advantage of it. But the point being, when it's like this and you sat in second place, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 cars behind you, one little mistake, all of a sudden you're in sixth place. Whereas if you take the lead, if you've got that track position, it just gives you a little bit more breathing room.
Absolutely, as we see Benjamin Beresford a bit out of position at the moment, but still setting some very nice laps indeed. Contact warnings coming in for both Hassan Iqbal and Leo Ryan. The marshals deciding actually we're getting a little bit too close for comfort really in this battle for the lead of the race. Hassan still leads though ahead of Peter Lee and Leo Ryan. Leo Canellas in the mix here as well, losing a couple of positions earlier on, climbing back through the ranking though.
End of lap number 9. Hassan Iqbal's lead is 0.3 of a second from Peter Lee. Leo Ryan in third place, but carrying penalties. And at the moment, Leon Canellas would be up into that third spot and decently scoring, I think, as well on a debut run in Club 100 Cadets. Runs a touch wide though, out of the second hairpin. Needs to be careful with that. As down the hill, Peter Lee had a go there through Simon's sweep that you don't normally see, and that was a bit of a scary moment. Lee's going to try and step back down the inside of Leo Ryan there. That looked okay to me. Canellas is going to try and go around the outside for P3, 3 wide, coming up towards Cafe Corner. Milo Stewart still in there as well in the 122, so it stays as it was, but that was a mighty close moment, Reeve, through and down Simon's sweep. That was particularly brave, and we saw him trying to make up for it heading through. Garda was able to keep the position in the end, but lost a lot of momentum in doing so. This has allowed Hassan Iqbal to build a nice gap in the lead of this race. 0.8 of a second. We've got a penalty that's come in for Essa Rashid with a take out advantage by contact penalty, but only a contact warning for Peter Lee for, I suspect, what we saw heading through this part of the lap, the Symes sweep, where it might have just got a little bit too elbows out heading through Garda once again. As there is the gap that Hassan Iqbal has been able to build up. It's certainly by no means a big gap. 0.8 of a second. It evaporates almost immediately in any other context. But the context of Club 100 karting, that is a fairly substantial gap given just how close racing has been in this race so far as well. P7 for Leo Ryan, for Theo Brown there, as Milo Stewart also makes a position on that last lap. Got a penalty that's coming actually for Bobby Peters' unsafe release. I think it's the first unsafe release penalty we've seen all day. Yeah, I think it is. So yeah, that's unfortunate for Bobby Peters that it's probably had a bit of an off moment and then just got back onto circuit a little bit too early and will have resulted in someone out there needing to take a level of avoiding action. It can be very tricky to rejoin safely at a circuit like Buckmore when it's so tight. Well, not the tightest, but you've got blind corners potentially if you're out of position, and you've got such a large fleet of cars coming at you as well. As we do start the final lap of this race, Milo Stewart goes and sets the fastest lap of the race so far on the penultimate lap as well. As we can see in the background, Benjamin Beresford still making up positions, trying to put on a bit of a recovery in this race. Hassan Iqbal still leads, but by a much closer gap this time around, it must be said. We run up through the S's, where some moves were tried earlier on, perhaps a bit too brave. Likewise through the Symes sweep, we have nothing like that from Peter Lee this time around. Hassan Iqbal still leads as we run through Paddock. Leads a fleet of karts, 5 karts long, in fact 6, maybe 7 as well, as potentially a bit of a move on here. No, it's going to be Hassan Iqbal who leads heading onto that start-finish straight. The question is, does he have the momentum? I think he will, and after a long and hard-fought battle, it will be Hassan Iqbal who takes the race victory here for the Cadet C final. Peter Lee comes home P2, Leon Canellas P3 in the end, Leo Ryan P4, Milo Stewart are top 5 there. Thomas Hudson, Bailey Collins, Ben Rigfist and Theo Brown and Benjamin Beresford are top 10 provisionally in this race. Very good job by Hassan Iqbal, who keeps the run going of having qualified for at least the Trophy B final in every single race that we've seen the number 40 driver here in 2024. Next up, it's the Junior Lightweight C final.
Here we are then, our first Junior C final of the day. In fact, our first Junior final of the day as the karts head out on track now. Slightly larger grid for the Junior running. So let's see what that grid is looking like. As we have on the front row, it is Dan Treadwell and Sebastian Sorosco on the front row. Then we have Marcus Allen and Harry Jones on the second, Zach Whelan and Cian Haynes on row 3. Moving on to the fourth row, it is Jacob Lee and Flynn Perry. Row 5, Irish Catlow and Finlay Bennett. Row 6, James Taylor and Leo Custon. Moving on to row 7, it is Christopher Sibthorne and Ashley Haynes St Quintin. Row 8, Elliot Goddard and Oliver Armiger. Row 9 is Tom Smith and Stanley Wilson. The 10th row will be Jake Hart and Spencer Wiles. Row 11, Charlie Bevan Dick and Edgar Armandiras Bocanegra. Row 12, Callum Costley and Toby Mitchinson. Row 13, Ledden Rawding, Finlay Jessup. Row 14, Alfie Swain, Owen Price. Row 15, Baxter Rawlings, rounding out our 29 kart grid for this Junior C final.
Big grid, and only 2 spots available in the Trophy B final, and we are racing 11 minutes once again here at Buckmore Park. Good start for Treadwell on the inside, will lead out of Henry's Bend for the first time in this one. Can they all get through? Hairpin number 1, there's a little bit of locking, there's a little bit of bumping out there, but I think all in all they have made it all through. Now same question for hairpin number 2. Someone's riding up on the rear bumper of another kart out there. It's a little bit harem scarum again out there for the Junior Lightweights, Reeve, but all in all, they've made it through, and a very good start for Dan Treadwell.
Yeah, absolutely. It always is brave as we have a few karts going wide there. Someone spun round at the top of the Paddock bend.
Yeah, that was from quite high up the order as well as the Roger Daltrey would have been happy with the work there by the cone, because he's gone for a bit of pinball wizard. 10 minutes to go in this one. Treadwell leads from Jacob Lee by 1.2 seconds.
That was terrible.
Beautiful, but I know it was. Tried to make it work. He didn't really get. But anyway, Dan Treadwell, this is a beautiful position when you're in this kind of race. Get in the rhythm. Let everybody else squabble for P2 now and just bring this one home. 9 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in it. Good start for Alex Catlow. Up 6 places.
Yeah, Jacob Lee as well, making up 5 there in the mix right at the start of this race. Just goes to show that often at the start of these races, particularly with such a large fleet of karts starting the race, it's not always about just gunning for those overtaking moves. It's just keeping the nose clean and seeing where you end up.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, that's not been the case in the number 55 of Harry Jones. Harry Jones, ABC takeout penalty. That'll be plus 6 positions at the end of this one. Zach Whelan stepping down the inside there. That was for 3rd place on Alex Catlow. And nicely done indeed. Zach Whelan, who started this race 5th. So has got a track record of being ahead of Jacob Lee and Alex Catlow so far today, and will now look to try and get through past Jacob Lee. That is the last position that goes through to the Trophy B final on offer here today. Further down the order, Leo Cusden has got past Flynn Perry, 4P16, and Baxter Rawlings improving as well as back up to the top 20, along with Stanley Wilson. They've both got past Toby Mitchinson.
Christopher Sibthorpe on a bit of charge at the moment, 46.9 on that last lap as we have a bit of a battle brewing here. This is being led by Jacob Lee. This is the fight for P2. Zach Whelan, Alex Catlow and Christopher in the mix for this one then as we head up through the S's. It's covered by 1 second this battle as we see Dan Treadwell just in the foreground there, slowly but surely building up that gap in the lead of this race.
And this is where for Dan Treadwell that race start was crucial, because these 4 drivers are going to fight over 2nd place now. It's a strange one, because if they work together they probably still have enough time to work up to it, but the psychology of how these C finals work, I don't think that's going to be how it plays out. Zach Whelan tries to go around the outside. Jacob Lee trying to hold track position as Alex Catlow steps back down the inside to retake 3rd place, and has got it. That's nice positioning off the corner. That's all going to get a little bit tight. 3 wide, nearly 4 wide. Sibthorpe with nowhere to go. Round goes Catlow in a very, very tricky part of the course and does very well just to pull over to driver's right. That was a scary moment. That is one of the fastest parts of the circuit and a very close quarters part of the circuit. Understandably, Alex Catlow not happy about that at all, but very, very good awareness to get out of trouble.
Yeah, definitely. That long wait to rejoin the circuit is so painful, but an unfortunate instant for him there. Just one small error, as you say. It's such a high-speed part of the circuit. It's so easy for things to go so wrong. So good to see he has been able to get back underway. That promotes Christopher Sibthorpe up into third position. Zach Whelan with a penalty for that incident by the looks of things. Advantage by contact takeout then for Zach Whelan. That'll be a decent drop in positions after the race comes to its conclusion. As we see Dan Treadwell out in front, meanwhile, slowly but surely building up that gap now to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job at the front of the field. The pack behind him have been whittled away a little bit as Harry Jones has a look there for 6th place. Oliver Armiger's had a decent lap here, has gained some positions out there. Penalty for the number 77 confirmed, and now Zach Whelan's also had a cone warning as well, so it's not going the way that Whelan would have wanted in this race. Change further down the order. Ashley Haynes St Quintin is through past Leo Custon for P15. Baxter Rawlings continuing to improve. Started this race P29, is now up to 17th. So the last first challenge is progressing. I think it's probably going to be a little bit beyond the reach of Baxter to get all the way to the front of this one, but he's having a good go nonetheless. That's a gain of 12 places from where he started.
Yeah, if this was kind of a slightly longer, less sprint race oriented category where we'd have maybe 25-minute races, I think you'd be potentially looking at still a very good result for him. But as it is, these 10-minute races do reward absolute consistency throughout the race. As we see Christopher Sibthorpe with another fastest lap of the race. He is in the mix of battle for P2 here. Jacob Lee very strong on the defence, so does not want to let this position get away from him. As we now head down through the S's, or rather up ever so slightly before that big drop down the sweep. Yellow flags out for this sector on the lap though, so drivers need to slightly rein in their pace, avoid any overtaking, and this has allowed potentially Zach Whelan to catch back up and will be in the fight here as we come towards the end of this lap.
Will be indeed. Keep your comments coming in. Let us know who you're supporting at home. Remember to give the broadcast a like as well on your social media platforms of choice, and a share as well if you don't mind. Of course, we'll be back again tomorrow for the final day of these CLUB100 Cadet and Junior Championships. It'll be the turn of the super lightweights out on track. That's for later. This is your battle for second place. Jacob Lee and Christopher Sibthorpe. As Zach Whelan, that I don't think was ever going to quite work.
Ran out of track there.
Yep.
Bit of kart cross.
Sebastian Cerescu is through past Elliot Goddard for 8th place. So a good move there up the order for not a newbie in terms of race entries. Sebastian has been present at the last few rounds, but the first time that we've talked about Sebastian on an Alpha Live broadcast. Jack Dixon out there as well on the social media duties, capturing the flavour and the atmosphere of the racing here today at Buckmore Park. Dan Treadwell's lead now 3.9 seconds as Whelan has a look down the inside of Sibthorpe for third place on the road.
Just goes to show, as we've said already, just how important that race start was. Because at the moment, Jacob Lee and Christopher Sibthorpe, well, just Christopher's slightly down in terms of pace at the moment, but Jacob is right there with Dan Treadwell in terms of pace. He can match him. It's just there is an air gap between the two. As we see that Christopher Sibthorpe trying a move heading through Goddard. It wasn't quite on, but he just about backs out of it there. As we see Jacob Lee continues on in P2 for the time being. Actually a track limit warning coming in for Jacob Lee there as we start the next lap.
Do indeed into the 11th lap of this one for Christopher Sibthorpe with the first appearance since Ella Park earlier on in the year. A bit of a crossed up moment there for Zach Whelan.
That kart looked very eager to oversteer.
Remember, if drivers can't make it through to the Trophy B final, there's still championship points at stake for everybody in this race. 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. Contact warning for the number 97, so they've all had a warning of some description. Just check again, I think we have seen the penalty for Zach Whelan, did we not, earlier on in the race? Yes, we did, for the ABC takeout at about lap 5. 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Harry Jones now the fastest driver on circuit. Jones running in
big oversteer there.
That's a mistake.
That is Jacob Lee there heading into that first hairpin, either carrying a bit too much speed or potentially a bit too aggressive on the brakes, of course. Both axles are not braked on these karts, and it can upset the balance quite easily if you're a bit too aggressive stamping on that stop pedal. And that has cost him big time heading through that corner.
I'd be interested in if we can get a replay on that, because although we've had the Rotax power units with the clutch base for a while, when the change was made from the old direct drive to this format, it completely changed how you approached hairpin 1, because sometimes if you're a little bit too aggressive, the centrifugal clutch could kick in. Oh yeah, I do think that might have been one of those where you brake so hard the engine stops, you think, oh dear, I don't want to spin here. You come off the brakes a little bit and the clutch kicks in. And you push on a little bit too hard, and it just, everything happening all at once. The result not good, but at least Jacob Lee is still in the battle here. Has still got a chance. Has not completely fallen out of this group. 50 seconds to go on the clock, and right now Treadwell and Sibthorpe will be looking at spots. I think Jacob Lee's just getting a little bit. He's getting a bit rough out there.
Potentially because now he's not in a position where he can think about being ahead of Christian anymore. Now he's got to try and fight back for that spot against Christian if he can, and defend against Zach Whelan. But as we've seen, he loses that position to Zach Whelan as we are now on the final lap of this race. Dan Treadwell will have seen that warning a few corners ago, because he's already heading through the Symes sweep. We're still looking at this battle though for P2, because it's certainly not over yet. Dan Treadwell then running through Garda, as we can see Christian Sibthorne still leading this pack ahead of Jacob Lee and Zach Whelan. The checkered flag is waved then for Dan Treadwell as he takes race victory for the Junior C final. Then it is Christian Sibthorne. Zach Whelan nips Jacob Lee to the post in the end there. And that is the top 3. Jacob Lee P4, Oliver Armiger P5, Cian Hayes P6, Harry Jones P7. Then we've got Sebastian Soresco P8, and then Elliot Goddard and Leo Custon rounding out our provisional top 10 for this Junior C final.
Very good drive from Dan Treadwell. Treadwell will proceed on to the Trophy B final grid, and for his performance, that's a return to the B finals. And you never know, a chance of racing through later on this afternoon to even more racing. More racing, of course, to come here at Buckmore Park. We'll switch back to the cadets in a short moment's time. Keep your comments coming in, keep pressing that like button. Indeed, it is the Cadet Lightweight B final next.
Here we go then, our cadets back out on track for the final race for the B Group Karters. As they head out on track, let's have a look at that starter grid. It's Lewis Tracy and Jacob Kashpegi on the front row, and then it's Matthew Lederer and Tom Justice, row 2, Jack Horton and Luke Collins rounding out row 3. Moving on to row 4, it's Fellas Adra and James Wall. Row 5, Thomas Barker and Cooper Campbell leads. Row 6, Josh Taylor and Timmy Shahini. Moving on to row 7, it's Charlie Murray, Oliver Sanderson. Row 8, Joey Bates and Harvey Dowler. Row 9, Aaron Hewood and Leonidas Giorgio. And then moving on to row 10, it's Jackson Burge, Cooper West. Row 11 is Hassan Iqbal and Peter Lee rounding out this 22 kart field as we get ready for the Cadet Lightweight B final. Heading on to that start-finish straight, then we are going to be behind the pace car. We're not, in fact, we head down those tram lines and we're ready for the race start here. It is Lewis Tracy who leads ahead of Matthew Leder, who gets ahead of Jacob Kashpegi into P2 there. It's a good run as we head now into the hairpin. Here is Jack Horton having a look at the inside. Has got a mighty job to defend from behind, though. Big shunt from further down the order.
Yeah, Luke Collins involved in that, who's also picked up a braking formation notification as well. Do hope that everybody is okay down there at hairpin number 1, and we've gone false start, which strangely I think could be a bit of a reprieve for Luke Collins.
Yeah.
I'll check my rule book. Can you get a braking formation penalty for a start that, in terms of the history books, never happened? I'm not sure.
That'll be one to inquire about.
Mr. Mitchell, because he'll be able to go, oh yes,
when I've last read the rule book
in 2021. Actually, it wouldn't be 2021 because we didn't even have cadets in 2021. What am I talking
very
about?
true.
Restart anyway. So we'll go round again. I think other drivers involved there. James Wall, 106 of Cooper West there has just got going again. Hello to Josh Cook. Josh Cook Racing, who's cheering for Josh Taylor in the Cadet B final. Keep the comments coming in.
Behind the pace cart as we head down the formation lines once again. Hello to Lewis Prendergast, supporting all his friends as well. No stranger, of course, to the BIKC running, which is currently taking place today. I actually haven't been keeping track of it, so I have no idea how things have gone so far. Yeah, we've been doing some. We've been otherwise occupied, as you may or may not have been able to notice, as we see these carts now weaving their way down the track, trying to keep some temperature into those tyres if possible. Taking a slightly shorter run through the track there as I go full Sean Connery there, trying to get everyone back into formation as quickly as possible.
Hello to Lewis Prendergast as well. Good afternoon, mate. Hope you're doing well. And for Lee Collins as well. So we'll go around again. Yes, I think, well, in terms of the notifications on our screen, the penalties have been cleared. So I think Luke Collins is okay on that basis. I would expect time to be reduced. We did have a false start earlier in the juniors, if I was not mistaken. So, yeah, 9 minutes confirmed in my ear as the new race duration for the B finalists. Let's talk about what the drivers have done so far this season who are in this race. Lewis Tracy looking to get back into the A finals. It's kind of been one of those drivers. On a good day, it's been an A final. On a not so good day, it's always been at least a B final. Was third in the B final. 2 rounds to go at Rowrah. Matthew Lederer is only on a second appearance the year so far, so hasn't ever been into an A-tier race, so it's a good chance here. Jacob Trebregi, as mentioned, has been in A finals so far in 2024. Lights are green, back to racing, 9 minutes underway. Very even start for those at the front of the grid. Down the inside, steps Lederer there to take second place. Are they all going to make it through hairpin number 1? Lord Collins is a little bit caught up in the middle of the field again, but they have this time all made it through hairpin number 1. Pretty much through hairpin number 2. No, spoke too soon. 2 carts in the scenery towards the back of the field there. And one of them may have been the 109. I think one of them is the 58 of Leonidas Georgiou, who's off circuit and not registering through sector number 1. Apologies, didn't quite. I think it might have been Josh Taylor. Yes, it was. Who had a bit of a slow first sector, the 109. Those were 2 drivers involved.
This race a real reprieve then for Luke Collins, as we say, even if he doesn't have that braking formation penalty removed. He's, of course, undone the effects of that incident he had at the hairpins last time out as we go 3 wide into the first corner of the lap there. As it looks to be, everyone did make it through despite that, which is what we like to see. Hairpin still looking a little bit edgy there, as we do have Hassan Iqbal in the mix of things, of course, running very well indeed in our lightweight Cadet C final, promoted up into the Bs as a result, and now in the mix of things here.
Yeah, having a really, really good run out there.
Slightly wide.
Bit of a wide moment there for Charlie Murray. Matthew Lederer having a good squabble here with Fawaz Adra coming through Senna and then into Cafe.
And if you think it looks uncomfortable going wide at that part of the track, outside of the kart, you should try it inside of the kart.
Yeah, one of my very first races here at Buckmore Park as Adra goes down the inside for P2. We'll come back to the woes of my lightweight sprints career later. As Charlie Murray goes down the inside of Lederer as well. That's for P3. And that later is now one of my very first races here at Buckmore Park in my proper Club 100. Graduated from the BUKC. I was welcomed to lightweight sprints with a good old shove to drivers right through that part of the course.
Oh. Not fun.
Craig Summers was in there with me. Hello, Craig, if you're watching. 6.5 minutes of this race remaining. Lewis Tracy doing a really nice job here. Reeve, 1.5 seconds there or thereabouts, clear of the rest of the field.
Yeah, this is the type of advantage at the start of the race we've been seeing from the juniors so far in their finals, so it's good to see it from the cadets as well. Contact warning does come in for Fawaz Adra, but he is still running in P2. Charlie Murray gets ahead of Matthew Lederer on the previous lap, as we see now. We're on board at the moment with Fawaz Adra as he's trying his best to keep Charlie Murray at bay, but as we head into the S's,
Luke Collins is properly back in this, Reeve. What a turnaround this would be.
Absolutely.
An incident and a braking formation penalty on the start that never was. And now Luke Collins is there in P4.
Yeah, it's been a great recovery for him. Sure, we'll be quite glad to actually have that reduced race time. Not usually we want to see the karters want to see less time out on track, but this might be one instance of that. Charlie Murray ahead of Fawaz Adra, then that 1.8 second gap to Lewis Tracy looking rather insurmountable with just over 5 minutes to go on the clock. This is going to be the focus for these drivers and this battle for P2. Fawaz has a look around the outside but has to bail out of it, as going very wide indeed there. That is Luke Collins. He is able to get back out on track though, and no major ill effects from that really. There we have the lonely run down the Sime Sweep for Lewis Tracy.
Yeah, it does indeed. It has picked up a track limit warning for his troubles there as Luke Collins, and still not too far behind is Jackson Burge, who's having this brilliant run. Started in 19th in this race. Has gained 13 spots.
Waved yellows in sector 3 for that cone or that barrier on the exit of the paddock, so drivers going to have to be cautious of that, potentially, if it's still out as they come to the end of this lap.
Lots of changes further down the order. Collins has a little look for third place. Tom Justice and Cooper Campbell-Lees fighting back up the order. Cooper Campbell-Lees, who had that incident with Jacob Chapregi in the pre-B final. 22nd to 12th, but we're going to come back to this fight for second place. Fawaz Adra has lost that position to Charlie Murray. Here comes Luke Collins as well. Luke Collins in the green and white helmet is up to P3. Everybody else is going to get involved as well, with Lederer, Burge, Chapregi, Asan Iqbal. What a run from Asan Iqbal this is. Well, we talked about a move from a C to a B race could still result in a move back into the A-tier races, and with the best part of 4 minutes still remaining on the clock, keep an eye on that number 40. Meanwhile, Charlie Murray in the 108 has got to make that Club 100 Cadet kart as wide as possible now. Luke Collins is under attack from Fawaz Adra there in the blue and red suit. Jackson Burge still strong at 5. Asan Iqbal, take a bow. It's on an absolute charge as Luke Collins has gone through. Collins through into second place. The last of the positions to qualify for the Trophy A final, the final Trophy A final of the 2024 season for the lightweights, but this one is not done. 3.25 minutes to go. Lewis Tracy's lead is going to be around 2 seconds at the end of this lap. Big lap here now for Luke Collins.
Yeah.
If Luke Collins can push away here, Reeve, for me, that's going to start to make the other drivers just drop their heads perhaps a little bit, going, oh no, we're not quite going to have the pace to overhaul the number 23 here today.
Yep, let's see if they are able to. A penalty coming in for Fawaz Adra for contact. As you say, a remarkable charge though for Asan Iqbal. Just goes to show one of the key benefits really of this format is having the pre-finals and then the main finals. If you've really got what it takes and you have a poor qualifying, it doesn't matter because you can still find yourself in the A's. And likewise, if you've got a bit of a disastrous fight, you're still going to get a race no matter what. Everyone still gets the same amount of racing, but it just could be the case that you work your way up to that top final nonetheless.
So, Luke Collins hasn't been to an A final since Wilton Mill, since the last time we had a broadcast round. Charlie Murray in the 1:08. Well, definitely has been to an A final. Was up there in the top ranks last time around. And this for Luke Collins would be quite the turnaround after a difficult race start. Jackson Burge still there in 4th place. Joey Bates has found a way past Jacob Chepregi. That's for P7. 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, Reeve.
Yep, time absolutely flies when you're having fun, and we certainly have been having fun commentating along to this brilliant racing that we've seen from our young karters here at Buckmore today. A couple of track limits warnings coming in. Hassan Iqbal, I think, had a bit of a wide moment earlier on the previous lap, and that is what that will be for Luke Collins. New fastest lap of this race, but not for long, because there is Cooper Campbell-Lees with a 49.241. 42 would be very impressive. 49.241 running in P10 at the moment. We have a look, though, at this battle out in front. Luke Collins heading up, Charlie Murray then, and Jackson Burge as well. 1 minute to go on the clock now. Out in front is Lewis Tracy, 1.1 seconds ahead of the pack, but that delta is closing down. He had a great run, a great surge to the top at the start of this race, but is slowly being reined in by Luke Collins, who's got impressive form late on in this race. 40 seconds to go on that clock. The timer really ticking by now. It's Lewis Tracy, Luke Collins and Charlie Murray ahead of Jackson Burge as we start what is going to be one of the very last laps of this race. In fact, the last lap of this race, as we have a look at Lewis Tracy heading through that second hairpin now ahead of Luke Collins. 8/10 of a second separating them at the start of this lap, but that is a much less time now as we head up through the S's. It was a great first sector for Luke Collins as well. 19.7 seconds compared to Lewis Tracy's 20.1. They are very close together as we head through the paddock. Are there going to be any late moves here? Having a look into Garda. Down the inside, it is Luke Collins trying to make a move stick. They go side by side, but the track comes back to Lewis Tracy, heading back onto that start-finish straight. Lewis Tracy wins out against Luke Collins, heading on to the checkered flag here. It is Lewis Tracy who just takes race victory ahead of Luke Collins. Charlie Murray comes home P3 with a brilliant last lap of 49.1. A clear ways ahead of Jackson Burge, Fawaz Adran, Hassan Iqbal. Hassan, a fantastic drive for the number 40 car there. Then we have Cooper Campbell-Lees, Joey Bates, Jacob Chupregi, and then Tom the Justice are top 10 provisionally at the end of the Cadet B final.
Good fight there, all the way to the end from our cadet lightweights. Top two we will see again later on this afternoon in the big race of the day for the cadet lightweights, the Trophy A final. That was a thoroughly entertaining watch. And Lewis Tracy and Luke Collins, provisionally at least, will go through and join the back of the grid for the cadet lightweight A final later on today. Commiserations in a way to Charlie Murray, third place. First of those not quite to go through, but a good haul of points in the last round of the championship for Charlie Murray. Jackson Burge, Fawaz Adra, Hassan Iqbal, Cooper Campbell-Lees, Joey Bates, Jacob Chupregi and Tom Justice all in the top 10. Matthew Lederer, Harvey Dowler, Jack Horton, Peter Lee and Oliver Sanderson all in the top 15 on the road. Timmy Shahini, Aaron Hewood, Thomas Barker, Josh Taylor and James Wall take us down to P20 ahead of Cooper West and Leonidas Georgiou, the 22 runners in that one. More to come here at Buckmore Park, and next up it will be the Junior Lightweight B final. Let's take a look then through the grid in a short moment's time for the Junior Lightweight B final. Same story again. Top two race through to the A final. Ben Richardson and Hudson Barker-Dix are best positioned to do that from the front row of the grid. Ollie White and Jude Kelleher alongside each other on row 2. Harry Collins and Henry Lopez-Gracie go from the third row of the grid. They're ahead of James Edwards and Aidan Marsh in row 4. Jake Renshaw and Max Andrews looking to finish their seasons with a flourish, finish out the top 10. Toby Edelston and Matthew Cooper start on row number 6. Max Housley and Harry Law start on row 7. James Groves, Yassine Ali Khan, Callum Boot, Christopher Wilkinson all complete the top 20, or top 20 that's completed by Harry Power and Cameron McDonald. Maxim Muskis and Omar Matthew on row 11. Yusuf Yaqub and Kwam Kalamudin on row number 12. It's a 26 strong field completed by our qualifiers from the C final. Dan Treadwell and Christopher Sibthorpe. Dry conditions here at Buckmore Park, but the lights are on. The floodlights are on, so drivers will have been rummaging around for their clear visors, getting ready for this one as we race under the lights for the B final. Lights are green, 11 minutes to decide who's going to go through to the A final, who's going to finish strongly for the 2024 season. All looking pretty steady through the first couple of corners into hairpin 1. This is where it can get spicy. Looking pretty good so far for the junior lightweight B final, but it's a solid start at the front, Reeve, for both drivers on the front row of the grid. Little bit of a conglomeration on hairpin number 2 there for Ben Richardson, Ollie White and Hudson Barker-Dix. No trouble there, away and clear. I think there have been problems though for Jude Kelleher in the number 76.
There have penalties coming in as well for Matthew Cooper, breaking formation as well. Henry Lopez-Gracie and bump and pass advantage by contact off there for, who is that who spun around at Garda? We'll see in just a moment as they head through onto the next timing mark, and we'll see them tumbling down the order. The number 33 car thereof, that is Henry Lopez-Gracie, carrying that penalty but making a great move up the inside. We've had Omar Matthew, is that there? Yeah. Pointing the wrong direction. I thought it was a kart with ending with number 6. It was 86. It was Toby Edelston who went round at Garda, and fair bit of hand waving going around there on the exit of hairpin number 2. 9 minutes and 38 seconds remaining on the clock. So we've already got some. What a torrid first lap for Matthew Cooper. Yeah. We already mentioned the breaking formation penalty, and ABC bump and pass now for Cooper. So that is going to be the number 65 well out of the competition for making it through to the Trophy A final. Who we got here? That is Hudson Barker-Dix with the fastest lap of the race so far, of course. Not really properly underway and in a bit of a rhythm yet. Everyone is still very close together indeed, but it's 47 flat nonetheless, and still looking good is Hudson as he goes purple sector 1 once again. So on a decent charge here as we look at our front runners. It's Ben Richardson, who had a great run out, of course, in the previous race. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for him just at the very end, but still he's looking to, I am sure, make amends, if you will, for that race end. Jake Renshaw trying to turn things round perhaps at the end of the season. It's not been the season that I think Jake Renshaw would have hoped. Was a seeded driver off the back of last year, hence kart plate number 9. Is most likely going to finish outside of the top 10 for this year, and didn't perhaps get the kind of result that he would have wanted at Warden Law. He's outside those positions, those transfer spots into the A final at the moment, but he's not far off getting a chance at Harry Collins here. This would be a good way for Jake to try and finish the season. If he can get through into that Trophy A final with nothing to lose. Cone warning coming in for Henry Lopez-Gracie there. I'm going to assume it's that one poor cone that's taking an absolute beating today, hasn't it? On the 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a row. Dante was running back and forth, replacing it here last Saturday for Club 100 experience. And I'm not even going to get onto what we saw in the BUKC test on Friday. That's BUKC though, isn't it? 7 minutes and 30 seconds to go. This is a bit of a scrap. There you go. Jake Renshaw through and into second place. Good bit of fight there from the number 9 seed from last year's Junior Lightweight Championship. Is not giving this one up, and that's really good to see. Has had some really good results earlier on in the season, but as I say, it's just not quite fallen into place. It's never really gone into a rhythm per se, but that was more like it, up to P2. Yeah, a few more track limits warnings coming in here. We're on board at the moment with Ben Richardson, who's got a bit of pressure building from behind now. He's got himself in a similar position as to where he was in his previous race, actually. Jake Renshaw closing up, as we say, with that great run ahead of Harry Collins now. But what this battling has done, it's also brought Ollie White and Hudson Barker-Dix into the mix as well. Hudson, we saw, has got a great turn of pace here in the lightweight B final for the junior category. And there we see Ben Richard going defensive on the inside here at Garda. Not completely traditional, opens up the outside there. The major cone penalty coming in, though, warning at least for Jake Renshaw as we exited Garda there. Just collected the cone coming up through the curb. They've got an ABC bump and pass penalty coming in for Yassine Ali Khan, running in P9 at the moment. He'll drop his results on paper at least. And then we got Yusuf Yakub setting fastest lap there as well. But Jake Renshaw trying everything he can to try and find a way past. Of course, these are really important positions, as these will promote you into the A final coming up later on, our final race of the day. The day has absolutely flown by. I hope you've all enjoyed watching, whether you're at the track or watching from home, as much as we've enjoyed being here. Buckmore Park always delivers fantastic racing, and we are seeing some of that now as we head back onto the start-finish straight. Once again, Ben Richardson has a brief look over the shoulder. It is Jake Renshaw still putting that pressure on. Faster through Sector 3. That seems to be where it's making the difference. Ben Richardson has the upper hand through the first part of the lap, but Jake able to try and claw something back through that second sector. It is so tough when you've got everything to think about, really, when you're in P2 or P3, because you've got the effort to try and catch up to the likes of Ben Richardson and overtake, but also you've got to think about your defensive drive as well, because you've got Ollie White and Hudson Barker-Dix also trying to overtake here as well.
But particularly on a circuit where it's so easy to make a mistake as well. The light fading here as we go into night time at Buckmore Park. 4 o'clock on the dot. Oh, that's a bit of a rough one. That's the number 38 trying to step down the inside. Unorthodox is the word I'll use for that move. That was Yusuf Yakub trying to recover back through. Meanwhile, further up the order, that was a nice move there from the 179 of Callum Boots. Callum Boots had a good day. Difficult start to qualifying. But since then has turned things around big time and is now going to be solidly up into the top 10 already, and that, I think, was 7th place, getting past Max Housley through the first couple of corners. Yellow flags are out down the hill. Yellow flags are also out at Paddock Corner. That normally means that the cone is being replaced. So double zone of yellow just to get the drivers slowed down for track workers and observers moving into position. Back at the front of the order, this is difficult for Ben Richardson as well. It's a close pack. It's one mistake. It's one, unnecessary track limits moment from all falling apart here. Ben Richardson is doing the job at hand. Leads this race from Jake Renshaw. Harry Collins still there in third. Ollie White trying to make it through to an A-tier race. It's been pretty rare that we've seen number 44 in junior lightweights in an A-tier race in 2024. Ben Richardson now feeling the need to defend a little bit into Garda. Trouble with that's going to encourage more competitors into this big fight for the 2 remaining spots in the Trophy A final.
Ben Richardson is liking that line through Garda at the moment to keep Jake at bay. But as you say, James Edwards, currently fastest karter out on track, closing up, running in P6 at the moment, but very much finding his way very shortly on the back of the number 125 kart, running in P5 at the moment. And there he is, in fact. They've all closed up. Ben Richardson will be feeling that pressure, I'm sure. He's doing a mighty job under it, it must be said. Maybe taking a few learnings from his previous race, and is in a good position as it stands. Black flag for Matthew Cooper, though. Our first black flag of the day, I believe.
Yeah, that's going to be the end of the race for Matthew Cooper. That is come and have a chat with the race officials immediately. It's for 2 times ABCs. Out there, 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining on the clock. James Edwards having a good race. He's there in 6th place and the fastest driver on track. Jake Renshaw starting to put Ben Richardson under increasing levels of pressure.
They were able to make eye contact then.
Yeah, they were making eye contact on the run into hairpin number 2. The thing is, though, Ben Richardson's driving good defensive lines here. We saw this earlier on, though. He missed out on making it through into the A-tier races by less than a tenth of a second. He's keeping it all together, but if he loses it on the last lap, and here's the moment for Jake Renshaw. Jake Renshaw's going to be side by side. Both of them out to driver's right, and Renshaw's through. Renshaw is through. Now, will this trigger a change in tactics from Ben Richardson? Because he's now back down the inside into hairpin 1. They're eye-to-eye contact again on the run into hairpin number 2. This is a repeat of what we saw in the pre-B final here, Reeve, where Richardson, of course, lost out on the last lap.
He did. It was Jake Renshaw trying something different that time into Garda. Goes for the inside. That forces Ben to think about going around the outside in some way, shape or form. It just cost him as he ran back onto the start finish. Not so straight, but good fight back from Ben Richardson. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be in the end through the hairpins. I suspect we're not over yet in terms of this fight.
The good news for Ben Richardson is the pack behind, immediately behind, has splintered apart a little bit. There was a move from James Edwards, bold one, into Garda that's ruffled things up a little bit. James Edwards is not out of this, though. In fact, Edwards is going to go down the inside of Harry Collins. This is all about positioning yourself onto the last lap. If that last lap is good. No, we're on the last lap. They're going to time out in this one. That move from Edwards has helped Richardson out a lot here. Wide goes Harry Collins. Surely Ben Richardson's just going to be able to run this one to the line. Jake Renshaw's going to be back in an A final. Ben Richardson is going to make it as well after an embattled performance across the course of these two races. Renshaw wins. Richardson proceeds into the A final. Edwards P3. Harry Collins slams his steering wheel in slight disgust there at missing out by half a second. Finishes P4. Ollie White P5. Really good B final there. Reeve, drivers properly going for it.
Absolutely. Jake Renshaw did not relent, and right when it mattered, he made that move stick and has been rewarded for it. Clearly, both those two, though, will make it through to that A final as a result of their impressive performance there.
First time since Ella Park that Ben Richardson will be in an A final. That's his only appearance in an A final in 2024. Really, really good to see. There we go. That's Junior Lightweight B final complete. Big one next. It's the championship decider in Cadet Lightweights.
So here we are then. It is the last time that we will see our Cadet Lightweights out on track for some racing today here at Buckmore Park. Let's have a look at our grid. Who's competing then for this final? It's Elijah Hazelwood, Thomas Wellsford on the front row of the grid, Ellis Cox, Oliver Wangyo, sorry, I'll try that again, row 2. Then we have Charlie Kachpregi and then Zane Perry on row 3. It's been a long day of commentating. Row 4, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter and Henry Greenwood. Row 5, Leo Edger and Finley Strang. Row 6, Bertie Hodgson and Ayrton Lima Evans. Moving on to row 7, Ethan Guest and Joseph East. Row 8, it's Addy Manu and Mason Turner. Row 9, Dan Griffin and Logan Nichols. Moving on to the 10th row, we will have Vinnie Cunningham and Miles Harrison. And rounding out our field, our 22-car field is Lewis Tracy and Luke Collins.
The very simple way of stating this, if Matteo Ehrenfeuchter finishes 3rd or higher, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter will be the 2024 Cadet Lightweight Champion in the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships. Here we go then. Championship decider for the Cadet Lightweights is go. Hazelwood leads through the first couple of corners. None of the dramas that we saw in the pre-A final this time around. Down the inside. Big move from Ethan Guest there through hairpin number 1. It's a good start for the number 24 of Charlie Chapregi, as well as one driver is spat out of the pack. It's the number 12. That's Lewis Tracy, who'd come through from the B-tier races. Elijah Hazelwood at the front of the field can tie on the points with Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, but is more than 2 wins behind in countback, so can hope for second place and no more. Ellis Cox, also not part of the championship battle, is there in second place, but definitely a good shout for a race victory here today. Where is Aaron Feuchter in the number 6? Where is Miles Harrison as well in the number 22? Aaron Feuchter is P8 at the moment. That would be another drop score for Aaron Feuchter. But at the moment it doesn't matter because Miles Harrison is behind on the road. Has gained 8 places on the first lap as Miles Harrison up to P13. For Miles Harrison, he's got to throw everything at this, but at the same time cannot afford, Reeve, any penalties at all.
Absolutely not. Has to keep it clean there. He is our biggest gainer on the first lap, though, as is Ethan Guest. 7 places made. Leo Edger, 4 places made as well. Good start as well for Charlie Chisbregi. As we head towards the end of the second lap now. A couple of penalties coming in. We've got a braking formation for Mason Turner there.
Has indeed. Just a little bit more on the maths of all of this as Hazelwood and Cox work together at the front of the field. If scores are tied, the tiebreaker will always go to Matteo Aaron Feuchter because as things stand, Matteo has 5 race wins so far this year. Miles Harrison has 3. Of course, could improve to 4 in this race, but do the maths, 4 is not greater than 5. And it's the same situation for Hazelwood. Hazelwood has 3 wins already, can only hope to score 4. So the other way of looking at it for Miles Harrison has got to go and beat Matteo Aaron Feuchter's score, best 14 of 20 races. To do that, if Aaron Feuchter drops, Harrison has got to finish 3rd. So either way, both of our championship contenders, if they want to have things in their own hands, have got to race onto the podium.
Absolutely. Matteo's doing his absolute best there. Fastest lap promotes him into P7 at the moment. This is an immense battle at the front end of the field as we now have a look at what is going on slightly further down. This is a battle between Henry Greenwood, Finley Strang as well. But there is Ellis Cox trying to make it as difficult as possible for Elijah Hazelwood. They are attached to each other pretty much and have been for over a lap now. Really working together then to try and break away a bit of an air gap to the cars behind. Thomas Welsford trying to push on, just hasn't quite matched the times. But in terms of times, we got a 39.394 for Elijah, we've got a 39.398 for Ellis, and a 39.399 for Thomas Welsford there. So they are oh so competitive at the front end of the field.
And the pace is good as well, which is strangely good news for Matteo Aaron Feuchter. Aaron Feuchter with the situation for Miles Harrison will be quite happy with a race that strings out at the front. He doesn't want it to stay tight because that increases the opportunities for Miles Harrison to get through that pack and gain some more points. 7.5 minutes to go on the clock. Hazelwood and Cox continuing to work together. Hazelwood knows that a win in this race, depending on the result for Miles Harrison, could in fact leave Hazelwood as second in the championship at the end of all of this. Would be an improvement on the 3rd place that he got last year. Up round Cafe Corner then. Matteo Aaron Feuchter has just set the fastest lap of the race. He's still there in 7th place. That would still be a drop score.
Ooh, side by side with Henry Greenwood there. Takes the inside into that first corner though. So holds on to P7 for the time being.
Does indeed. And to be clear again, if both Aaron Feuchter and Harrison both drop score in this race, as they are doing at this point of time, that is also advantage Aaron Feuchter. And in fact, Miles Harrison is out the back of the field. Something has happened on that last lap to Miles Harrison. That's going to be it. That's going to be the championship to Matteo Aaron Feuchter. It was a 56.771 for Miles Harrison. It's happened out there off of our cameras. But unfortunately for Miles Harrison, the hopes of going one better than last year are going to be over here. He's down in P22. It's going to be a drop score. It was always going to be a tough ask for Miles Harrison to overcome the consistency of Matteo Aaron Feuchter, even coming into this round as a double race winner at Warden Law last time out. But I think that is it. That's how a championship can end sometimes. And even more galling bit for Miles Harrison is, as the result is at the moment, there has been a change for the lead, by the way, that Ellis Cox has got through past Elijah Hazelwood. But as things stand, I think Harrison is also going to lose second place in the championship, because Elijah Hazelwood's P2 on the road would elevate Hazelwood to 1.785, 2 points behind Aaron Feuchter, 2 points ahead of Harrison.
Terrible shame then for Miles Harrison. A race weekend really that he probably would sooner rather forget, all in all. So, some great pace from Zane Perry at the moment. He's our first driver into the 48-second region. So even though the light is fading away from us, temperatures aren't actually dropping, at least according to the weather forecast. So the track is still looking good out there.
These are good conditions for the drivers at the moment. It'll be good for the engines as well, as side-by-side between Aaron Feuchter and Henry Greenwood. I wonder if he knows. If he knows that it's pretty much done. There would need to be a remarkable set of circumstances now. And I've got to say, credit to Miles Harrison, who is continuing round.
Yeah.
I've seen drivers in this kind of position before just kind of, quit the race, really, and say, you know what, I'm not going to run around, and each to their own and their own choices, but full credit to Miles Harrison that he's continuing to circulate. He's a proud racer, is Miles Harrison, and I'm sure there will be further race victories and potentially titles in the racing career of Miles Harrison in the future. He's just going to finish short again in this Cadet Lightweights Championship by a small number of points. 1,787 points is the tally at the moment for Matteo Aaron Feuchter. If you go by total number of points, including those that are dropped, 2,501 for Aaron Feuchter, 2,496 at the moment for Hazelwood. A little bit further back there, Miles Harrison on 2,470. But we're talking, a position here, a position there across the course of the season.
Over how many races we have to have that small of a points margin is remarkable, especially as a percentage there. Still some great battling going on for the lead of this race, though, as we see Ellis Cox leading from Elijah Hazelwood. This has allowed Thomas Welsford to catch right back up and get into the mix here in this fight between the podium sitters.
Thomas Welsford trying to get back to the podium for the first time since Ella Park. That's a bit of a rough one, unfortunately, down the inside. I think that was Charlie Ciapregui and Ethan Guest fighting over P4. And now Matteo Aaron Feuchter is into a championship point improving position. This will feel even sweeter now. Aaron Feuchter is up into 6th place. With how the drop scores are working, as down the inside goes Henry Greenwood on Charlie Ciapregui. This will start to further extend the gap for Matteo Aaron Feuchter. Less than 2 minutes to go. Ellis Cox, Elijah Hazelwood and Thomas Welsford. That's your fight for the podium. But this is a champion's drive now for Matteo Aaron Feuchter, who's through into 4th place now. Moves himself another couple of points clear of his title rivals. And, he may not know still what's happened to Miles Harrison, but what he will know is that he hasn't seen the number 22 in this race. He will know that the championship is still very much in his hands, and that will feel pretty good after a long, hard season that started with a double win at Rye House, went a little bit off the boil through Glannygores in the first meeting at Wilton Mill, but he got back in the win column at PF International. Very solid through the middle part of the season at Ella Park, Wilton Mill, another double round win at Llandau. Rowra was a tough day, but then he's got the consistency back together in the last 2 rounds of this season. Another change at the front. This is going to be a battle, Reeve, that'll go to the last lap of the race. Elijah Hazelwood and Ellis Cox, and Thomas Welsford still very much in it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Their pace has been absolutely remarkable. The entire race duration, really, they have not relented one bit. As we see that Elijah Hazelwood going into the mid part of the corner, trying to take a bit of a defensive line, making those two cars work a little bit harder to try and find a way past. There is Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, championship incumbent, potentially looking over his shoulder to see where his nearest rivals are.
Last lap called. Elijah Hazelwood looking for another trophy final victory. Hasn't had one since PF International back in the spring. Down the inside goes Welsford for P2, trying to get a best result of the season so far. Ellis Cox is still going to fight in there. This is good for Hazelwood. Has got a bit of a gap. Cox back into P2. There is the number 6 of Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who is half a lap away from finishing this one as Ellis Cox goes down the inside for the race lead, for the round win. They're going to be running up through Cafe Corner for the last time this season in Cadet Lightweight. Ellis Cox wins at Buckmore Park. Second place for Elijah Hazelwood, and a championship to Matteo Ehrenfeuchter, who has held on, who has extended his championship lead, and he is the new Club 100 Cadet Lightweight champion. 6th in the championship last year. A huge, huge step forward. He's won the most races of those championship contenders as well. What a story. What a final we've had here at Buckmore Park. Thomas Welsford is on the round podium as well for the second time this year. Brilliant stuff from the Cadet Lightweights. We have to move on though, because the last race of the day is up next. The Junior Lightweight Out A final is next up.
Here we are then for one last time today. It's our Junior Lightweight A finalists out on track for this, our last race. An electric finish to the previous race, but here we go. Here's our grid to the juniors. It's Rory O'Regan, Archie Bullard, and then we have Jack Whitehouse, Salvador Newman on row 2. Row 3, Samuel Masters and Zach Parkhouse. Moving on to row 4, it's Harry Clark, Charlie Wainwright, Nathan James Boyle and Max Kilby on row 5, and then with row 6 we have Ben Yangu and then Jacob Lamas on row 6. Moving on to Jacob Equal and Zach Watson on row 7. Row 8, Liam Martin Bradley and Charlie Foster. Row 9, Charlie Walmsley Ride and Jack Philpott. Row 10, Hudson Gordon Huntley, Max Chapman. Row 11, Anthony Roberts and Thomas Hughes. Row 12, Dan Shaw and Ewan Thomas. Moving on to the final row, then it's Jake Renshaw and Ben Richardson rounding out our 26 kart grid.
Indeed. So, for everybody out there, I think this is going to be a good fun race. It's a shame, in a way, that we haven't got a championship to talk about, because we've just seen a brilliant run there for the Cadet Lightweights. But I always like to spin the positive on these things before a race, because there's no championship protagonist or a championship to be decided in this race. They can just all go out and having a bit of fun in this one.
Yeah.
There's none of that end of season pressure of, oh no, I need this 4th place, 5th place, that can sometimes make the racing a bit tight, shall we say. This, everyone's just fighting for a round win and a bit of pride. So they're going to give it everything, I think, for this last round of the season. I think you've got to say that Rory O'Regan probably is a heavy favourite based on what we've seen so far today. And he's also got second place in the championship already sewn up ahead of Samuel Masters. And yeah, I'll be looking to see if he can complete his 4th double of the year.
Right, yeah, that will be very impressive indeed, as we have Samuel Masters and Salvador Newman as well have had a very strong showing here today. Some great turns of pace moments, so I think we're going to be in for a good race here.
We should explain, folks, as well, because some of you might be wondering, why aren't you calling racing? This is not racing. This is just the extra formation laps that the juniors get as a present almost for you've got through to the Trophy A final. Have a few laps just to test the karts and make sure that you are happy with them. Elliot Alt there in the pace kart. I think we'll see Elliot in action 2 weeks' time in the seniors heavyweight sprints, which you'll be able to watch here on Alpha Live with commentary from DDMM. It'll be a very poignant day.
Yes.
More on that later. So, grid forming up for the last race of the day here, Reeve. This should be a good one.
It should be, as we are going to still be behind the pace car for just another lap while we wait for everyone to get into the correct position and ready to go for one last race as nightfall is upon us. I still always check whenever I see the floodlights turned on. I always check just to make sure that everyone has got the clear visors on and that they're not going to have a bit of a telling off halfway through the race.
Indeed, but everyone's had obviously a bit of time to get themselves set up for this one. And it is one of the things I love about a season finale here at Buckmore Park, that you race under the lights in November. A cool evening. We do it again tomorrow, of course, for the super lightweight categories in both the cadets and the juniors. But who is going to finish their season on the highest of notes? Is Rory O'Regan, kart number 2, looking to take an 8th A-tier race victory of the year. Reeve, over to you.
Let's head down the formation lines then. Is that Rory O'Regan backing out of it then? Are we going to go underway anyway? I think we are not. We're going to go back on to another formation lap, and that is carnage. That is not what we want to see. Bit of confusion out on track there, and unfortunately another driver out of position. That is the number 19 kart there of Jake Lamas. So false start there, obviously correct decision.
I think what happened there, the second half of the field will have seen the pace kart pull off to driver's left, but didn't clock that the red lights hadn't gone out. The red lights, of course, take priority on that one. You know, just like your traffic lights on the road. It wouldn't be a case of like, oh, I went over through the crossing police officer because I saw someone pull off ahead of me. No. It's still a red light. If it was an amber flashing light, it might have been a little bit different. We'll go around again for another formation lap. So, Rory O'Regan, I'm not quite sure what happened there with Rory.
He seemed to just move over to the side, so potentially something he'd spotted with the cart maybe, or something like that. He's back in position though, so no worries there.
And last race of the day as well, so I think we'll still be on 11 minutes. Good crowd in the grandstand here at Buckmore Park as well. Good to see. And great, well, I would say they'll have an even better view of the bottom half of the circuit in due course, with the announcements of the new clubhouse and the plans for that afoot here at Buckmore Park. Right. This time, are we good? Yes, we are. Green lights have illuminated 11 minutes for the last time in junior lightweights. It's the Trophy A final. Another great start for Rory O'Regan, the anti-pole side of the grid, not getting the kind of run they would have wanted. Jack Whitehouse has had a good start as well. He's up to P2. Samuel Masters holding P3 as this driver's off towards the back of the field. It's a lovely autumnal scene for those who like leaves being thrown in the air. It's not a good one for Jack Philpott. Jack Philpott out of the race.
Yeah, an unfortunate start to that race, but a very good one for Rory O'Regan, given you would have thought maybe his confidence knocked by that false start just a moment ago. No, he is back in the zone. Full course yellow there for that instant by the looks of things, so potentially some adjustments need to be made to the barrier. So we ask the drivers to slow down as we get things sorted.
Yes, do indeed. So race is neutralised. Not good news for Rory O'Regan. He won't be able to gallop away like he did in the pre-A final.
It's interesting actually that every time it seems to be that I call the race start, we have a false start. So
you'll get an opportunity to go for the rolling restart.
It's just a particularly interesting part of commentator's curse, which we haven't had too much of today.
No, not too much.
I should not have said that.
You shouldn't have said that, no. Max Kilby is off the pack as well, so I think Max also had some problems on that first lap. Rory O'Regan effectively becomes a pace kart. Jack Whitehouse, Samuel Masters, Archie Bullard, Harry Clark, Zach Parkhouse, the top 6, but remember Parkhouse has a penalty already for loading on the first lap. Jack Whitehouse, best results so far this season, I wonder, in a trophy final, has not been to the podium. That'd be a nice way to finish your season, of an ever-present season as well for Jack Whitehouse. And again, you know, we were talking about what a driver's trying to achieve today. Jack Whitehouse was just outside the top 20 in the driver's standings, so there's a good chance here that that Jack could turn that around and gain a couple of places and, yeah, get in the top 20 at the end of the season.
Still heading around then at reduced pace while we get everything back underway. I think we are waiting potentially for, I was about to say Jack Philpott closing up there, but that is a number 142 car. Is that
yeah, that's going to be Max Kilby.
Yeah.
Max Kilby getting onto the back of the group. Ben Yango there, just warming some tyres. The 142, I think, is just coming through hairpin 1 now. And I think we are going to go back to green on this lap.
Yeah.
Reeve out.
Here we go then, onto that start-finish straight once again. Now, Rory O'Regan controls the fleet up until that start-finish line there. We've got to make sure there's no overtaking when there shouldn't be. Still yellow flags through Sector 1. That's cleared now, and it's Rory leading into that first corner, but Jack Whitehouse and Samuel Masters trying to find a way past, trying to put that pressure on. Here goes Jack Whitehouse having a look at the inside into that first hairpin. Goes a little bit too deep, though, into the corner in the mid-phase and has to back out of it, I think, so that he doesn't end up outside of track limits. Side by side then in the midfield goes the number 25 and 32 car there of Nathan James Boyle and Zach Watson heading down the sweep though for Rory O'Regan, who still leads, still in with a shout of breaking away with it if he can, but it must be said Jack Whitehouse and Samuel Masters are putting in a good effort to try and keep up with him.
They are indeed. It was a well-managed restart by Rory O'Regan. End of the 4th lap, 7 minutes of this one to go. Lead is nearly half a second. Jack Whitehouse trying to hold on to second place ahead of Samuel Masters. Good start off the restart as well for Charlie Wainwright. Charlie up to P7 has got ahead of Nathan James Boyle. Wow, Samuel Masters all crossed up there.
Good catch.
Very good catch, and didn't lose a position as well.
Yeah, managed to keep that momentum by sliding the car through, doing it for style points really, I'm sure. Actually got a penalty coming in for Zach Parkhouse there for loading a driver. That is when you're sat attached to them, usually under a race restart, and you're just putting a bit too much pressure on, making contact front to back there, and not looked too kindly upon, so an unfortunate penalty there. But we do carry on with Rory O'Regan leading this race, but it's Jack Whitehouse who's probably no longer focused on what Rory's doing out in front, as he is beginning to build up an advantage once again. Instead, Samuel Masters is trying everything to get ahead now as Rory sets another fastest lap.
Absolutely. 6 minutes of this one remaining. There, Archie Bullard has a little look. That may leave him vulnerable to Harry Clark in the number 14. Harry Clark, I think, could be on for one of the best results that we've seen this year for the number 14. Yeah, I don't think Harry Clark has had a top 5 so far this season. So that'd be a tremendous way to finish the year. Charlie Wainwright, I've got to say as well, as there's a spin in coming out of Senna. Oh, that is a real shame. We'll clock who that was in a few moments' time as who's falling down the order. I think it was Zachary Watson. Yeah, it was in the all-red. Zachary Watson out of contention in this one. Look at this fight here. Harry Clark trying to find a way underneath Archie Bullard for P4. Charlie Wainwright, it wasn't a broadcast round, but it didn't go unnoticed by myself. A big win, a first ever win at Warden Law. Charlie Wainwright is having a very strong finish to the season. It'll be interesting to see. Of course, we're not quite sure here in this commentary box who's staying, who's moving up to seniors, who's maybe going off and doing some owner racing as well for their plans for 2025. Registrations, of course, are open for the 2025 championship. If you want to get on the grid, get across to www.club100.co.uk to start your registration process. But the way Charlie Wainwright is finishing this season for me, Reeve, drivers looking towards next year, maybe a title tilt Charlie Wainwright could be a good name for that if Charlie is sticking in the division.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one who, if he was sticking in the division, Rory Regan, clearly.
Yeah, I think Rory will be going to seniors because he's already done a bit of senior racing already, and he'll probably be too old.
Yeah, he will.
For juniors, but no, I think for a seniors title, definite shout to get in the mix for sprints. Jack Whitehouse still in second place. There's a bit of a gap forming behind Samuel Masters as well. Not a big gap. Whitehouse continuing to defend. Oh, just went too deep. Masters has got through. Masters will have the outside line. Oh no, Whitehouse is going to fight back here, side by side through the S's. They're both going to run each other wide. Here comes Bullard. Bullard through. Masters takes off to the road. That's going to be an interesting one to call. Here comes Parkhouse as well. Well, it's all kind of got a bit feisty now. Bullard's up to second place, side by side again between Masters and Whitehouse for third place. They're still side by side. This is Buckmore Park at its finest, and through goes Masters eventually, and Jack Whitehouse, that's not going to end well. Out goes Parkhouse, 3-1, simply does not go through Conway's. Well, this is all quite a calm A final with about 4 or 5 minutes to go. Now with 3 minutes to go, it's broken loose.
Talk about capitalising upon the misfortunes of others. Jack Whitehouse sees a gap there, immediately jumps to it, and then runs wide ever so slightly himself. This really has hotted up now, as we do have bump and pass penalty coming in for the number 21 kart of Liam Martin Bradley, because this is a huge fleet of karts now in the mix here for this fight from P3, or in fact P2, all the way down to P10.
Rory O'Regan's gone. Rory O'Regan's got this race won. I think Archie Bullard has also got second place, so it's all a question of who's going to be taking the last spot on the podium here. Samuel Masters has got hold of it at the moment. Jack Whitehouse would love to get on the podium for the first time this season, as would Harry Clark. As down the inside, a little bit of a nibble there from Whitehouse, but wasn't far enough alongside. I think there's a bit of an issue there for Salvador Newman in the number 12, was having a bit of a wave to a competitor who's in 13th place as things stand. Charlie Walmsley Ride has got a penalty for excessive track limits. As down the inside, Jacob Eckwell, what a day for Jacob Eckwell, has come through from outside the A-tier races. He's in the fight now, really in the fight, up to P4, and is only a second behind the podium spots.
Yep, it's been a really good charge for Jacob there. Jack Whitehouse losing out. Nathan James Boyle, in fact, making up a good number of positions on that last lap. Up into P8 now, 3 positions gained. Very close running here in this fight from, as I say, P3 all the way down here to P10.
Charlie Wainwright's out of the competition, sadly. Has lost 13 places on that last lap, as has Ben Yango. Well, in fact, making 15 places lost on that last lap for Ben Yango. So those two are out of contention, it would seem, today. I think there's hands up for yellow flags coming around through Cafe Corner. Back to green by the time they go to Conway's.
I want to give mention as well to Ben Richardson, currently running in P13, obviously promoted from the B final, now finds himself in a very nice position indeed.
Absolutely, really good progress there. Not long in this one to go then. Archie Bullard potentially on for a first podium, only his second appearance of the year, of course. But what can we say, Reeve, about Rory O'Neill? Disappointing for him, obviously, at Warden Law, that the points just slipped away, and again, maybe the consistency hasn't quite been there. You think back to P14 at GYG, a couple of positions outside of the top 5 here and there. But when he's been in this mode, Rory O'Regan's going to finish this season with the most number of A-tier wins in the junior lightweight division. He's been tremendous today.
He has, yeah. There's only one word I can think of, and it is unrivaled, really. As soon as he just cool, calm and collected, I like to use those 3 words, gets out in front and just builds that gap, as we are now seeing him head around the final sector for one last time today through Garda. with pretty much no one for company. It has been a fantastic drive for him today, his final drive of the season, of course, and for one last time we call a race end as Rory O'Regan crosses the line to take race victory. Bit of a lock-up in celebration there, we like that, a bit of a flourish to finish. Then it's Archie Bullard with another, his first podium, and then Samuel Masters rounding out that podium ahead of Jacob Equal, Harry Clark, Jack Whitehouse, Liam Martin Bradley, Nathan James Boyle, Dan Shaw and Salvador Newman rounding out our top 10 from that Junior A final, our last race of the season as well.
Really good stuff. Rory O'Regan completes a 4th double of the year, secures 2nd place in the championship as well, and he does exactly what he did 12 months ago, finishes the season with a maximum score here at Buckmore Park. A first podium for Archie Bullard. Brilliant result there, P2. Samuel Masters is on the podium again. That is his 5th podium of the year. Half of the Trophy A finals that we've seen in 2024, Samuel Masters has been in the top 3. Aquil, Clark, Whitehouse. For Clark and Whitehouse, those are best results of the year. Good way to finish the season. I think that might be a best result of the season for, or equal best result of the season for Jacob Equil as well. So really good to see. Liam Martin Bradley up 15 places in that last race to P7. Nathan James Ball, Dan Shaw and Salvador Newman wrap up the top 10. Dan Shaw up 23 places in that A final. Brilliant drive. Was from 23rd on the grid, apologies, but still 23rd to 9th, not bad at all, and I think that still will make him the biggest mover on the grid. Max Chapman, Charlie Foster, Ben Richardson, Jacob Lamas and Ewan Thomas all in the top 15. Jake Renshaw from the B final, P16 ahead of Thomas Hughes, Charlie Walmsley Ride, Hudson Gordon Huntley, Charlie Wainwright, your top 20. Anthony Roberts, Jack Philpott, Zach Watson, Ben Yango, Zach Parkhouse and Max Kilby with the 26 finishers for the last time this year in the Club 100 Junior Lightweight Championship. And of course, we should pay congratulations to Bobby McGurr, who wasn't here today. Bobby McGurr is your champion from Rory O'Regan P2, and if we've got our maths correct, Samuel Masters in 3rd.
Of course, Matteo Ehrenfeuchter as well with that championship in the cadets running as well, bringing an end to a fascinating season, a great day of racing as well. What a way to sign off. It has been brilliant to jump back in on the Club 100 Cadet commentary.
And we do it all again tomorrow, of course. The Cadet Super Lightweights will kick off. We'll go with our broadcast from 11:50. It's pretty much the same schedule as today. Of course, we'll have a minute's silence here at the circuit at 11 o'clock, with it being Remembrance Sunday, of course. That's all we've got for here tonight at Buckmore Park. My name's been Andrew Mather. He's been Reeve Taylor. Thank you very much for joining us here on your Alpha Live broadcast. Do subscribe, give us a like and a share as well. We'll be back tomorrow for more titles to be decided here for the Club 100 Cadet and Junior Championships. Super Lightweights from 11:50 tomorrow morning. We can't wait. Have a lovely Saturday evening. We'll see you tomorrow.